Recall from the previous passage, if Lu Tu-fong understood. The story opens with a scene of a girl kneeling on the ground, shouting loudly, "I am your fiancé, your majesty the emperor," the one who could stay by his side, even while enduring contempt. It could be no one else but Scarlet Ackman. With that, she slowly raised her eyes to look at the man before her and called out, "Your Highness Caluard." In response to her words, a sword was placed against her neck. Tears streamed down Scarlet Ackman's face. "Please love only me." That was a small scene from the novel The Tyrant's Private Life. This is a romantic fantasy novel. The male lead of this novel is Emperor Chalin Calier. He committed countless crimes and atrocities, even killing his own brothers. That tyrant fell in love when he met the female lead and thus became a peace-loving person. Because the female lead could command this tyrant with just her little toe. For that reason, only those close to him knew about the tyrant's private life and were forced to keep it a secret. That's how the story goes. Next is a scene of a girl hugging a pillow, lamenting her fate. She says, "But what is this ridiculous ending?" 2 streams of tears ran down her face. Isn't the tyrant's change the moment the original story ends? She recalled, "One day, when I was in my 20s, I died and transmigrated into this book, becoming the tyrant's fiancé, and possessed the body of Scarlet Ackman." She was madly in love with that tyrant, so she always picked fights with the female lead. As a villainess, she would of course die at the hands of this tyrant. Of all people to transmigrate into, it had to be Scarlet. You will be stabbed to death by the one you love. And I transmigrated into the middle of the original story. Even so, it's fortunate that the original story hasn't started yet. I was so close to dying without even getting to say anything. As soon as the original story begins, Scarlet starts causing trouble around Chalin. Even so, I haven't committed a capital crime like murder. Why on earth is the other party a tyrant? Thinking this, she got out of bed to sort out the plot. A tyrant falling in love for the first time is nothing short of a disaster. He is the youngest master swordsman and the youngest to achieve the title of sage, but what good is that? Aside from his friends, he doesn't even treat me like a human being. After that, she went to find the maids to ask about the emperor. A maid replied with a less than cheerful attitude. The reason His Majesty the Emperor is called a sage is because there is rarely anyone more knowledgeable than His Majesty. The maid mumbled with a sigh, "What is this? I'm busy as hell." Scarlet, who heard it, wanted to become invisible and thought to herself, "I heard all of that." Returning to her room, Scarlet said with a headache, "In short, this title is inversely proportional to his personality." She drew Kalen's face on a piece of paper with the words villain, and crossed out the phrase live with compassion. First of all, this method won't work. Her family is also too much. How could they send their only daughter to someone like that? No matter how cold and cruel he is, they should just break off the engagement with that tyrant. Is this what a family is like? Fortunately, when I was sent here, I still retained Scarlet's memories. In my memories, the Duke was a very cold person. Scarlet remembered the Duke's earth-shattering slap, along with his loving voice. Lock her in her room and don't give her a single drop of water until tomorrow morning. No matter how hard I try, I can't call a man who strikes without hesitation father. Even when she did nothing, she was glared at by others. Even the servants ignored her. In her memories, this family was full of people who would never respond, no matter how much you hope. Scarlet closed her notebook and calculated. Escaping quickly is the answer for this ducal family, isn't it? But the most important problem right now is to annul the engagement with that tyrant. Scarlet glanced at the invitation card on the table. In 10 days, the Emperor's birthday banquet would be held. This was the occasion for Scarlet Ackman's official debut as the fiancée. This was a signal that the story was about to enter the main plot. And Scarlet's love? No, it was the moment her destruction began. Scarlet held the card and sighed, phew. In my memories, I only ever saw that tyrant's back. What on earth did she see to fall in love at first sight? I'm not going to run after you just to please you, but the problem is when the female lead appears, I don't know when I'll be killed. Or should I just run away? Meeting him will only lead to trouble, so it's better not to meet at all. If I can't break off the engagement, what's the point? Should I just directly say I want to cancel the engagement? Scarlet imagined the scene. I'm sorry. Let's just pretend we were never engaged. Chalin would say, "You dare to insult me?" That would be game over. It can't be like this. If this continues, Scarlet's memories will become my future. I'd rather log out myself than make a difference. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Wait, make a difference? The engagement with the Emperor was sealed by a magical contract. To annul the engagement, the consent of both parties is required, or one of them must die. I have to get his consent. According to the contract, I have to keep meeting my fiancé. Even if he's a tyrant who kills without batting an eye, that can't be changed. Scarlet smirked. So there's still plenty of opportunities. Opportunities to make him despise me with crazy actions. It doesn't matter if I pretend to be crazy. Just you wait and see. Ha ha ha, hoo hoo hoo, ha ha ha. Her laughter echoed out into the hallway. A servant came and knocked on the door. The servant worried. The young lady has been laughing and crying by herself this whole time. Is she all right? In the blink of an eye, the day of the banquet arrived. A memory of the original Scarlet appeared in her mind. This is the first time someone has treated me kindly. I'll never forget it, even if I die. The Emperor is an affectionate person. He won't change so easily. The memory faded, and Scarlet muttered, "Affectionate? I'll probably freeze to death." Unbelievable. But why did Scarlet's memory appear at this moment? A servant called, "My lady, are you all right?" "Ah, it's nothing." The one serving her was Lucy. "I'll go get the dress, so please stay here." Scarlet waved her hand. All right. If I can break off the engagement, I'll run away immediately, so there's no need to be particular about anything." That's why she was always followed by servants reminding her, "My lady, eating while walking like that will affect the family's reputation, and the Duke's as well." Nuichi wonchi. Who cares anyway? The banquet is tonight, and I have to prepare all sorts of things this morning. But even without preparing, I'm already beautiful, aren't I? My act of self-praise was seen by Lucy as she walked in. Scarlet cried out internally, "Oh my God, so embarrassing." Looking at the dresses in Lucy's hands, she was drawn to a pink one. She picked it up. "This dress. You don't like it, my lady?" "No, I'll take this one." Lucy seemed bewildered. "Pardon? I choose this dress." "My lady, do you really want that dress? Isn't it too simple?" "All right, but wouldn't it be better with more jewelry? Are you planning to wear such a simple dress to the imperial banquet?" After she appeared wearing that dress, the servants whispered, "Is that the young lady? Has she gone mad?" Scarlet chuckled to herself. "Hey, you guys, I can hear everything. The reaction is just what I wanted. Even dressing simply is enough to bring out this beauty. I thought peach wouldn't suit me. I can't believe the peach color makes me look this adorable." Scarlet asked, "Lucy thinks so too, right? This makeup is really useful." Lucy just remained silent, saying nothing more. Scarlet turned to see the servant's darkened expression. "What's wrong? Why are you just standing there dazed?" The maid stammered, "I apologize, my lady. Lady Scarlet has arrived." A carriage was waiting for her at the front. The maid standing there was extremely surprised to see Scarlet. "This way, my lady." "Why so surprised?" "Well, it makes sense. I'm dressed quite simply for the Emperor's birthday banquet. But this outfit will be the start of my crazy actions. And I guess it's because I'm from a rich family that I get to sit on such a high-quality cushion." Huh? As she was chuckling to herself over her perfect plan, she suddenly noticed a gloomy atmosphere around her. Opposite her was the arrogant gaze of the Duke. Scarlet thought to herself, not a bad glare. What do you gain by glaring like that? The Duke treats his daughter like trash, and that Duchess over there always looks like she's on the verge of death wherever she goes. Is she avoiding me like the plague because she's afraid of getting involved? Whatever, I'll just ignore them. Suddenly, someone called out, "Hey, did you take the wrong medicine?" This person was Isaiah Ackman, Scarlet's half-brother. In the original story, he was the only one willing to help Scarlet when she was sentenced to death. And when Scarlet decided to end her own life, it was Isaiah who discovered and saved me, the one who had possessed Scarlet's body. She recalled that time, it hurts so much, my hand. The doctor's vague instructions back then. Although the young lady is out of critical condition, she still needs further observation. At that time, just as Scarlet asked who. Isaiah Ackman frowned in irritation. This girl. He was about to say something, but stopped. Gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "Get some rest." He stared at me intently and then sighed. He was probably just too worried about me. In her memories, Isaiah was the one who treated Scarlet well. Scarlet looked over at him with a favorable gaze. Truly commendable. Or perhaps I should treat you a little more specially. Iz's face darkened, and he broke out in a sweat. What's with that look on her face? No wonder I'm getting goosebumps. Scarlet asked brightly, "Is something wrong, brother? Are you really asking because you don't know? That dress you're wearing?" "Oh, the dress? It suits me, right?" As expected, I look good in anything. Isaiah was speechless upon hearing this. You've been watching what you say lately, haven't you, brother? A loud bang resounded. Duke Ackman yelled, Scarlet Ackman, are you really out of your mind? There's a limit to disgracing the family. Don't even get out of the carriage tomorrow. Just go straight back home. Scarlet frowned. That trashy Duke is always so difficult. Scarlet asked, what's so shameful? Could it be because of this dress? Last time, this child of yours was slapped for buying too many gaudy outfits. So this time, I tried wearing a very simple dress. If the family's reputation is affected, it won't be because of me. I believe father's son came home dead drunk just yesterday. The rumor of him getting dead drunk and singing in the streets has probably spread all over the capital by now. The family's reputation, are you not concerned about it at all, father? With that, Scarlet smirked to herself. How does it feel? You must be fuming, right? Since Scarlet had never talked back to him before, if you can't win an argument and can only resort to violence, then don't you dare start a fight with me. With that thought, she squinted her eyes to look towards her brother. I thought he would fly into a rage after I shot him down. Why is it so quiet? The Duke yelled again, Scarlet, you insolent thing. Duchess Mila Ackman replied nonchalantly, both of you, that's enough. Honestly, not a shred of maturity. Scarlet thought to herself, after the Duchess passed away, the Duke brought her home. Before their marriage, she had been used and abandoned by the Duke. The problem was, she had become pregnant while he was already engaged. And that child was none other than Iza Ackman. That's why Iza is older than Scarlet. From her standpoint, I am very displeasing because I am the evidence of his betrayal. Although I understand that she is just a victim. She recalled the original Scarlet's past. Stepmother, please forgive me. Lock her up until she comes to her senses. Yes, I won't do it again. Mother, I'm begging you. Even though that's what happened, she couldn't take all her anger out on Scarlet like that. Returning to the present, she said, Scarlet, be quiet and let his grace. Scarlet paid her no mind and ignored her. That's right, brother, Iza. Every time you get drunk, you sing in the streets. Is that rumor true? Mila Ackman frowned at the mention of her son. Scarlet smirked to herself. You should worry about your own son, madam. She continued, I heard you even got beaten. It's not every time, right? Madam. Mila gritted her teeth when Scarlet called her madam. If you want me to call you mother, then don't worry so much about me. She angrily turned her face away. If you all say I'm crazy, then wouldn't it be better to just annul the engagement for me? Anyway, that's enough. But that will take time. Before I stir up some real trouble, I should take a nap. A second later, she was snoring loudly, leaving her family dumbfounded. Seeing Scarlet fast asleep and even snoring, Mila couldn't help but snort with laughter. In her sleep, she vaguely heard the sound of crying. What is that? This sound is sobi. Who's crying? A blonde-haired girl, sitting on the ground, slowly lifted her face. That's me. Seeing the frightening scene in her dream, Scarlet let out a scream that nearly blew the roof off the carriage. By now, everyone had already left the carriage and entered the imperial palace. I see. I was dreaming. Scarlet stepped down from the carriage with the thought, but to be able to sleep through that, I must really be crazy. Fortunately, I'm not late yet. And of course, no one bothered to wake me. That dream. No, it was merely a dream. I don't need to pay any attention to it, because I have other things to do. All right, now then, time to go meet my tyrant fiancé. Scarlet arrived at the party venue rather late. Looking utterly world-weary, she quickly composed herself. I'm not too late, am I? Open the door for me. The guard said, I'm afraid we can't, my lady. Since His Majesty has already entered, we can no longer announce your name. So that means I have to enter silently. But that won't do. I need to draw everyone's gazes. I see. No problem. Open the door for me. Yes, my lady. The door opened. She gaped at the lavish and magnificent sight inside. My, this is incredibly grand. That tyrant said he would hold a simpler birthday party than previous emperors. If a party like this is called simple, I wonder how splendid the previous banquets must have been. Now, where can my tyrant fiancée be? The moment she stepped in, all eyes were fixed on her. Look over there. It's Lady Ackman. What possessed her to dress like that to a party? Scarlet thought to herself, this is more than enough to attract attention. She glanced at a nearby man. Damn, he's handsome. Could that be the emperor? Blonde hair. According to the description in the book, the emperor has silver hair and purple eyes. So that person isn't the emperor. Where in the world is that emperor, anyway? This is exhausting. There are so many people. Suddenly, she heard someone say, Lady Fleda, look over there. There's a rumor that the lady of the Ackman family isn't mentally sound. It seems that rumor isn't wrong. What is it? Those people over there, they look like something. The green-haired girl turned to meet Scarlett's incomprehensible, judging gaze. Suddenly, she exclaimed, it's a traffic light. The three girls with red, yellow, and green hair didn't understand what she was saying. They muttered, Lady Fleda, what's a traffic light? Let's see. Hearing her spout such nonsense, the rumor must be false. Scarlett immediately went and patted her on the shoulder. Do you have a death wish? Don't mess with me. I'm very busy, you understand, sweetie? My lady, remember what I just told you. Fleda's limbs trembled upon hearing Scarlett's threat. Scarlett scoffed internally. Her spirit is so weak. Am I that sensitive? Who asked you people to start trouble in the first place? So many people have come, yet not a single one dares to approach me. They know to keep their distance. Perhaps it's because the bad reputation Scarlett earned a month ago still lingers. Scarlett came to this place just to meet the one person who needs her. Although the original story said she fell in love with the Tyrant because of the courtesy he showed her, the real, biggest reason was that she was what he needed. Because he was the only one in her life. Isn't that just too foolish? To love someone based on that alone is far too dangerous. Suddenly, someone called out loudly, over there is the unhinged lady of the Ackman family. Hearing this, Scarlett gave a scornful smile. Well, I didn't expect someone to pick a fight so loudly. That person, let me see what you look like. Turning around, she saw a man with platinum hair, her eyes widening in recognition. She quickly curtsied. I am Scarlett Ackman of the Ackman family. Greetings to your majesty. Scarlett judged internally. It wasn't his courtesy she fell for. It was his face. Intelligent, handsome, but cold. Someone said to Chalin, is the rumor about the lady accurate? To Scarlett's eyes, the people standing near Chalin were all just moths. He truly has the ability to turn everyone around him in a moth scorched by his brilliant aura. How can someone be so devastatingly handsome? This won't do. I can't be swayed by his looks. That person, let me see what you look like. Turning around, she saw a man with platinum hair, her eyes widening in recognition. Is he going to become the female lead's prize? Her cheeks suddenly flushed red. No, focus. I didn't come here to play around. She replied, it is nothing, your majesty. This is my first time meeting your majesty, so I was a bit stunned by your beauty. Please forgive my rudeness. However, I have something I wish to ask. I heard that your majesty is very fond of miracles. Is that correct? My lady, if you intend to show me a miracle, you'd best give up now. His face showed not a shred of interest. I knew it, but this is enough. This is the first time I am meeting your majesty as your fiancé, so I have prepared something for you. Won't you at least take a look? Your majesty. Fine. Let me see what you have prepared. The fish took the bait, making her ecstatic. If what you have prepared is not the least bit miraculous, let's see how long you can stay so apathetic. Your majesty, don't worry. Please watch carefully. Scarlett raised her hand, holding a glass of wine, then, your majesty, please look here. With my magic, I will now transform this plain dress into a dress that will captivate thousands. Happy birthday to you, your majesty. As soon as she finished speaking, she splashed the glass of wine right onto herself. Oh, the strong fragrance. Your majesty, please look. It has transformed into a brilliant red dress. What do you think? This proves I'm completely insane, doesn't it? Those nearby began to whisper. What is this? Did she just pour wine on herself? In front of his majesty. How could she? Scarlett smiled to herself. How could you possibly marry a madwoman like this, right? Isn't it miraculous, your majesty? Looking at his expression, if I do this well, I might be able to get the engagement annulled, right? The emperor had said this to Chalin, the person who intends to celebrate his birthday. No one will celebrate the day I was born. Those words he uttered were all lies. He was hiding the longing deep within his heart. So you shouldn't say such things either. He had said that in the original story. Normally, the female lead would love to hear words like that. But I hate it. She bowed cheerfully and said once more, happy birthday to you. Upon hearing her wish, Kaelin's expression darkened. The nobles below whispered amongst themselves. Goodness, His Majesty's expression is terrifying. In any case, thanks to this, I made a bad first impression. Let's keep things moving along quickly. The Emperor then called out loudly, Duke Ackman. Weaving through the crowd, the Duke answered urgently, Yes, I am here, Your Majesty. Chalin said with a cold expression, The lady does not seem well. Do you not intend to take her back to the manor to be examined? A heavy atmosphere settled on the Duke's shoulders, causing him to bow his head. hurriedly pulling Scarlet away. I will take my daughter home at once. Scarlet left, still feeling a little regretful. Oh well, but even though that stare looked like it wanted to kill me, I have to admit he's really handsome. All right, Mr. Pretty Boy. This is your first time seeing a madwoman like me, isn't it? If I do a good job this time, maybe I'll get the annulment notice right away. Scarlet didn't forget to blow Challen a kiss. The kiss hit Challen so unexpectedly he almost sprained his neck. He was so surprised he was speechless. Heavens! Her! It's not over yet. Just you wait, Your Majesty. Outside in the carriage, Duke Ackman looked like he wanted to tear Scarlet limb from limb. He slammed his hand on the seat. You've really gone mad. So shameful. Such a loss of face. Just turning back is. Despite the Duke fuming in front of her, Scarlet just nonchalantly looked at the sky and the ground. So noisy. Even so, seeing that reaction, I know I've succeeded, right? While she was floating on cloud 9, IZA called out, Hey sis, are you drunk? Besides you stink. Scarlet was displeased. Another one ruining the mood. What's wrong? It's beautiful, isn't it? Beautiful where, for heaven's sake? Look here, doesn't this bright red suit me perfectly? Scarlet leaned in close, asking, right? Isaiah repeatedly waved his hands to push her away. Just then, Duchess Mia Ackman came in and said, When we get back to the residence, I'll call a doctor to examine you. Behave yourself. What? A doctor? Why? Seeing your behavior, you must need a doctor to help your brain return to normal. Oh my God, how could this be? Scarlet secretly hoped. That's right, just annul the engagement like this. No, I might even get exiled. Scarlet feigned grievance, sob. I heard His Majesty likes the color of blood. So as his fiancée, I just wanted to give His Majesty a special birthday gift. What did I do wrong? Scarlet's quick change of face left Iza frozen. All right about that. What is it? Is he scared? Next is a dress decorated in red from head to toe. Then His Majesty will embrace me. Sis, are you trying to get yourself killed? Of course not. His Majesty and I will officially become a couple. Become a couple? Later, I will ask His Majesty for a strand of his hair. Every time we meet, I'll ask for another strand. Why? What do you mean, why? Doing that will bring happiness, won't it? I'll put the hair under my pillow and keep doing it until we're married. Not believing his ears, Isaiah asked again, You're really? Then Isaac let out a long sigh. Seeing her brother's expression, Scarlet realized, oops, I might have overdone it, but this is the best way to do it. Later, at the residence of Duke Ackman, seeing the carriage return, a knight wondered, why are they back so early? Did something happen? Could it be that Lady Scarlet has caused trouble again? Sigh, the young lady has been so well behaved for the past month. The knight's hand hadn't even touched the door when Scarlet kicked the door wide open. Seeing her foot fly past, the knight was stunned and bewildered. Was that a foot? Scarlet shot out like the wind and ran off. The Duke ordered, Quick, catch her. What, sir? Mia ordered, Quickly call a doctor. Scarlet is beyond help. The knight still couldn't believe his eyes. Was that the young lady just now? Looking at the empty seats inside, the knight asked, But didn't the young master return with you? Mia Ackman frowned, sighed, and recalled that moment. No matter how I think about it, it seems you've really gone mad. What if you actually die? I don't want to attend your funeral. Isaiah, what's wrong with you? Right after that, Isaiah was kicked out of the carriage. Hey, get out of the carriage. Take care of yourself, you idiot. Isaac, left behind on the road, was still bewildered. Huh, what was that? Duke Ackman frowned and asked, Scarlet Ackman, what you just did. Scarlet held up her hand to stop him. Oh, one more thing. I am now His Majesty's fiancée. Father, you know that, right? So let's keep some distance. Her finger pointed at her face. You know, right? This. It wouldn't do for his noble fiancée's body to have any wounds, would it? Remembering this, the Duchess rubbed her dizzy head. She wasn't educated to be like this. Now she's truly become insane. The next day, Scarlet Ackman wrote a letter to Emperor Callier. To His Majesty Callier, yes, the noble son, Your Majesty is like the moon, water, flowers, trees, sparrows. I regret having to bid farewell to Your Majesty like that at the birthday banquet. Therefore, let's meet again next time. She wrote it and then felt like gagging herself. Ugh, meet again? As if. It would be great if the engagement was just annulled like this. So she said, but she still had to quickly decide when they should meet again. The emperor and his fiancée must meet a regulated number of times a month, and the events related to those meetings must be recorded. Thinking of this, she felt embarrassed. How is this any different from public dating? To His Majesty, yes, the noble son, regarding the date, time, and location for our next meeting, so that he wouldn't feel uncomfortable. I have chosen a date, time, and location for our first date that would suit him. The important thing here is to continuously show him I'm crazy while keeping it within reasonable limits. That should be perfect enough to fool that suspicious tyrant. Let's see how he responds. If he replies to this letter, it means my actions yesterday weren't impressive enough. Lucy, are you there? I'm here, my lady. Please bring me the account books. Scarlett Ackman's mother, the previous Duchess, had passed away and left her assets to Scarlett. Although the assets weren't large, in the original story, Scarlett used this money to cause trouble for Chalin. Because Scarlett spent all the money on such things, she had to borrow money from the elders of the family. Scarlett lamented it wasn't a small amount of money. How could she blow it all in one go? Lucy brought a cup of tea and placed it on her table. Oh, you prepare the kind I like to drink? Thank you, Lucy. Hearing Scarlett's thanks, Lucy broke out in a fearful sweat. No, you don't have to. Yes, you're welcome. Scarlett sipped her tea and thought, Lucy, your expression is giving everything away. Her expression is so interesting. I just have to keep thanking her. Thank you, really. Yes, if you need anything, my lady, just call me. After Lucy went out, Scarlett's face grew serious as she calculated. All right, the remaining problem is this. Just as I predicted, this amount of money is too little. With this amount of money, I can't escape the ducal house and live an independent life. Scarlett had been saving this money all this time, but it's true, I have to earn more. Luckily, I have a way to make money with just this small amount. The safe zone, or more precisely, this barren land is called the cradle. Because mana cannot pass through it, this land was abandoned by people. But no one knew that this abandoned land in the capital was a safe zone for spirits to live in seclusion with the female lead, and it would become an incredibly fertile land. Scarlett gave a dangerous smile. Spirits, huh? If I can gain recognition from the spirits, I won't have to worry about resources anymore. The most luxurious treasure in this world is spirit stones. If I take these stones and sell them. No sooner said than done. She pushed the door open and went out. Lucy saw this and ran after her, calling, my lady, where are you going? The bank. I'm going to withdraw some money. I'll take half of this family's assets and leave this place. At the palace, Chalin returned after his training session. He tiredly stretched out to rest, and at that moment, a memory surfaced. Happy birthday to you, your majesty. Unbelievable, to dare to do that in front of me. His mother's words echoed in his ears. Oh, Callier, my unfortunate child, it would have been better if you were never born. And the words of others behind his back. You must be careful with every little thing in front of His Majesty if you don't want to die. The framework that existed until now has been destroyed. The image of Scarlett from that day kept lingering in his mind, making Chalin sit up. How annoying. The moment she made a heart sign at him reappeared, and he blushed. No, it's not that I'm annoyed. Scarlett Ackman, just a name from a prestigious family. Although this family is in decline, I still agreed to the engagement because of the influence of this prestigious family. According to the investigation results, Lady Ackman is cruel and heartless, Your Majesty. With a personality like this, Your Majesty should consider whether the young lady is worthy of the position of Empress. You say cruel, that young lady? Remembering Scarlett's absurd appearance that day, let me show Your Majesty a miracle. Just investigating on the surface makes it hard to know the accurate information. What should I do? Vaguely insane, wanting to kill people, yet I haven't lost interest in that strange young lady at all. I'll just wait and see. Not to watch Scarlett Ackman, but Scarlett herself. At the Ackman family's residence, Lucy called, my lady. A reply has arrived from the Imperial Palace. Receiving the reply, she smiled until her eyes crinkled. Good, very good. A schedule for 1 month. I'm sending you the schedule for 1 month. So, I have to show him I'm even crazier. I'll show you what the spicy taste of madness is like, Callier. In the palace, Chalin was also contemplating this schedule. A person entered and said, Your Majesty, you summoned me. But even if you hadn't, I have something to report to you. It's a good thing you summoned me. Saying that, the person placed a pile of documents on the table. Seeing the mountain-high stack of documents, Kalen's face darkened. It's early in the morning, and you're already overdoing it. Overdoing it, Your Majesty? It won't take much of Your Majesty's time. This person is Callier's close aide, Count Clover. Clover whispered conspiratorially, breakfast is over, so you must work, Your Majesty. Then he thought, there's someone who doesn't even have time to eat, only sleeps for 2 hours, and then continues to work. Chalan also thought to himself, I know what you're thinking. At this moment, the communication sphere began to glow. Is that Count Roman? Callier's close aide and head of intelligence. Count Roman. Count Clover worried. Both I and Count Roman were summoned? Could it be? Chalan threw the documents down and said, investigate again. Clover lowered his head. It was just as he thought. Roman, worried and tearful, asked, could it be that my report was unclear, Your Majesty? If it's an investigation into the Ackman family, being treated like this is understandable. Their ancestors were heroes who stood shoulder to shoulder with the ancestors of the Callian and Lizabel families. What those heroic ancestors left behind for the Ackman family, even the Tyrant's closest aides couldn't possibly penetrate it. However, Scarlet is the type of person who often strolls through the streets. So at the very least, something could have been investigated. To investigate with such a lack of caution, Chalan asked Roman, did you really investigate thoroughly? Clover silently cursed. This is too much. What an awkward situation, Your Majesty. After all, Count Roman is a man of many tears. If this continues and something happens to me again, Roman had just called out, Your Majesty. He ruthlessly cut off the communication. I can't believe His Majesty just cut off the communication like that. Clover's face darkened. Looks like I'll have to work overtime. Just as predicted, Chalan said, you choose. Investigate the Ackman family or investigate Scarlet Ackman. Scarlet Ackman. It's been several weeks since she became the fiancée, and she's only just appeared now. Even so, choosing this is still better than being unable to do anything. It's truly a difficult choice for me. But what should I investigate about the young lady, Your Majesty? Start by investigating what I want to know first. Remember, don't let me see you get annoyed. Yes, I will do my best. I'd rather eat cold porridge than investigate the Ackman family. In that case, could Your Majesty tell me about your official schedule? As usual, aren't you supposed to meet the young lady twice a month, Your Majesty? While Your Majesty proceeds with the schedule, if I am near you, it will be helpful for me to gather information. I have to see that face again. Images of Scarlet's unrestrained behavior flashed through Chalan's mind once more. He pursed his lips into a smile and said, let's do that. The schedule hasn't been decided yet. The Count knows what to do. Go send the schedule to Ackman. I'm leaving the rules to you. You decide on once a month this time, Count. Yes, I understand. Then I shall take my leave. Clover left, wondering, why does His Majesty seem to be in such a good mood? A tyrant who rules the empire almost never shows joy. Really, what kind of person is that young lady, after all? If not, what did the young lady do to His Majesty? Clover imagined the image. Yes, the son of this empire is my man. Could it be Scarlet Ackman? In one day's time, I must investigate her quickly. Elsewhere, Scarlet said, of course, what's this about a monthly schedule? Can't we just meet again tomorrow? What's this about the next day? A meeting with Lady Ackman at the ruined Imperial Palace. And here's a postscript. Please come on foot. What kind of damn training is this? It's clear he's not interested in meeting quickly and getting it over with. Wait, so what should I do? Wear a red dress to make a strong impression. It's the second time wearing it, so it won't do if it doesn't leave a strong impression. Or should I prepare with all my sincerity? What if that tyrant isn't satisfied? Indeed, you can't go to someone else's house empty-handed, can you? Afterwards, she wore a literally red outfit, passing through the magnificent shopping street located near the Imperial Palace. Thanks to that, I could easily find those items. Grapefruit and white flowers. These are the two things that Tyrant hates the most. He especially dislikes white flowers, but as for the reason, I don't know. The scent of these flowers is so fragrant. In that case, I must give him another bouquet. This one, and this one too. Give me the white ones with the overwhelmingly strong scent. Very quickly, a bouquet was completed. The vendor said, here, your beloved will surely love this. Scarlet smiled gently and thought, love what? He'll hate it with a passion. Everything is prepared. Shall we get going now? It should be fine to go now. Very good. I'll make him lose that arrogant attitude. Time passed, and she arrived at the meeting point. Lady Ackman, to be precise, you were 2 hours and 13 minutes late. There were some unavoidable situations on my way here, so it's all right. In any case, the last schedule for today is quite relaxed. I am the Count who will be guiding this schedule. You may call me Clover, my lady. A pleasure to meet you, Clover. His Majesty is waiting, so please hurry, my lady. Just as in the original story, he's a workaholic. I didn't meet him last time. I guess he was sleeping in some corner. In any case, it's a bit of a pity. We arrived at night when the magic lights would normally be on, but today they all had to be turned off by His Majesty's order. Next time you visit, my lady, you can admire the Imperial Palace at night. Count, I have something to ask. Yes, please speak, my lady. Isn't this a prison? Clover clapped his hands loudly. You have such a sharp eye, my lady. To know so clearly on your first visit to the Imperial Palace. Aha, is that so? Both of them put on dark expressions and smiled with complete insincerity. He's going to appear in this way? Clover, you think I don't know for sure. In the Tyrant's private life, it wasn't just the female and male leads. The Tyrant's close aides also appeared quite clearly. They're the ones who simultaneously monitor the Tyrant's private life, because they're the ones who take on the role of dedicatedly teasing him. And according to the information in that book, the Count, she moved her face close to Clover, making him flustered as he called out, my lady. So Scarlet, deliberately let out a puff of a laugh, spattering saliva on Clover's glasses, which made his face darken. She said, I need to see His Majesty. This guy is famous for being a neat freak. Oh my, are you all right, Count? How is it? What does it feel like to face a disaster? Huh? Clover turned away and said tremblingly, I'm fine. Scarlet, emboldened, took it a step further. She took out an old cloth to wipe for Clover, making him tremble even more. My lady. Really? Why are you like this, Count? Are you all right? Scarlet laughed gleefully inside. That's right. Who would be so sarcastic to someone they just met for the first time? To think the cleaning rag I brought by mistake would be this useful. As she was gloating, a deep, low voice rang out. What are you two doing? Delaying like this right before my eyes? Both of them called out in surprise, Your Majesty. Challen looked at the two of them with a stern, cold expression, as if catching them in the act. Greetings. Yes, the son of the Empire. Lady Ackman has arrived. Yes, I wanted to see Your Majesty as soon as possible. Challen noticed the basket Scarlet was carrying. My lady, but what is that? This? It's fruit. Your Majesty invited me, and it would be a bit impolite to come empty-handed. Your Majesty, look at this. Aren't the white flowers beautiful? Seeing the white flowers, Clover's face darkened in his mind. Oh, that's not all. Scarlet also held out a grapefruit in front of Challen, and this too. This is a grapefruit. That's right, because I really like grapefruit. Challen's expression was tighter than a bowstring. In Challen's eyes, Scarlet was like a witch. Here, this is a wild grapefruit from the Zir's territory. It's also a product specially transported there by white mages. They look very delicious, don't they? Challen's face darkened as he called, Count Clover. Yes, Your Majesty. The Count looks very tired today, doesn't he? Not all. You go and rest for a bit. I will go inside with the young lady. Your Majesty's order, let's go inside. Scarlet was a little frightened, but still followed quietly behind. It's been a bit too quiet up until now. What should I say now? But Your Majesty, why did you order all the lights outside to be turned off earlier? Wait, could it be a moment just for the two of us, so we can shine brighter together than ever before? With a look of endurance, Challen replied, Now is the time I am working. Working, you say? That's right. This couldn't be put on the schedule. What is that expression of yours, my lady? Scarlet covered her face and said, I feel so hot. Hey, I was just kidding. So, does Your Majesty want me to help you with your work? You say you'll help me, my lady? Yes. If not, there would be no reason for Your Majesty to choose this time and this place. I'm very curious. Please tell me quickly, Your Majesty. Whatever you ask, I am very willing. That's right. Just as you said, my lady, I have something I need to do, which is why I had you summoned here. There is someone I want to meet and talk to. Oh, talk? I'm very good at that. As soon as they both stepped inside, they saw the arms of prisoners. Scarlet hid behind Challen in fear. He silently sneered, cheap thing. Hurry up. But what's with this giant underground prison? Who does he want to meet in a place like this? He's definitely not normal. Let's just avoid making eye contact. Suddenly someone called out, Hey girl, over here. I said over here. I've been framed, my lady. Please save me. Wait. Scarlet was grabbed by one of the arms. Hey, can't you let go of my hand? Don't go. You have to listen to my story of injustice. You're a kind person, right? Challen stood still, observing the situation. Scarlet was still struggling. Let go. What's wrong with you? It hurts. Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock when she heard Challen call out, My lady, be careful of your hand. Challen, like a demon, drew his sword and swung it straight towards her. Seeing the blood splatter, she froze. Oh my God. This isn't like the original story. Challen turned and said, It's gotten all dirty with blood. Isn't that so? My lady, isn't he an incurable madman? Scarlet was so frightened she collapsed to the ground. Challen walked over and stomped on the prisoner's severed arm, saying, The Count has more work to do now. The road ahead is still long. Let's go. The person you must meet, my lady, is deep inside this prison. Yes, who on earth are we going to meet? Moreover, he seems to be in a very good mood, truly a madman. Was the image of the tyrant originally like this? Scarlet looked down at her hands and discovered that the gift basket she had brought was left behind, lost back there. Scarlet scowled at Challen. Even before meeting the female lead, this guy's level of madness was already not normal. If only I could just smack that cute and cunning nape of his. As Scarlet was raising her hand behind him, Challen said, "Stop." Scarlet was startled and lowered her hand. What? Did he hear my thoughts? Scarlet hurriedly explained, "Ho ho, if you walk for this long, it's good to stretch your whole body." But Challen didn't address the topic she brought up. He said, "There are two paths for you. Of the two paths, the one the lady is most likely to choose is approaching, very close." The two of them stood before a room. Inside, a man holding a flower was speaking cheerfully. Cece said so. Oh, Cece. Me too, I love Cece too. I didn't expect you to whisper so sweetly, Cece. Scarlet asked with curiosity, Your Majesty. Who is that person? Challen turned away without a word. At that moment, Scarlet leaned down and called inside, "Sir, are you all right?" Challen's gaze seemed to drift into the void. There was once a prophet who was called a sage. Although he had been in prison for 19 months now, he had always remained silent. The old man's prophecies concerning the demon clan could not be taken lightly. Challen recalled what he had said back then. "Please protect this old man from strangers." That's right, putting me in prison is for the best. In return, this old man will give a prophecy. There are two paths, and the one with the highest probability of being chosen is approaching. However, that path is the one that brings destruction. Your Majesty, you cannot grasp even a little happiness for yourself. Besides the divine temple, the only ones who could foretell events were the demon clan, where the prophets were slumbering. Scarlet asked, "Sir, who are you talking to?" Someone not of the demon clan had predicted that upon discovering the demon clan's secret, they would feel envious. Perhaps I can use this old man to learn about that secret. Are you talking to fairies? Cece is a fairy. This girl's inner world. Could it be her? For a moment, Challen broke into a smile. He quickly adjusted his expression and moved to block Scarlet. "Hey, my lady. He's a criminal faking madness. You shouldn't get close." Scarlet asked earnestly, "Are fairies real, sir?" Challen wanted to stop her. "It would be better." Then she heard the old man say, "What's wrong? You don't believe me either? That's understandable. Only those with a pure heart can see fairies." "Ah, is that so? My heart is only impure when it comes to my Majesty." "Well then, it can't be helped." "Did you just say Your Majesty?" "Yes, we're on a date right now." Scarlet chuckled silently at Challen's expression. "Look at that cruel expression. My lady, you are now." The man reached out his hand. Oh, what a peculiar taste. Suddenly, Challen's sword flashed out to block him. His eyes were menacing, threatening him not to touch Scarlet. Challen reminded her, "My lady, he is just a criminal who plays with people's minds. It's best if you don't believe him blindly. You need to be careful with everyone. I apologize to you. He doesn't just kill anyone he touches. That's why I approached him. Doesn't Challen realize that? Was he protecting me? Of course not." Scarlet said he was talking about fairies, so I was very curious. "I believe there are fairies in this world." "Fairies?" "Yes, but it's useless since I can't see them." Challen was a little surprised. Then he scoffed. Let's get back to the path we should be on." Challen let out a sigh and said, "Now I don't know if you can do this well." Scarlet was suspicious. What does he mean? But anyway, pretending to be a naive fool seems to be working, right? That's right, besides the usual crazy acts, I also need to properly acknowledge this shortcoming. If you're already crazy and also ignorant, wouldn't that be a disaster? Suddenly, Challen turned back and called, "My lady." Then he pointed his hand out. By reflex, Scarlet also reached her hand toward him. She was still wondering, why did he suddenly reach out his hand, when Challen unexpectedly pulled her towards him. Facing her now was a white-haired person. She broke into a sweat and asked, "Is this the person I'm supposed to meet?" "Your Majesty." "That's right. My lady, feel free to ask anything." "Anything? But who is that person?" He didn't answer, but smirked. The woman in the cell asked, "Your Majesty, are you well?" "Of course. It's been a while." "Van." "Yes, Your Majesty." Challen glanced at Scarlet. "My lady, ask your question." Challen called a second time. "My lady." Scarlet was bewildered. Could it be, are these really the eyes of a sage? Then said, My, the lady is standing so far away, but it's close enough for me to see." Seeing her hand reaching towards her, Scarlet's face turned pale. "Ugh, I feel dizzy. The time has come to make a choice." Van held Scarlet's hand and continued, "You pitiful lady, because of that, everything will begin to change. What was destined will be broken, and from now on, you will receive blessings." Suddenly, Challen pulled Scarlet back. "That's enough. That's all you'll say." Then gave a faint smirk and said, "Very well." Challen's eyes were now filled with thoughts. "Your Majesty, could you let go of my hand?" Unsure if it was out of embarrassment or something else, Challen pushed Scarlet forward. Honestly, let's go back now. Oh, Your Majesty, what if something happened to me when you suddenly let go like that? Don't you have reflexes? Van, sitting in her cell, suddenly let out a slight smile. At the end of the day, Clover came to report, "You've returned, Your Majesty." The lady has just left the residence. Challen replied faintly, "All right, Your Majesty, did something happen in the basement prison?" Van, did she say anything? Yes. What? Really? What on earth did Frayne say? Challen put down his wine glass and said, "Vince said the demon lady is truly pitiful. Don't mind it." Huh, yes. Challen remembered that moment. "I'm fine. My lady, you don't have to pretend you're fine. A prediction is just a possibility. You don't have to be bound by that prophecy." Haha, I'm really fine. I don't pay any mind to Your Majesty's words. No matter what kind of life we live, we can only live today to the fullest. So as long as Your Majesty feels that you've lived a fulfilling day today, that's enough. That's my point of view, and I feel that today was very fulfilling, don't you think? Clover looked alarmed as he heard the Emperor recount what happened in the prison. Oh dear, my uncle again. So, Van is still saying such unlucky things. And what's this about? What was destined will be broken. What kind of nonsensical prophecy is that? Is the lady all right? It was the complete opposite. She looked very well. It's amazing. A prophecy, isn't it incredibly fantastical? She even laughed with great amusement. It's just that, her being like that isn't so bad. After returning to the residence, Scarlet stretched, more tiring than I thought. I should hurry to bed. Just then, Eisen came out and asked, "You're only back now? Eisen, what are you still doing up at this hour instead of sleeping? Is something wrong?" I should be the one saying that. You too. It's good that you're back. Go to the bathroom and fix this and that. What's wrong with him? Why are you so upset? Eisen stepped closer. Are you really asking because you don't know? You. How can you not be worried after something like that happened? Could it be that it seems you don't remember, but you almost departed from this world back then. How could I not worry when something like that happened? Seeing Eisen so worried he was on the verge of tears, she stared in surprise. I'm sorry, Eisen. I'll come home early, okay? I was wrong. Back then? Is he talking about when I was transmigrated? Anyway, thank you for worrying about me. But don't worry, from now, I'm going to live really well. Seeing her cheerful look, Eisen was somewhat relieved. I'll go in first? Sleep well, Eisen. My dear boy, thank you. From now on, I'll try my best not to die. Of course, starting tomorrow, I'll have to do something. 3 days later, at the Imperial Bank, the female employee said with a bright smile, So, the west of the Imperial Palace. Do you mean you want as many safe zones as possible, esteemed customer? Scarlet replied cheerfully. That's right. With your current financial situation and available properties, the purchasing potential is up to 300 cent, about half a stadium. Seeing that Scarlet wanted to buy a safe zone, people started whispering, "Is that the demon lady, that mad demon?" You people, I can hear everything. Not bad. I'll register for the highest standard. Yes, please sign here, esteemed customer. The results will be announced to you by this evening. Great. First, the land issue is settled. Scarlet snapped her fingers. William Lance. Yes, my lady. Prepare the carriage for me. Will you be returning to the residence immediately, my lady? No, I have to go see my land, don't I? Just wait a little longer. My money. No, my lovely little fairies. She arrived at the place very quickly. Is this the safe zone? It's closer to the Imperial Palace than I thought. In the original story, this is where I'll meet the fairies again. The fairies said they were born half a year ago, but haven't eaten anything. The fairies must have been born by now. The fairies love the sweet, gentle scent of fruit. They're important creatures who gave wings to Chloe, a person who had nothing. As such, for Scarlet, meeting Chloe is like a baptism. Since the fairies like fruit, I have to buy some seeds at the magic garden on the way back. I don't want to possess that many. Just one fairy stone is enough. As Scarlet was walking, she heard voices nearby. It seemed they were refusing passage to the peak of Bizahori. The reason, apparently, was interference from the temple's side. Just one temple, and it's already caused 10 problems today. Whatever, they're all going to die anyway. Your Majesty, if not, we should just bring the ships and slaughter them all. Scarlet quickly hid behind a tree. She recognized the person as the Emperor and the golden squid from the banquet. It scared the life out of her. Is he out for a walk? In any case, I will look into it further and report back to Your Majesty. Even if our finances are being siphoned off, our pride remains. Hiding behind the tree, Scarlet thought, wait, why do I have to hide? From the standpoint of the crazy Scarlet, this should be fun. All right, I'll just surprise him. With that thought, she covered her mouth and made a sound. Kaliar heard it and immediately turned his head. What was that sound? Scarlet leaped out, startling Challen. She smiled foolishly and said, "Your Majesty, did you know I miss you so much?" As she spoke, she ran toward Chalin. Unfortunately, she twisted her ankle. Luckily, Chalin was quick to catch her. "I heard someone's voice. So it was Lady Ackman?" Scarlet was stunned. This wasn't in the plan. Up close like this, he's ridiculously handsome. How about that? Chalin put on a frightening expression and asked, "What are you doing here?" So scary. Roman only now realized that the girl was Lady Ackman Scarlet. Why did she run out from the forest? He was already in a foul mood because of the temple affair. If His Majesty also dices up his own fiancée, it would truly be a disaster. I must intervene before everything explodes. "Your Majesty, are you all right? Your Majesty is also tired, so allow me to escort the lady." Chalin completely ignored Roman's words. He asked, "Are you injured?" She whined, "Yes, I'm injured in my heart, Your Majesty." She didn't even fall, yet she claims her heart is injured. What am I witnessing right now? It seems His Majesty doesn't mind the physical contact. Their relationship is better than I thought. Scarlet continued, "Because Your Majesty is so handsome, upon seeing this face, my heart. Seeing as you're still spouting such nonsense, you must be fine." Roman, feeling a bit superfluous, spoke up, "Your Majesty, I still have many matters to handle, so I shall take my leave first." Chalin remained silent. Roman took this as tacit agreement and made a swift exit. Scarlet thought in confusion, why didn't Chalin go with him? If it were me, encountering such a clingy person, I would have run away immediately. How many more times do I have to ruin my image in front of him? If this keeps up, I'll die just as in the original plot. This Chalin guy, why is he so stone-hearted? This won't do. I have to find a new way to handle this. She continued, "Your Majesty, that is why? As Your Majesty's fiancé, could you sell it to me cheap? Am I operating a loss here?" After a moment of silence, Chalin said, "Pardon me, what? Why is he taking off his glove? Is he going to hit me?" Chalin reached his hand towards Scarlet, causing her to shut her eyes tightly in fear. But he only picked a leaf from her hair and said, "It seems the lady is not afraid of me at all, is she? I will think about that request. Thank you, Your Majesty. It's late, we should head back. Your Majesty, please have a safe trip back as well." Upon returning home, she agonized. "Why did I say, Your Majesty, please have a safe trip back as well? And I even bid farewell so obediently, as if it was the proper thing to do. But I must admit, the man is excessively handsome. Is there some rule that villains have to be handsome? To be serious, he is the male lead, but I wasn't like this at the banquet, was I? Or is it because we met in the forest that I feel this way? No, it wasn't the atmosphere, but I sense something different. How should I put it? Just like him towards me. The tyrant Chalin Caliaon is a man who draws a clear line between the woman he loves and other women. Towards the one he loves, he is exceedingly kind, but with others, he is as sharp as a knife. I'm not Chloe. To him, I'm no different from other women. But why? At that moment, he was speaking and smiling gently. "It seems the lady is not afraid of me at all, is she?" I saw that his usual coldness. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Who could be coming at this hour? The Duke? Seriously, just as my thoughts were wandering, a problem arrives. I haven't been obeying him lately. If he wants to hit me, I'll run away from here for good. I still haven't been able to escape from here. She sat up and asked, "Who is it?" "It's me." "Open the door." "Are you asleep already?" This voice is Iza. "It's me. Open the door." "So it's Iza." Scarlet called out, "It's occupied in here. Is this a bathroom or what?" "Fine. Open the door." Yes. I thought it was the Duke." Scarlet reached out to open the door, then startled, thinking on second thought, it's late. What is Iza doing here? Did he come with the Duke? Scarlet changed her mind. "I don't want it anymore. I'm not opening the door." "What? It's so late. What do you intend to do coming into a woman's room? You're so shady. What are you talking about? Besides, you keep talking in that commanding tone. I came here because I have something to say. So be good and open the door for me." Scarlet thought to herself, even if that weren't the case, I'd still run for my life. "We're not close enough to sit down and have a talk, are we?" Scarlet continued, "I'm not wearing any clothes." "Here, you've really gone mad. It seems he came alone. Lower your voice. If you and I get into an argument, I wonder what the Duchess would do to me. You just talk from there. Honestly. All right, I get it. It's nothing special. Could you speak up a bit? It's nothing today. I just wanted to wish you a good night." Scarlet was dumbfounded. What was that? Did he come because he was worried about me? He was worried I'd be too scared of the Duke to sleep. At this, Scarlet finally opened the door. When Iza saw her, he asked, "You're wearing clothes. Iza, you're sick, aren't you?" What do you mean? No, it's just that lately you've been doing cute things that you didn't do before. Go to sleep quickly. You have a good night, too. That night, the Duke did not send for Scarlet. In the meantime, I had thought of a way to tease him. The falling winter flowers cause all the hair on one's head to fall out, like a monstrous spider raised in the magic tower. A real pity for Iza. At that time, Scarlet's fiancé, Chalin, was contemplating her fearless appearance, even before an emperor so rife with rumors. The unlucky star appeared at the time His Highness the Prince was born. If we ignore this event, the royal family and the entire empire will be destroyed. The Pope's prophecy was a baseless claim, yet no one could oppose it. By that time, the power of the temple was already immense. For the prosperity and eternal survival of this empire, His Highness the Prince cannot escape his fate. We must prevent the disastrous consequences from descending. When everyone believed the prophecy and did not acknowledge him, he swung his sword to protect his own life. In order to live, he didn't mind even killing people. The blood of those he killed was enough to drench an entire mountain. A person like him could not be called human. At this point, all that was left was the title of Tyrant. To him, Ackman Scarlet was very special. She thought he was a very different person and didn't make things difficult for him. If she heard them, would she deny it or not? Chalin could sense it. She was not afraid of him at all. The so-called. Chalin looked down at the map. Come to think of it, I will think about it and give you an answer. Sell the land cheap? Is this fearlessness or just being too thick-skinned? The land where fairies live? If I go now, it won't work. She will surely be furious. Is that why I've somehow become curious about what she will do? I'll try it once. Afterward at Lady Ackman's. This is the transfer deed for the safe zone issued by the Empire. Please read it carefully and sign it for me, my lady. This person was the #1 royal guard, disguised by Count Clover for the mission. Thank you. Scarlet wondered, how much of a discount did they give me? Why is the price of the land still the same? Did the landowners say anything else? Is there a problem with the documents? No. So he's using the contract as an excuse to see me. His Majesty the Emperor said nothing at all. If you wish, my lady, you can request a meeting. I will adjust the schedule. Chalin, you said you would think about it. She said it's just. Is this a slap in my face? Clover and Sister Lucy immediately turned to stone when they heard her words. It's obvious the lady is very upset. My lady, is something the matter? Clover thought to himself. Do I have to report this to His Majesty as well? He had instructed, you must remember everything she says. Scarlet smiled brightly. I was just a bit excited. Please forget what I said just now. She's even more eccentric than the rumors say. Then, my lady, could you sign the document? Scarlet fumed. So you want to mess with me, is that it? Very well. All right. Clover thought of the scene. Could it be? Is His Majesty really dating the lady? They're even playing hard to get with each other. His Majesty's dating partner. Scarlet finished signing and pushed the paper over. This is it, right? Ah, yes. Now, once the royal family approves it, the procedure will be complete. Then I will take my leave. You've worked hard. My lady, I'll prepare a meal for you. That won't be necessary. Go prepare a carriage for me. Where are you going? To the bank. I'm going to review the land I purchased. Yes, I'll prepare it at once. A box of pastries was prepared. Scarlet took a bite and immediately regained her composure. I'm calm now. I put too much faith in Chalin. I thought I would buy the land for only half its original price. No, wasn't it just my misunderstanding? Because the tyrant said he was thinking about it. Let's think positively. Even so, when I asked for a discount, he didn't get angry. Oh, that reminds me, I still haven't been to the magic garden. The magic seed flowers for children's education only need to be cared for a month before they bear fruit. I'll go today. The weather is so lovely. How much longer until we get there? We are about to arrive, my lady. Let's see. The magic garden. Did I come to the wrong place? This is crazy. Let's see. From here, then turn into the alley on the left. As I was walking, someone called out, "Hey, over there." Scarlet turned her head to look. Frida looked at her and asked, "Are you lost? I heard you were brainless, and it seems to be true. Last time I was too surprised, so I let it slide. This time is different." Scarlet froze for 2 seconds, thinking to herself, who is she? You dare threaten me. Did you tell me you want to die? How can you say such rude things in such a crowded place? A threat. Now Scarlet remembers her. Do you want to die? So it's the green lady from the banquet. Frida was startled to be called the green lady. What? My hair isn't green, it's chartreuse. So that's it. Who cares? Now that that's settled, I'll be on my way, Miss Chartreuse. Wait, hold on. My name is Peridot. Peridot Frida. Hey, are you even listening? Scarlet sighed. All right, you. Oh no, Lady Frida. I'm just asking just in case. Are you trying to befriend me? Peridot Frida seemed embarrassed upon hearing that. If not, then that's a relief, because you're not my type of person, my lady. Suddenly Peridot said, Friends? What friends? You're always like this, always thinking you're the noble lady of the Ackman family. And yet all your evil deeds make people both shudder in fear and unable to accept someone like you. You don't even remember other people's names. Do you understand what I'm saying? My lady, you won't live for long. Her words were not baseless. I mean, up until now, all of that tyrant's fiancés have died. Sometimes at the hands of that tyrant, other times under the control of others. Even if that's true, those are not words that should be said on the street in broad daylight like this. She's got some nerve, calling me someone who'll die young. I can't believe she'd make up such nonsense. Talking to you is worthless. Why do I have to go through all this trouble? I'm warning you one last time. You just wait and see. My lady, if you don't want to die before me, you should watch your mouth. I will survive no matter what. Peridot Frida yelled, You rude thing. You just wait. This entire scene was witnessed by Clover, who then reported back to Charlene. XX minutes, XX day, XX. Bought magic seeds at the magic garden. Is this all the information you have on the lady? Yes, this is what was investigated today. Her daily actions and her behavior in front of me are the same. Indeed, those crazy actions and way of speaking. It seems that's just her true nature. She said I have a sulky face. Suddenly Charlene smirked, frightening Clover. He suddenly froze. Did His Majesty just laugh? Your Majesty, there is something I wish to say. Is Your Majesty dating Lady Ackman? What? You've been following the lady so much that your mind has gone fuzzy, haven't you? I told you to investigate, but it seems you've been infected by her instead. That's not it, Your Majesty. I just asked an unnecessary question. Ha ha. Stop talking nonsense. Get back to your work, as you command. Where is Lady Ackman now? According to reports from the other covert trackers, the lady is in the safe zone. At the same time, Scarlet also let out a sigh of relief. Phew, finished planting. On the other side, Charlene said, I will do the rest of the investigation myself. That stalker-like lady has been dealt with. Meanwhile, Scarlet thought to herself, it's more expensive than I thought, but I've already taken care of the remaining amount. Great, everything is still going according to plan. Just then, Charlene walked over and said, So you're here? Scarlet turned around and called out, Your Majesty. Scarlet cursed internally. Charlene, you liar. What are you doing? You think I came here to play? Thinking that, she still smiled brightly. I am planting fruit seeds. Why is that? I heard these seeds will sprout in just 3 weeks, so I find it very magical. Ah, you're talking about those seeds? Scarlet was surprised to see Charlene sit down next to her. He's actually sitting on the ground? I can't believe it. Scarlet bumped Charlene's shoulder and said, Ah, the thing is, I'm going to give a gift to the fairies. Fairies? Scarlet was worried. What should I do? I can't think of any crazy act right now. The fairies will appear here, so I want to quickly grow the seeds and give them to the fairies. After that, I said nothing more. After a long moment, I looked up at him. He was quietly looking at me, the corners of his mouth slightly turned up. It was just a feeling, but it seemed he wasn't aware that he was smiling. It seems I've seen a side of him I wasn't supposed to see. She quickly turned her face away. Wait, this is so embarrassing. I have to say something. Come to think of it, this place from now on, isn't it my land? What are you trying to say, my lady? So about that. I see. Since it's your land, do you want me to pay a toll now? Your Majesty, please don't think that. All right, if Your Majesty is coming here, then we should rewrite the contract. Instead of a toll, I will let you use it as you please. And I will reduce the price of this land by half. Yes, really? Why so suddenly? Isn't this too easy? On one condition. I knew it would be like this. What trick are you planning now? Fine, go ahead, Your Majesty. Anything is fine. No, as long as it's not dying. So is it a deal? After hearing Charlene's condition, Scarlet was surprised. Passage rights? Is it really just passage rights? Just to come and go? Then all the products and fruits grown here will be all mine. Correct. Seeing Scarlet's radiant expression, Charlene thought, I didn't think she would like this option. I had anticipated it. I just didn't expect her reaction to be so obvious. Scarlet beamed. Haha, half the price. That's good enough. He gave me a discount so easily. That's how it should be. It'd be great if we could just cancel the engagement like this. I will finalize the contract during our next official schedule. Scarlet turned back, guessing internally. We're meeting again? To cancel the engagement? Yes. Cancel, no, the next schedule? I will send suitable dates to the ducal palace. You just need to choose the date you want, my lady. This noble lady is just running around looking pleased. Isn't she concerned about this at all? As for the location, I will decide it, all right? Scarlett froze. We're just setting up another meeting like that? This isn't right. A few days later, at the Ackman family residence. Lady Scarlett, what are you doing? Are you curious? Want to take a look? My lady, what are you doing? A failed product of magic, a magic insect. The result of research on human discomfort when stepping on insects. Currently on sale at a cheap price at the magic shop. Scarlett held the spider in front of Lucy. Lucy immediately stomped it into oblivion. When you step on it, it leaves a specific message. Idiot. Here, how do you plan to use it, my lady? It's already written. Suddenly, there was a fierce scream from outside. At that moment outside, my lord. What's the matter? Get lost. On the Duke's forehead were the words, if we're talking about filthy, inhuman crimes, I deserve to be hanged. The Duke furiously shouted, Scarlett Ackman. Scarlett laughed to herself. That's bloody revenge for him laying a hand on me the other day. My lady, the Duke is heading this way. You're not in a very good mood today, are you? I'll go prepare the carriage. And you should get changed too. Yes, let's go out and eat something delicious. All right? Yes, I'll get ready. The butler of the Ackman family, Vector, approached and said, The Duke summoned me. Why are you only here now? Butler, I apologize, my lord. But what happened to your face? So noisy, where is Scarlett? Treating your face is more important than the lady, my lord. First, let me call a doctor. If not, I'll summon a mage. Where did you get the nerve to lecture me like that? Go find her and bring her before me immediately. I won't let her off today. Duke Ackman threw and broke the butler's glasses, shouting, What are you doing? Aren't you going to crawl out? You're old, and now you're deaf too? You useless old man. Just a few years ago, I wouldn't have thought something like this would happen. Baron Ackman, the current Duke, is the younger brother of the former Duke, Aaron Ackman. Aaron Ackman, the first head of the family. He was a man beloved by all. During that period, many prophets appeared, and he brought prosperity to the declining family. Even the stubborn elders had to be wary of him. Even when he fell in love with a common woman, no one stood in the way of their love. His life was as perfect as people make up in stories, but it didn't last long. The 22-year-old young man died suspiciously. The woman he loved, instead of being chosen to become Aaron's Duchess Milia, she was married off to Baron and became the first Duchess. It seemed something had happened, but the lady said nothing until she passed away. The Duke continued to scream. Bring her here now, do you understand? Yes, my lord. Lord Baron has become increasingly violent. The young lady also had a very hard time when she was little. The butler held the broken glasses and thought, how many is this now? Suddenly Scarlett appeared and asked, what's wrong? Did the Duke break your glasses again? Ah, my lady, you can't be here. The Duke is furious. I was planning to go out anyway. Ah, let me get them fixed for you in the village. It's all right. It's not for free. Instead, I have one condition. Scarlett whispered into the butler's ear, let's work together to tease the Duke. You must keep it a secret from the Duke. I will do as you say, my lady. Then it's settled. Even so, seeing the lady more cheerful than before is a great relief to my heart. Inside the imperial palace, Charlene chuckled. I thought she would just smile. I didn't expect her to jump up and down like that. But that's just like her. Breaking off the engagement for those 2 words, she performed that so-called crazy act. What a funny girl. The Tyrant was very surprised by her harmless motive, and that unpredictable action of hers made him find it very amusing. Whether she dies or he dies, this engagement will proceed, even if she doesn't want it to. For someone like him who rarely laughs, her existence was something very interesting. For now, I'll pretend not to know. Watching her isn't so bad. I'll let her live for once for the next month. I wonder if I can have her if I try everything. The next day, as Isaiah Ackman was walking, Scarlett called out, Hey, Isaiah. Isaiah turned around, and Scarlett looked amused. What's this? You've slicked your hair back. Do you only now realize you're a nobleman? Oh my, I almost didn't recognize you. Dressed so neatly, so different from usual. Isaiah asked, Why are you only just arriving? I overslept. What about the Duke and Duchess? They're probably preparing to receive the guests. The mansion was decorated grandly, as if to show off. That's right, today is a momentous day for the Duke. It's the day to dine and converse with the elders. It is said that the Duke holds a family gathering meal when receiving important guests. Even if the main guest doesn't show up, although it's a bit ostentatious, it's also to show that the family is harmonious and peaceful. I wonder why you're so obediently listening to the Duke. Me? All right, let's hurry. Scarlett thought to herself, just as Isaiah said, I don't like participating in family events at the Duke's request, but I'm very curious to see the faces of those old men. So what can I do? Hey, let's go together. Oh, wait, I bought some land. Why so suddenly? I bought the safe zone in front of the palace. You know where that is, right? Hey, don't talk about this in front of the Duke and Duchess. Yes, I know. As they were chatting animatedly, the Duchess called out from behind, "What are you doing? Hurry up, Duchess. It's been a while, hasn't it? The elders are about to arrive. Go inside immediately. Let's hurry inside." Mila Ackman thought to herself. How strange. Did something happen to her recently? Her gaze has become sharper. "Scarlet, you haven't changed at all. Still doing those meaningless things, just like your mother." Scarlet turned back and asked, "Wait a minute, are you only scolding me, Duchess? Whenever mother is mentioned, you just want to curse and scold." "Scarlet, calm down. Who would say such a thing to a daughter who has lost her mother? Seeing you speak so carelessly, I guess you're not aware of your own age, Duchess. You little." Just as she was about to lunge forward, a man leaning on a cane approached and said sternly, "The young lady is absolutely right. I don't particularly like you, young lady, but I must admit you are not wrong." Scarlet stared blankly. Those people, one look was all it took. They were the elders. "A pleasure to meet you, Duchess. A pleasure to meet you, young master and young lady. But how long do you all intend to block the entrance? It's not a good look to have such a scene in front of the main hall." "That's right. It's not like today is the only day I've argued with her." "All right, we are busy people." Isaiah Ackman could only sigh wearily. The Duchess and Scarlet exchanged glances that said, "Just you wait." At the dining table, Isaiah asked, "Are you okay?" "Huh?" The Duchess's words from earlier. "I'm sorry you had to hear that. That's not for you to apologize for. Don't worry about it and just eat. You're worrying for nothing." "All right. By the way, speaking of the elders we just met, aren't their personalities just as bad as the Duke and Duchess's? I met them during last week's meeting. Their personalities are no joke, but the truth might be different for you." "Different? How is it different for me?" "Are you really asking because you don't know? Aren't you the spitting image of your mother? Don't you know what that means to the elders?" Isaac told me about the relationship between the Ackman family and the elders, something that wasn't in the original story. A long time ago, the Ackman family was responsible for protecting the border of the demon beast forest, independent of the empire. To fulfill this role, cooperation between the elders and the family was crucial. Therefore, unlike other families, the elders of the Ackman family hold considerable power. Ultimately, to become the official family head, one must earn their trust and confidence. But now, more than ever, is a time when the Ackman family has a poor relationship with the elders. Not only is there no trust and loyalty, but our family also receives their hatred. The previous Duke was highly respected by everyone. The current Duke doesn't receive much attention. The elders who still work with the family may be doing so out of loyalty to the previous Duke. The elders cherished the previous Duke and his lover. Thus, Scarlet's existence is somewhat special. So that's how it is. Is she suddenly bewildered because we're talking about the family? She's completely clueless about things she doesn't care about, and I knew nothing about this. "Hey, are you okay?" Anyway, in the original story, even these great elders will die in the conflict between the two sides. I plan to run away from here, but then the others will just follow the plot. If that's the case, in the end, all of these people are fated to die at the hands of the Tyrant. Even Isaiah. "Hey, Scarlet, are you really okay?" "Ah, yes." "What did you just say?" "Snap out of it. The family meeting is after the meal. The others have nothing to do with me. No matter what happens, there's no reason for me to take responsibility." But suddenly, Isaiah grabbed Scarlet's hand and reminded her, "Since all the elders are present, don't act arrogantly." Scarlet asked, "What's with your hand?" Isaiah looked bewildered. "What hand?" Then he looked down and saw that he had been holding Scarlet's hand without realizing it. He quickly pulled his hand back. "No, this. I don't know either. Seeing you so dazed made me uneasy. So, ah yes, I understand. I'll believe you for now. What's with that expression?" Scarlet told herself, "But as I thought, I can't just abandon them." Isaiah said, blushing, "I told you not to stare at me with that weird look. Surely, there must be a way to save Isaiah. The people who are important to me, I will definitely save their lives. Although I haven't been in this world for long, the only people who have genuinely worried about and treated me well are my maid, Lucy, and Isaiah, my half-brother. At least in this mansion, I must save these two people at all costs. Only then can I be at peace in my old age. But how to save them is the problem." Suddenly, Isaiah stood up and said, "Scarlet, get up. The family meeting is about to start." "Ah, yes. I'm not strong enough to take on the responsibility of protecting them directly. Is there someone in the Ackman family strong enough to protect those two?" "No. Even if there were such a person, why would they protect the two people I care about?" The butler saw them and bowed. "Young master, young lady, you've arrived. The lords are waiting inside." Isaiah glanced at Scarlet. "Ready?" "Ready. For now, the meeting is the top priority." As the door opened, the eyes of all the elders turned towards it. Iza Ackman, Scarlet Ackman. It's a pleasure to meet you all, the Duke said irritably. Honestly, what took you so long? Hurry up and sit down. Yes, Your Grace. Scarlet glanced over the elders and thought, why didn't I think of it? Doesn't Scarlet have the elders on her side? I've found it. A way to save Lucy and Iza from death. The money Scarlet used for her harassment came from the elders. Why did the elders lend her money to harm others? The reason was very simple. They had a soft spot for Scarlet's deceased mother. As her daughter, they couldn't help but be soft on Scarlet. I grew up without a mother. Are you just going to abandon me like this? You're not even human. Even though they were close to Scarlet's mother, for the elders to lend her money just because of a line like that. Anyway, those involved with black magic will be executed for the crime of providing financial support. But this time, I won't be borrowing money from you, dear elders. Instead, you will be in my debt. The Duke said, now that everyone has arrived, let's begin the Ackman family meeting. A moment later. So, in the end, it's still about asking for money. Let me be clear, this isn't just my family's problem, but the entire clan's. If the border of the Demon Beast Forest collapses, the entire territory could be in danger. Don't you know that? All right, I have no idea what cabin is. You're asking for money to buy poisonous mushrooms or something. Cabin is not a poisonous mushroom. It's a plant with outstanding effectiveness in capturing demon beasts. If things get out of control, the family head won't escape responsibility either. Are you threatening me now? A family meeting? This is more like a cat and dog fight than I thought. Iza reminded her, don't let others hear you. One of them said, last month, by the Emperor's order, we had to eliminate all the goblins in the Demon Beast Forest. As you all probably know, minotaurs have now appeared in that location. What? So what do we do now? Didn't I just say? It's cabin. Using cabin is the way to deal with minotaurs. Right now, it's the only way. That's right, the original story also mentioned the matter of the Demon Beast Forest. The ancient magic left by the Ackman ancestors to seal the boundary between the Demon Beast Forest and the territory has begun to weaken. They will use cabin to stop everything, but cabin alone cannot completely solve the problem. Isn't it about time I spoke up? She raised her hand to speak. I know that in this situation, we need cabin. But you still haven't said why that situation occurred. That matter, that is the core of the issue. It's just that we don't know why either. You don't know? The Demon Beast Forest is an area forbidden to everyone. How can we risk our lives to go in there, right? I knew it. That's why they say I was pursued by that tyrant, because I have no abilities. In short, the culprit of this incident is a species of flower. This flower turns demon beasts into a variant that feels no pain and poisons them. The elders of the Ackman family did not know about this and tried to stop the demon beasts with cabin, causing the situation to worsen. In the end, the tyrant personally entered the Demon Beast Forest to resolve this matter. Surprisingly, he discovered this flower in a safe area nearby. The forest was stabilized, but all the elders were beheaded. When the Minotaur disappears, the Wyvern will appear. That matter must be resolved first before we can hope to end the family's problems. The Duke said, in any case, I don't have any money for you. You must know that. Scarlet thought, what a relief. Everything that Tyrant said and did to find that flower. I've memorized it all. For me, finding that flower is no different from finding ordinary flowers. It's as easy as pie. Therefore, in this situation, I will help you all resolve that matter. Ira turned to ask her, hey, Scarlet, are you okay? Why have you been grinning like that? Oh, it's nothing. I just had an idea. Ira was curious. What is she planning to do that's making her so excited? The next day, amidst a busy atmosphere, Mr. Bryan said, pack the luggage carefully so there are no mix-ups. We will put them in the carriage. Yes, I understand. Scarlet approached and called out, Mr. Bryan, Mrs. Andrian. Lady Scarlet. Hello, everyone. Mrs. Andrian asked, what is this about? Are you planning to tease us old folks, my lady? That's not it at all. Scarlet gestured with her hand. It's nothing much. I have something I want to give you too. Lucy brought over a jewelry box. This is an inheritance from my mother. Looking at the jewelry, Bryan and Mrs. Andrian were surprised. My lady, why are you giving this to us? I think you two will need it. Didn't we already talk at the family meeting? I am not the head of the family, so this is all I can give you. But I truly wish for everything to be resolved smoothly. You are important people to our family. Even if you are rejected today, I hope you will still take care of your health. Well then, have a safe journey. Mrs. Andrian replied, we are not leaving right away. We are just relocating. "Oh, is that so? We will come again in a few days. There's no way we would give up in a single day. The problem is still the problem. We acknowledge your kind heart, my lady. We will definitely return." They expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, my lady. It's all right," she thought to herself. "For now, showing this level of goodwill is enough. After this is resolved, then I can talk about proving myself. When the time is right, I'll have to say it. After I leave this place, please protect Lucy and Ira." Lucy reported, "My lady. The elders said they will be staying at the East Mansion for a while." "Is that so? It seems they'll be there for a long time. There's also a letter from the palace." "Where is it?" "Here it is." "I can't believe myself. I was so focused on the family meeting, I didn't even realize today was the day I'd receive the official schedule. Let's see, His Majesty is busy with state affairs, the next official schedule. So I'm requested to decide and reply as soon as possible." After reading the letter, Scarlett cried her eyes out. "What is this, really? I thought this letter would be to cancel the engagement. That kind of crazy wasn't enough." As expected, for that Tyrant, this still isn't enough. She didn't know that in the eyes of the cruel Tyrant, she was just a somewhat strange woman. Scarlett clenched the letter. "Then I have no choice but to change my strategy. Lucy, give me an outfit to go out." "What kind of outfit would you like, my lady?" "Choose the one that is the most pure and elegant, but it must still have charisma. The color should be nice. I should dress up properly for once, right?" "Yes, I will prepare it so you can wear it tomorrow, my lady." "No, I need it right now. I have to go meet someone." "Let's see if you can handle a personality like this." Although I don't know what happened, everything went very smoothly. For the first time in a month, all the documents have been recorded. In addition, the morning meeting was canceled, so I had extra time to take a nap. Oh, if only tomorrow could be like today. That's what I thought, until Scarlett came looking for me. Count Clover was feeling happy when his guard reported that Scarlett had arrived. "What? You're saying Lady Ackman came to see me?" "Because it's an important matter, the lady came here without prior notice. First, just tell her to wait in the carriage." As soon as he finished speaking, Clover was startled to see Scarlett entering. She was already escorted out of her carriage. Just then, Scarlett looked up and saw Clover. She cheerfully waved like a child. Inside, the Count poured her some tea. "Please have some, my lady. This is a tea imported from the East. If you don't like tea, I will make coffee." Scarlett didn't answer and just stared at him. It made Clover flustered. "I'm afraid I don't know what to say." He broke out in a sweat and began to tremble slightly. "So, my lady, what business brings you to see me?" She finally replied, "I came to see you so suddenly, yet everyone is still so attentive to me. As expected, now I am certain." "Pardon? The first day we met, do you remember? The first time we met in a prison without a single ray of light. This sorrow and the beautiful, fateful joke has begun." The more Clover listened, the more he stiffened as if turning to stone. "Yes. Oh, my saliva. It's all right. You're my hand, my very breath. I'm so embarrassed I don't know what to say anymore." Clover quickly tried to correct Scarlett's flirting, insisting that nothing of the sort had ever happened. Scarlett continued, "You must have suffered a lot being alone all this time, haven't you? Being His Majesty's close Prime Minister, yet having such feelings for me." Scarlett thought to herself, if acting crazy in front of the Tyrant doesn't work, I have another way. Clover said loudly, "What are you talking about, my lady?" Outside, the servants were eavesdropping. "My goodness, what's going on?" "Do you know?" Scarlett put on a shy look and said, "The situations of the nobility are so complicated. Prime Minister, you like me, don't you?" "Oh my goodness, I understand a Prime Minister's heart. Love truly makes things difficult for us, whether we want it or not. At some point, those feelings are stored in our hearts. This isn't the first or second time for me, so I'm used to it now. But even if you deny it, those feelings won't disappear." Clover couldn't take it anymore and had to say, "How on earth did you look at it to come to that conclusion, my lady? I can tell just by looking. Aren't the Prime Minister's actions just like that? In front of me, you are extremely tense. You stutter when you speak, and you even break out in a cold sweat. That Prime Minister, you can't fool my eyes." After listening to Scarlett lead him on for a while, Prime Minister Clover felt extremely bewildered. This woman, how can she be so confident? Can my actions really be interpreted that way? Could it be that's how others see it too? The Prime Minister is the smartest man in the empire, but how can he be so easily drawn into things like this? This won't do. Clover began to question his life, a man who has never been in a single relationship. Clover's face turned bright red as he said, "I like you, my lady." Scarlett said gleefully, "Are you admitting that you like me?" Clover was lost in a tangle of thoughts. Is love supposed to be this frustrating? My whole life I've been crazy about work. How would I know what love is? Goodness, I don't know. For now, let's just see how it goes. Whether it's true or not, please don't go around saying such nonsense, my lady. Why is that? Why do I have to be stuck with this devilish lady? Why? Because you are His Majesty's fiancé. Clover started to get scared. If His Majesty found out about this, a chill suddenly ran down Clover's spine. He scared himself thinking of a scene where Challen places a hand on his shoulder from behind and says, "Prime Minister Clover, I've been told that you are in love with someone, so it's my fiancé." His Majesty will not let this slide. Seeing Clover's unstable state, Scarlet broke out in a cold sweat and called out, "Prime Minister Clover, are you crying? You hate me so much you're crying? I'm sorry, you're taking this too seriously." Clover looked up and asked, "My lady, you have a lot of fun teasing me, don't you?" Scarlet was stunned. This guy is really something else. All right, it's useless even if the Prime Minister likes me. And I don't want to make the Prime Minister cry like this. What was that? That's right, of course it's not true. The lady only came to joke with me. What is love anyway? I cannot accept your feelings. I'm sorry for hurting you. Seeing Clover's dazed expression, Scarlet giggled and said, "Beautiful, right? I know I'm beautiful too." Clover screamed his head off. Not at all. Out in the carriage, she thought, that was really exciting. He's more fragile than I thought. A useless guy, if the Prime Minister spreads rumors of my actions to his other close associates. If all of his close associates hate me, then no one will be swayed, right? No matter what, the tyrant still has to maintain the dignity of a king. Scene change. At this moment, Rumen asked, "Prime Minister, so you're here?" "The contents of this afternoon's meeting, I will report to His Majesty." Clover remained sitting in a heap, not responding. Rumen was worried. "Prime Minister, what's wrong?" Suddenly Clover asked, "Count Rumen, you're very popular with the ladies, aren't you?" "Huh? Why so suddenly? So do you understand what it feels like to fall in love?" "I don't. What have you been going on about this whole time?" "So, trembling limbs, a heart pounding to the point of nausea. Is that what falling in love feels like?" That, according to the Prime Minister, it seems that's not it. Are you in pain somewhere?" Clover asked again with a serious face. "Right? What's really going on? Why are you talking such nonsense?" "It's nothing. Just forget what I said. Something definitely happened today. It's better not to tell anyone about this." The next morning, the annex of the Ackman family mansion. Scarlet wondered, how strange. Where has everyone gone? "It's not mealtime, is it? I asked Lucy to bake some cakes, and yet, before solving the problem in the Demon Beast Forest, I told Lucy to keep an eye on things. They're not in the mansion, so where could they have gone?" At this moment, Mrs. Andrian approached and called out, "Lady Scarlet." "Mrs. Andrian, hello, good morning." She asked, "What is it now?" "I was just passing by. Have you just returned from somewhere, madam?" "I want to meet the merchant guild that sells cabin. From now on, we will have to buy it in large quantities." "Ah, you've seen her before, haven't you, madam?" "She is Lucy, my handmaiden." "All right, so they'll be delivering the cabin today? I've read about it in books, but have never seen it in real life, so I'm very curious. We have already received a few in advance. Perhaps my lady here doesn't know what cabin is? Cabin looks like this. Oh, it's so cute. Can this little mushroom repel demon beasts?" "Only temporarily, but its scent can paralyze demon beasts." Suddenly Scarlet felt dizzy. How strange. Why can't I suddenly hear anything anymore? She started staggering backward. Lucy saw this and was extremely alarmed, rushing forward to catch Scarlet. "Oh, my lady," but she had already fallen to the ground with a thud. Afterward, she groggily sat up in an unfamiliar place. "Ow, my head. What happened?" "Just a moment ago, I was standing and talking to Mrs. Andrian in front of the mansion. Could it be I was teleported in that moment? Really, that can't be possible. But anyway, this is good timing, isn't it? It seems I'm about to see some vivid images again, but I've never set foot in this place. It seems this place is the Demon Beast Forest." Suddenly Scarlet heard a noise from behind, which startled her. It was a girl with fiery red hair holding a lamp. That red hair is... It's Chella Delaware. Why would the tyrant's lover come to a dangerous place like this? At this moment, Chella said, "They clearly said it was here. The tool that can replace cabin." "A tool? I must have it to win people's hearts." I remember now. In the original story, Chella found something that could replace cabin, but it seems she didn't learn about this by accident. Just now, I clearly heard it was said to be in the Demon Beast Forest. So that means someone tipped Chella off. Who could it be? First, it's not that tyrant. If Challen knew, he would have already solved everything before telling her. Something feels a bit unsettling, but for now, I'll just follow. Right here, I must identify what that tool is. Chella continued to search. Where on earth could it be? Come to think of it, was this scene described in the original story? Compared to the novel, something is strangely different. Oh, she stopped. So is hiding here. Slim get pedo. Slim get pet. It's not poisonous, and its main food source is demon beasts. It's small, cute, and harmless to humans. The moment it swallows a demon beast, no matter how ferocious the demon beast, it is devoured completely. The replacement for cabin, so it's the Slim get pedo. How lucky. I've roughly grasped the location. Next time I come, I can still find it myself. So for those in power. At this moment, she heard someone calling, Scarlet. Hey, can you hear me? Scarlet, wake up. Hearing the call, Scarlet jolted awake. Iza hurriedly asked, Scarlet, are you all right? Lucy, standing behind, was also extremely worried for her. Lady Scarlet. Scarlet looked around and asked, what's wrong with everyone? A few seconds later, she shot up. My goodness, are you saying that because I fainted in front of the mansion, you carried me all the way back here? Ugh, you troublemaker. Scarlet thought to herself, how strange. Although I thought about the plot of the original story, I've never fainted before. Mrs. Andrian asked with a sigh of relief, my lady, are you really all right? You really can faint anywhere. That's the problem. That's right. Mrs. Andrian is not wrong. This time, because there are people around, I was able to notice in time. What would you have done if you fainted like that with no one around? If your body isn't well, please rest properly. Don't make other people worry. If you're not comfortable at home, you can go rest somewhere else. Scarlet looked at the two elders and schemed. While I'm recuperating, I want to visit the residence of these two elders. Isn't this a great excuse? Scarlet said with a radiant smile. I've thought of a wonderful place to recuperate. She was immediately met with an objection. I do not agree. I don't care if my lady is traveling or recuperating, but why come to our territory? Your territory is still our family's territory anyway. So what's the problem, right? The area we manage is the Demon Beast Forest. Does my lady know how dangerous that place is? What if I still want to go? The entire situation in the territory, show it to me. I will return and relay what I see to the Duke. I will bring an image-transmitting device. No matter what, compared to hearing it from others, witnessing it directly is more emotional, right? If that's the reason, then it's not bad. So I'll take that as your agreement, okay? That's right. That's how it should be, right? I'm sure the elders won't be stubborn. If they take me to see it directly, from the Duke's perspective, there's no other choice but to agree. So I will speak with the Duke. At this moment, Iza spoke up in protest again. No. I said no. Even if the Duke allows it, I will not. You dare to go to such a dangerous place? Just getting there will take at least 3 days. How can that be? It will be better for me to go instead. Scarlet leaned over and said, Iza, don't worry. I'm not going alone. So, who will go with you? You'll find out. Afterward at the Imperial Palace, Challen read Scarlet's letter and then instructed Clover. Yes, Your Majesty. 2 weeks from now, clear my schedule. I have an appointment. Yes, is Your Majesty going somewhere? It seems she wants to go somewhere. A few days later in front of the mansion. So are the preparations complete? The carriage is also ready. My lady, we will depart as soon as His Majesty arrives. The Duke instructed, it's been a long time since the imperial family has visited, so behave properly. The family head should also act properly. What? Scarlet was secretly happy. Great. I can finally go to the Demon Beast Forest. But why hasn't Challen arrived yet? He left a long time ago. The Duke said, His Majesty is arriving rather late, isn't he? That's right. Even if he is a Kaleo, he must still abide by the laws on the Ackman family's territory. What is he so arrogant about? It seems to be about making the Emperor walk here. Scarlet was surprised. What? Is it true that the imperial family doesn't use a carriage to come to the Ackman territory? So you thought it was a joke until now? This is the truth. It has nothing to do with the proud voice of Duke, Kaleo, and Ackman. The relationship between this family is not for the reputation of the empire or a noble family, but this relationship is given top priority. It is a relationship that has been preserved for a very long time. But this matter will also end under the Tyrant's army, because Ackman failed to fulfill its role. At this moment, Izier also turned to ask, what on earth are you thinking? I can't believe you're going on a retreat with His Majesty. Well, he's my fiancé. She said that, but in her heart she thought, to be honest, being stuck together for 3 days and 3 nights. Until I achieve my goal, I'll be bored to tears. What did you say to the Duke? I said I was going to recuperate, and he allowed it right away. This is a bit suspicious. Scarlet recalled that moment. She ran in from outside Duke. He turned in surprise and asked, why didn't you knock? I didn't knock. I have something to say. Do you have time, Duke? She laughed inwardly. What are you hiding? I saw everything. The thing is, I've been fainting a lot lately. It seems my body isn't well. So I'm thinking about whether I should go recuperate or not. Seeing the way he clutched the communication sphere, she thought, isn't that a crystal ball used for communication? Is he having an affair? Where did you say you were going? I'm going to the territory managed by Lord Andrian. It's been 4 years. Don't tell me you're aiming for the successor position. Why would I do that? The female head of the family? I wouldn't take it even if it were offered to me. My wish is to not have to work, only to have fun. What nonsense are you spouting again? Truly, one can't expect anything from a child like you. I wonder, why does he hate me so much? It's not just hate, he's wary of me too. So that's how it is. The Duke will allow me to go recuperate, right? As a weak, fragile person like this, I need to go recuperate and have dreams in a place with fresh air. Fine, it's a good thing for you to go. Pardon? I didn't quite hear you. I mean, I'm allowing it. You go follow those old geezers. Ah, yes. Then I'll take my leave. Scarlet had only taken a few steps when the Duke spoke again. However, do you really not remember anything at all? I'm talking about the mark or that ring. I've asked you many times, why do you still pretend this is the first time you've heard of it? The mark of the ring? No, it was so sudden that I couldn't remember anything. Could it be he's looking for that? It's fine if you can't remember. The mark of the Ackman family, Scarlet. It is a magic bound to the air from one generation to the next of the Ackman family. This magic is proof of the family head, and it has existed in the form of a ring and a mark until now. The Duke, if he doesn't get what he wants, he can't become an official Duke. And what he wants can only be the Scarlet mark. But why is he searching for the family's mark on Scarlet? Whatever the reason, it's best to remember about that mark. It's passed down in different forms. I don't know what its current form is now. Iza called, Scarlet, what are you doing? Huh? Hurry and bow. His Majesty is here. Duke Ackman quickly ran over. Greetings, Your Majesty. It must have been a long and arduous journey for you. Thank you for inviting me. Duke Ackman. It's nothing, Your Majesty, but you already know about our family. Scarlet said, unhappily, you're getting too excited. His Majesty has no intention of listening. That's exactly what I was thinking. By the way, do you know those people over there? The blonde-haired man is Count Rumen, the head of the intelligence department. The person next to him, from what I recall, is the captain of Challen's Knights. Although it's obvious just by looking, but first of all, she replied, it's the first time I've seen him. Then why are they staring at you so intently? How should I know? What's this? Why are you smiling with that kind of face? Scarlet was about to ask something. Hey, you too. Then Challen approached from behind and called Lady Ackman. Hearing Challen's voice, Scarlet was startled and turned around, turning so quickly that she stumbled. He was already standing right behind her, and seeing her stumble, he caught her and said, My lady, you're still so prone to falling, aren't you? Scarlet's face flushed as she thought to herself, maybe it's because we haven't seen each other in so long. I suddenly feel all shaky. Scarlet Ackman greets Your Majesty. A normal greeting is fine. Are you all right? Yes. I was so lost in thought about Your Majesty that I didn't notice the time passing. Is that so? How wonderful. Scarlet was taken aback. Wonderful? Challen turned and ordered, Rumen, bring it here. Yes, Your Majesty. A bouquet of vibrant red flowers was brought to Scarlet, Lady Ackman. This is the bouquet His Majesty wishes to give you. Her face still red. Why the sudden flowers? Because seeing this flower made me think of you, my lady. Yes, but why? Could it be that I'm as beautiful as a flower? I thought it resembled your head of hair, my lady. Challen's down-to-earth answer made everyone freeze. Scarlet cursed inwardly. Challen, that bastard. Rumen, standing behind, was shaking from holding back his laughter. He said, wasn't I right? Yes, it seems the Count was right. I can't believe His Majesty would joke like that. So they really are dating. Then, please board the carriage, Lady Scarlet. Looking at the shabby carriage, Scarlet asked, excuse me, what's with this carriage? Lady Andrian replied, it's my carriage. Is there a problem? You must be very short on money. Ah, about that, I thought we would be riding in the same kind of carriage as His Majesty. Seeing that His Majesty isn't saying anything either, maybe we should try asking. It's fine. We're all going to the same place anyway. Scarlet grumbled. At times like this, he doesn't consider me his fiancée, huh? Just then, Iza ran over and called, hey, Scarlet, what's wrong? Haven't you gone inside yet? Haven't you departed yet? Also, you still remember what we talked about yesterday, right? No matter how you look at it. On the outside, Iza pretends to be like that, but he worries about me a lot. She smiled brightly and said, I know. She recalled last night, Scarlet. Yes, could it be you like His Majesty the Emperor? Hearing this, Scarlet spat out the tea she was drinking. Me? Why so suddenly? Why are you asking that? What do you mean suddenly? What are you talking about? You're already engaged after all. The thing is, you know him too, His Majesty is famous for having a cruel hand. Cruel? Calling a tyrant a person with a cruel hand? Well, that's true. He's killed enough people to make a mountain of bodies. You have a way with words, Iza. What's with that tone? Did I say something wrong? No, you spoke very well this time. So, what do you think of that ill-omened person? Is that important? To me, it is. Don't you think you'll be marrying him? It's a bit embarrassing to talk about these things. Even so, we have to be clear. Because you're my sister, are you worried he'll be violent towards me? That's right. That's why I'm worried. No matter how much you like His Majesty, I can't stand by and watch you get hurt by someone else. Seeing Izza's serious expression, Scarlet burst out laughing until tears streamed down her face. Ha ha ha. Isaiah, what's with that face? I've told you many times. I told you not to worry. I can take care of myself. Can't you listen seriously? Thanks, though. As expected, the only one who worries about me this much is you, right? Even so, take this with you. What is this decoration? It's a communication magic stone. As long as you set the target, you can communicate even from miles away. If you encounter a dangerous situation, don't hesitate to contact me immediately. I will come. Back in the present, Scarlet said. You're the one who shouldn't forget the favor I asked of you. Once a week, water the safe zone for me. Got it. Well then, I'm leaving. Travel safely. The convoy had traveled some distance before it stopped. Rumen complained. Honestly, we haven't been on the road for long, but we've stopped so many times. Outside, soldiers are arresting criminals. Where do all these bandits keep coming from? That's right, but why is the Count sitting here? Shouldn't you be in the royal carriage? My lady, really, how could I possibly ride in His Majesty's carriage? Stop talking nonsense and go back to your own carriage. Rumen looked outside to change the subject. There are bandits over there too. As expected, the management of this territory is too lax. Right? Trying to change the subject? The elder sitting next to her said, I'm sorry. Lady Scarlet, we are so ashamed. This area is under the jurisdiction of these two. What are you apologizing for? The bandits are only gathering because of the royal carriage. It's a good thing we have knights with us. His Majesty is also sitting in the carriage right in front of us. Could the bandits be enemies? Suddenly, someone shouted, Captain, a bandit has escaped. What? Spread out and find the escapee immediately. Don't let a single one get back alive. Absolutely. Suddenly, that man rushed towards Scarlet from outside. His face was covered in scars. He held a knife and said, Found you. Ackman. As he raised the knife, he was immediately slammed hard against the carriage by Challen from behind. Scarlet thus escaped disaster. After dealing with that guy, Challen said in a low voice, Are you hurt anywhere, my lady? Thanks to your Majesty, I'm fine. Brian and his wife were lamenting their just damaged carriage. A few seconds later, Scarlet regained her composure and asked, But why are you here? From behind, a guard also ran up and asked, Your Majesty, are you all right? Scarlet looked outside and saw Challen's horse. Isn't that the Emperor's beloved horse? Could it be that this whole time he's been riding on horseback, escorting my carriage? She had just started to speak, that is, Your Majes, when Challen cut her off. This won't do. My lady, get down, come ride in the carriage with me. Later, in Challen's carriage. What did you mean by what you said earlier? Well, did I understand correctly? As I thought, you weren't paying any attention at all. The one they were targeting was you, Lady Ackman. Do you know about the assassins of the Pan family? If it's the assassins of the Pan family. In the Empire, there is a family that has produced many skilled assassins, the Pan family. Their name is associated with a story. Whoever becomes a target of the Pan family, that person cannot escape death, no matter who they are. But Scarlet has no connection to them, does she? Scarlet replied, I don't know. Other than that they're a family of assassins, I know nothing. Besides, speaking of Pan, weren't the skills of those bandits a bit clumsy? Yes, that's true, but the breathing technique belongs to the Pan family. Even if they aren't Pan themselves, they are definitely assassins. They can't be simple bandits. Is there anyone who would want to take your life, my lady? Scarlet thought to herself, could it be Duke Ackman? It's just my intuition, but Scarlet asked, will they come again? Of course. Seeing her clenched fists, he reassured her, but you don't need to worry about it. What? Pan's assassins are after me, and this is not something to worry about, whether I live or die. You don't care at all. That's right. It may be nothing to your Majesty, but this is my life. He leaned in close and said, My lady, what I mean is that you don't need to worry. At least while you are by my side, no one will be able to lay a hand on you. So please rest assured. These words were like a stepping stone, attacking Scarlet. Lady Ackman, we are truly sorry. This morning's attack was due to our carelessness. We hope you will forgive us this once. It's all right. Didn't everyone arrive here safely? She thought to herself, so safe that I fell asleep in the carriage, while someone else stayed wide awake watching over me. The guard hesitated, but when Scarlet turned around, she saw Challen standing behind her. Seeing his ice-cold expression, she asked, "Why is your majesty like that?" "All right, since my lady is unharmed, I will let it go this time." "Thank you, your majesty." The guard was confused. What's going on? Suddenly, Rumen called out, "Your majesty! Your majesty, you're here? There is something that requires your majesty's inspection." Scarlet looked up and said, "I'll see you at the meal." "Your majesty, you should get some rest, my lady." "Yes, I will wait for your majesty." Riding in the same carriage made me feel a little shy, but it's also thanks to him that I arrived safely. I should repay his kindness, right? That evening, while everyone was resting, someone tapped a glass to get their attention. Now, everyone, could you please listen to me for a moment?" That person was none other than Scarlet. "It's nothing much. I just wanted to express my gratitude to everyone. You all have worked hard escorting me here. So, Lady Adrian said, what is my lady planning to say now? Dinner is over. While we rest, I want to give everyone a gift for protecting me all these days. A song called Beautiful Serena. Challen also paid attention to her every move. Scarlet also glanced at Challen. Challen's heart skipped another beat. Please, everyone listen. Scarlet began to perform the song. Each line sung immediately captured everyone's attention. Just when it seemed perfect, someone said, "The lady doesn't sing very well, does she?" Followed by the unenthusiastic expressions of the knights. Scarlet nervously thought, what does everyone think? I said I would repay everyone, but doing this is the only way that Tyrant will hate me, isn't it? Let's see how he reacts. Scarlet turned her head and found Challen covering his mouth, smiling. Her eyes widened in surprise. Challen, is he smiling? After returning to her tent, she lay down and sighed. I'm so tired. I thought singing like that in front of everyone would make them hate me. Who knew it would backfire? Who would have thought someone would laugh at this? Isn't he ashamed of me? What should I do for the rest of the journey? I can't sleep. Maybe I should go for a walk. Unable to sleep, Scarlet went for a walk and came across Challen standing with his horse. Just then, he also turned his head to look in her direction. Scarlet ran over and asked, Your Majesty, what are you doing here? I was on my way back from patrol. And you, my lady? Is something wrong? I'm just getting some fresh air. Going out alone this late, my lady? She looked bewildered. So, I need someone with me? Images that were not so innocent appeared in Challen's mind. What's wrong, Your Majesty? It's nothing. If you want to go, I can't stop you. Aren't you going back to your quarters? Suddenly, Challen turned back and asked, Want to go for a walk together? Afterwards, Scarlet was sitting behind Challen on the same horse. Scarlet's face darkened, her breathing uneven. I'm so embarrassed I can't even breathe. What possessed him to want to go for a walk together? Isn't Challen uncomfortable being with me? No, he never cared that much from the beginning. Is there anything to talk about? After thinking for a moment, Scarlet spoke up. Your Majesty said you have business elsewhere tomorrow, right? Where are you going, Your Majesty? I'm going to Rasha Hale and then coming back. Rasha Hale? That place isn't in the original story. I'll only be gone for half a day, so I'll leave at dawn and be back by noon, so it won't affect the overall schedule. Yes. Due to diplomatic matters, Challen will be absent early tomorrow morning. Actually, on the outside, I quite like him because he doesn't make unreasonable demands. After he ascended the throne, the tyranny of other nations also gradually decreased. But why does he look so uncomfortable? Suddenly, there was a sound from behind. Hearing it, Challen immediately went on alert. My lady, hold on tight. Yes. A moment later, the horse shot forward at a breakneck speed. Scarlet worried, No, I'm going to fall. Her two hands gripped Challen's chest tightly. After a short distance, he would turn back to check. Scarlet sat behind him with a face drenched in sweat as the horse continued to gallop. Suddenly she shouted, Your Majesty, what's that over there? Her hands nearly tore Challen's shirt. They both stopped and saw a cute little piglet with big, round eyes. Scarlet quickly calmed down. It's a wild boar. Finally, Scarlet relaxed. Oh my God, it's an adorable baby wild boar. I thought robbers had appeared at this hour. Challen leaned against a tree in exasperation, thinking, what part of that is adorable? Her tastes are so different from mine. In a situation like this, Lady Ackman is really relaxed. What is it? It's nothing. What kind of situation is this? It's because of the robbers, so he must be worried about being away for a while. He reacted so excessively. I've already gone for a walk with him. Maybe I should reassure him a little. Your Majesty, do you know a lot about swords? As she spoke, she rummaged for something. I bought it for quite a large sum of money. What do you think, Your Majesty? This is a magic sword for self-defense. I used the vacation allowance the Duke gave me to buy it. And this is a tool that can be used to start fire. This is a smoke pellet that can be used as a decoy. Challen wondered, where on earth does she keep all these things to pull them out? Your Majesty, don't worry. I won't use it for any strange things. They may look scary, but they don't have the ability to kill. At this moment, the magic stone also fell out, attracting Challen's attention. Ah, Your Majesty, be careful. Is this also a magical tool? It's a communication device made with magic. Cute, isn't it? I can use it to transmit my location to someone far away. Scarlet thought to herself, I didn't buy that. Challen looked at the stone and asked, why are you carrying this, my lady? That, of course, is to be able to protect myself, even if Your Majesty is by my side. Hearing that, Challen felt somewhat reassured. The male lead of this novel is a person as sharp as a knife, but extremely affectionate with the one he loves. Suddenly he said, I like it. Yes. I'm very satisfied with that answer. Even if it was just a fleeting illusion, and tonight, it seems Scarlet had become the female lead of this novel. He said, this piglet's mother is nearby. I saw her earlier. We should go too. Yes. Saying that, he held out his hand. Aren't you coming? It's strange. I could hear such affection in his voice. Yes, Your Majesty. His hand isn't as cold as I thought. All these moments are so sweet, like a dream I don't want to wake up from. The next morning, while Scarlet was sleeping, she felt something. It's so stuffy. Is someone next to me? Someone was playing with her hair. Wake up now. This voice is Challen. He climbed on her bed. Not waking up? Are you looking for His Majesty? If not, are you having a sweet dream with him? Scarlet jolted awake to see a stranger staring at her. Just then, the door burst open. Lady Ackman, are you all right? A knife was immediately held to her throat. You're too late. Mr. Knight, if you value this lady's life, you'd better back off. Outside, the scene was just as chaotic. Damn it, there's no end to them. Where did these guys come from? Adrian, what about the lady? The lady? You mean Lady Scarlet. Heiza, she's probably still dreaming in her room. What? Why weren't you protecting the lady? The lady can't fight. How could you leave her alone and unguarded? Then you go get the lady. The two argued heatedly, confusing the enemy. What are these two old folks doing? Suddenly, there was a loud shout. Let the lady go. Lady Scarlet. The red-haired man pressed the knife tightly against Scarlet's neck. Now, I told you not to argue. Everyone, drop your weapons. Don't do anything foolish. Your Knight Commander has already surrendered. The Knight Commander bowed his head. I'm sorry, Lady Ackman. I'm truly a useless piece of trash. Scarlet asked, all right, what about Challen? His Majesty left for Rasha Hale early in the morning. It will be a long time before His Majesty returns. What are you two talking about? How boring. It's as if these guys waited for Challen to leave before they appeared. Are they accomplices of the assassins I met yesterday? What do you want? My life. Scarlet thought to herself, isn't their purpose to kill me? I was attacked, so suddenly I didn't have time to get my tools. The only thing I have now is she gripped the magic stone tightly. I never thought I'd use it this way. The stone quickly transmitted a message to Challen. He quickly received Scarlet's signal and immediately turned to give a signal. Lumen asked, what is it, Your Majesty? General Lumen, you go check the garden and come back here. The garden? But why check the garden all of a sudden? I sense a familiar magical energy. On Scarlet's side, a piercing scream rang out. The red-haired man said, oh dear, sorry. Are you hurt? It's too cold outside, so I'm waiting here out of goodwill. Hey, tell the others to load everything they've found onto the carriage. Yes, Commander. Are you all right, my lady? I'm fine. Even so, we must not let our guard down. Those guys don't seem to be ordinary thugs, especially that red-haired leader. What is his identity, after all? Scarlet turned and asked, do you two know about the assassins of the Band family? The two elders stared blankly for a moment, then asked, how do you know about them, my lady? His Majesty told me yesterday. His Majesty said their martial arts resemble the breathing techniques of the Band family. Could it be? They are not widely known. A few years ago, this family was annihilated at the hands of the head of the Ackman family, the one who was not recognized by everyone. All those who knew the family's techniques were eliminated, so there's no doubt. Could that man be a subordinate of the Ackman family? The red-haired man walked over and said, oh, that's wonderful. The old man is quite perceptive, isn't he? Hey, old man, isn't it better to pretend you don't know sometimes? He came and grabbed Brian by the collar, like right now, for instance. Take the lady somewhere else. Yes. What are you planning to do? Sir Brian has nothing to do with this. Right, since he's not involved, it doesn't matter if he dies. Because he's not involved, it doesn't matter if Sir Brian dies. Those words. Scarlet shouted, stop it right now. Isn't your purpose me? I'll do whatever you want. Just don't touch anyone else. Hearing this, the red-haired man turned back and asked, what? As you wish, I will die here. I guess my life is very important to them. I don't know why, but they need to keep me alive. But on the other hand, if my life isn't guaranteed, I'm done for. As I said, I will die here. I will go against what the Duke asked of me. The red-haired man turned back with a smirk. Scarlet said again, I know your target is me. I have to do whatever it takes to get his attention. Isn't it obvious? From the beginning, you rushed in when His Majesty wasn't here. If I can't fight, what do you plan to do to me? Suddenly, Scarlet called out loudly, Your Majesty. Hearing Challen's name, they immediately panicked and turned their heads to look. Seeing her chance, Scarlet removed the rope that had been cut beforehand with a magic stone. She decisively elbowed the man standing next to her in the chest. The red-haired man yelled, What are you doing? Seize her. Scarlet snatched the dagger from Lady Andrian's side, startling her. Then she put it to her own neck. What is this? Why that expression? It's as if you never thought a situation like this would happen, right? Stop joking around. That action isn't suitable for a beautiful lady like you. Let's see, I quite like it, actually. As she spoke, she raised the dagger. To escape this situation, I have no other choice. Please, Challen, don't be late. You bastards, I'll see you in hell. As she wished, Challen appeared and grabbed her arm. Scarlet was overjoyed. It's Challen. Your Majesty, why are you back so soon? Challen knocked the dagger from Scarlet's hand. We'll talk about that later. His eyes hardened as he looked ahead. The priority right now is to deal with them first. Count Rumen, escort the lady. Yes, Your Majesty. Lady Ackman, this way. Be careful, they. Challen interrupted. Lady Ackman, there's no need to worry. Close your eyes, don't look, and don't listen. I don't know what will become of them, because I'm not in a good mood. The chaos was over in an instant. The story that followed unfolded quickly. Although a bit later than planned, we continued our journey. What will happen to you now? Fortunately, after my persistent persuasion, he was able to avoid severe punishment. Instead, right after this trip ends, he will be dispatched to a disputed border region for a few months. During the trip, not only did I not scheme, but I also grew close to the Tyrant's two retainers. Lady Ackman, how on earth did you do it? To persuade His Majesty so easily. That's truly amazing. It wasn't easy at all. I had to follow him for 3 days and 3 nights. You have no idea how hard it was. Binzer bowed. Lady Ackman, thank you sincerely. I pledge my name to repay you, my lady. I'll remember that. You'll have to repay me a lot. Of course, my lady. Rumen also expressed, Oh, unlike others, you are so generous, my lady. These two are simpler than they look, aren't they? Even when teased, they just grin. Or when I act like a mean person, they're still cheerful. Count Rumen, who cries anytime, anywhere, is no longer the Golden Squid. He's been upgraded to the crybaby Golden Squid. The Knight Commander is not much different, quick to tears. The Knight Commander and the Head of Intelligence talk a lot. The two of them chatter all day long. My lady, it will get cold tonight. You should wear a scarf. Thanks. Andrian, she's always on guard against them. How strange. Looking at me, Brian is reminded of the former Duke, always muttering to himself. Really, it feels so heavy. As for the Tyrant, my lady. Yes, Your Majesty. How is your body? Yes, I'm fine. I'm just a little tired from sitting in the carriage for so long. Then let's walk from now on. What? Of course. You're the only one walking. I don't know what's so fun about teasing me, but the jokes are getting more frequent. It's not fun at all. Anyway, we've been through so many ups and downs. We've arrived. Everyone can get out of the carriage. We have set foot in the place with the problem the elders mentioned. This is Lady Andrian's territory, the demonic beast forest, a destination that will decide the fate of the Ackman family and the elders. I brought the Tyrant here for a reason, so he would know what problems the elders are facing, because in the worst-case scenario, it's possible the elders will ask for his help, because discussing the demonic beast forest with Duke Ackman really wouldn't solve anything. Remembering that time, how many times did I say it? I said we need to act now. I don't know. You guys handle it yourselves. It seems we're very close. What happened? How does the Ackman family defend the border? I will explain everything, Your Majesty. That is what happened. Even if we had 2 mouths, we wouldn't dare say anything. We are truly sorry for making you worry, Your Majesty. All right, I can't trust you guys anyway. Scarlet walked over and said, Your Majesty. First, wouldn't it be better if we tried entering the forest once? Didn't Lady Ackman come for treatment? It's true I came for treatment, but isn't this forest related to the Ackman family? I came to check it myself. So we're heading to that forest? Exactly. Binzer stopped her. My lady, this forest is a dangerous area. We can't just enter as we please. I know. So I'll go take a look near the border and come back. Ah, you all don't need to follow me, because I'll be going with His Majesty. Brian called out worriedly. Lady Scarlet, is it really necessary to go? I want to check for myself what reason has caused the forest to be so disturbed. Challen nodded and gripped Scarlet's shoulder. I will do as she says, as I was also thinking of entering the forest. You all don't need to worry about the lady's safety. What could happen to her with me? On the contrary, going with incompetent people is what's dangerous. Challen was alluding to Benzer. Scarlet quickly followed behind Challen. Your Majesty, then? Yes, let's set off. Let's see. From the entrance, continue east. There will be a large ancient tree here. Seeing Scarlet leading the way, Challen asked, My lady, have you been in this forest before? Scarlet froze on the spot. What? Of course not. This is a place even the elders can't enter. It's my first time here, but leading the way on foot is pretty good, isn't it? She giggled softly, because I came here in my dreams. Is that so? Because I'm an adventurous person, I unconsciously rush to the front. Don't go too far, as I don't know where a demonic beast might jump out from. Yes. After walking for a while, she stopped. We're here. Your Majesty, look over here. I told you this place is dangerous. Don't go far. Over here, Your Majesty. Scarlet looked on, stunned. This, the place that the clueless lady accidentally found. It's the place containing blooming ancient golden flowers, and also the place that attracts demonic beasts. After that, the two of them brought the flower back, and everyone was amazed. Oh my, is this real? Is this a rare flower? It's not that rare. In our time, this is considered a flower that only appears in novels, so I think it's extremely rare. But Lady Ackman, where did you find that thing? Rumen was referring to the thing in Scarlet's hand. Ah, this thing? A cute little elf, right? I picked it up in that forest. I think I'll make it pet. Rumen said, it's not an elf, but a get-beto demonic beast. It's also known as the predator that devours even demonic beasts. The head of intelligence knows about ancient plants and creatures. Scarlet feigned surprise. Hee hee. But, Challen said, even if it's not harmful to humans, you can't raise it. It's used to repel the demonic beasts in this forest. And this tyrant is the same because he is a wise man. At first, everyone seemed stunned by this nonsensical result, but then they got busy handling the matter quickly. We took samples of all the flowers and soil, and the get-beto demonic beast also became a research subject. Of course, as soon as everything was prepared for the research process, we decided to burn that area, and Count Rumen and the Ackman family decided to proceed with discussions about all this research. At this rate, everything will be resolved smoothly, right? Also, Scarlet was given an orb. Can I really accept this? You'll need it anyway, my lady, because you'll have to hear the experiment reports later. That's right. Thank you for this gift. I hear that a clear crystal like this is very expensive. Compared to the favor you've granted, my lady, this is nothing. That's right. You are a lifesaver, my lady. Although it's not a communication device, if you need anything, please let us know. We will help with anything. If you both say so, I don't know when, but if Iza and my servant, who is like a friend, are in danger, can you take responsibility for protecting them? Yes, we promise you, my lady, we will save them both. As vassals of the Ackman family, we swear it. Then I'll be counting on you both. So the mission is complete. Lady Andrian, Sir Brian, please take care. When the situation has stabilized, I'll come visit in the spring. I plan to keep in touch with the elders. I think the Duke is trying to kill me. At times like this, it's better to have at least one more person on my side. Scarlet kept looking back. Rumen reminded her, My lady, please sit properly. His Majesty has something to say to you. Something to say? Yes, I want to talk about the assassins who targeted you, my lady. Assassins? Count Lumen and Challen are investigating those who threatened my life during the trip. Among them, one who tried to flee confessed a few things under Challen's threat. Count Lumen continued the story with a somber expression. Those are disgusting truths. As soon as I get back, I have to think about how to deal with the Duke. The reason is still uncertain, but the Duke's actions have gone beyond the permissible limit. Rumen asked sorrowfully, Lady Ackman, are you all right? She put on a forced smile. Of course I'm fine. She thought to herself, of course I have to check on the little fairies first. Meanwhile in the garden, Iza was watering the plants as Scarlet had instructed. His hands were covered in bruises. Scarlet, this girl, really, she's so troublesome. When will she ever grow up? Why on earth plant fruit trees here? If this keeps up, fairies will appear. Iza kept complaining, not knowing that adorable fairies had appeared in the tree. Elsewhere, Scarlet was secretly calculating. Come to think of it, while the tyrant is hunting down dark mages, this is the time to kill the female lead's boyfriend. Should I make the first move? Sitting beside her, Rumen asked, Your Majesty, when will the next talks with Razahale be held? The urgent matters have been dealt with, so postpone it. Scarlet asked, puzzled. If it's about Raza Hale, didn't your majesty already go there before? You know of Raza Hale too, my lady? No, I've only heard of it. You could say that, because currently, Raza Hale is a fallen and very reclusive family. A family? I thought it was a place name, because in Kaleo, that area is still called Raza Hale, and many people in the Empire know about this. Of course, a new kingdom has now been built in that place. Oh, just like that, I'm learning a lot of information I've never heard before. The three oldest families on the continent, Kaleo, Raza Hale, and Ackman, and their ancestors. Among them, Kaleo, Chalan's ancestor, was the dead god of the east wind. This means that deity became human. In particular, that God possessed the power to transcend many dimensions. He was a great god. Oh, so are Ackman and Raza Hale the same? That's right. The other two families also have a dead god as an ancestor. The ancestor of Ackman was a prophet and also a dead god. The ancestor of Raza Hale was the dead goddess named Clover. Clover? So the Chancellor was named after a god? That name of the Chancellor is not his real name. Huh, so what's his real name? Let's see, Scarlet thought, well, in the original story, he was only called by the name Clover. Rumen didn't reveal Clover's real name and continued. Let's continue the story. The first family to be destroyed was the Raza Hale family. 20 years ago, their territory disappeared from the map. If it was 20 years ago, that was before I was born. Yes, this family was not widely known to begin with, and now it's difficult for us to find the heir of this family. Because the culprit was so cruel, some people believe it was caused by dark mages. Is there any way to find the heir of Raza Hale? Rumen recalled the image of the people of Raza Hale. I'm not sure. If I had to say, it would probably be blonde hair and red eyes. That information isn't very helpful, is it? I have blonde hair and red eyes too. Suddenly, the carriage stopped. Chalan quickly stood up, stuck his head out, and asked, "What's wrong?" "Your Majesty, someone has fainted on the road, Your Majesty." Scarlet looked in Chalan's direction. "Your Majesty, is there a problem with the carriage? Why is there a child in a place like this?" Scarlet approached and called out, "Hey, little boy, are you okay? Are you still breathing?" The child's eyes widened as he looked at Scarlet. "It's just..." Suddenly, the child grabbed Scarlet's clothes and questioned her. "Could it be? Are you also a survivor?" Scarlet was confused. "A survivor?" "Little boy, first calm down. Where are your parents? Your name, what's your name?" The child let go of Scarlet and replied, "Moss Glamis." After saying that, the boy fainted again. "Glamis?" Chalan said. "It seems the boy's breathing has stabilized. You don't need to worry. He probably fainted from stress." "Ah, yes." Scarlet thought to herself, blonde hair, red eyes, and that name. In the original story, is this the kid who made Chola grit her teeth and endure? Glamis. In the original story, he appeared as Chola's ex-lover and died at the hands of the Tyrant. So the relationship between the Tyrant and Chola began as one of revenge. Not long ago, I learned that Moss was destroyed. So there are still survivors? Huh, weren't you the one who did it? The culprit who destroyed them is the same as the one who brought down Raza Hale. Rumen spoke up. "Your Majesty, speaking of the fall of Moss is a bit. And besides, that kid is not a simple child." Scarlet turned and replied, "Yes. Moss is known to have only one son, and that son has a disease that prevents him from growing. A child like that could not have been born into a family that has already been destroyed. In other words, that kid is the descendant of Moss. He's also 20 years old this year, the same age as you. At that age, he could become the head of a family." After consideration, he decided to hand him over to the elders, because there's no time to protect anyone else in a place where someone who wants to kill me has appeared. At the ducal residence, Duke Ackman angrily slammed the table. "Slam! Damn it, Scarlet Ackman. Where the hell did that brat hide it? The proof of the family head. Even though I'm the head of the family, I can't freely enter and exit my own territory because the proof is not in my hands. In other words, the master of this territory is still the previous duke. That brat clearly has the proof, but why can't I find anything? When she was little, she would get scared with just a threat, but it's not like that anymore. She's already 20 years old. If she shows me the proof, then, as the next head of the ancient Ackman family, I will make her a legitimate child of the family." Morning in front of the Ackman residence, Scarlet stretched comfortably, finally back. Because of unexpected events, the progress was slower than planned. "But that's good, I don't know what the Duke will do. I have to go in and check first." Chalan looked over and said, "My lady, you go in first." "Yes, aren't you going to stop by the ducal residence? I have to give instructions to the knights. I'll follow you as soon as I'm done. Then I will go in and greet them first." "Your Majesty, please take your time." As Scarlet left, Rumen asked, Your Majesty, do you really intend to monitor the Duke? Your Majesty also knows that the Ackman family territory has extremely powerful barrier magic. Even the Imperial family cannot break the barrier magic of the ancient families. To do this, we need cooperation from someone within the family. I know. I have my own calculations. You just go and prepare the crystal ball as I instructed. As he finished speaking, Chalen's sword suddenly moved. The sword, it's resonating. Inside the residence, servants ran out to welcome Scarlet. Everyone proceed to the front hall. Welcome back, Lady Scarlet. It's been a while, hasn't it? Is everyone doing well? Lucy seemed to run frantically towards Scarlet, calling out, Lady Scarlet, Lucy, how have you been? What have you been doing while I was away? Weren't you bored? Yes, but there's something more important I want to tell you, my lady. Before Lucy could finish, Duke Ackman shouted loudly, Move! The butler tried to stop him. You can't do this, sir. There's a guest from the Imperial family outside. We must maintain our dignity, your grace. Let go of me. How dare a mere butler touch my body? Good heavens, why is he so aggressive? Duke Ackman, seething with killing intent, glared at Scarlet and strode quickly towards her. Scarlet only had time to ask, Wait, did I do something? All the servants could only bow their heads and stand in place, terrified. Duke Ackman walked quickly over and slapped Scarlet hard across the cheek. He hissed, Useless brat. Do you know how many times I've had to suffer because of a brat like you? The demonic beast forest or wherever. You shouldn't have come back at all. Don't get in my way. From upstairs, Isaiah tried to run down. No, father. Why would you do that? What did Scarlet do? Iz's body was covered in bruises. Chalen walked in, clenching his fists, and asked, I'm curious too. What on earth are you thinking? You dare to slap my fiancé right in front of my eyes? Duke Ackman now realized the gravity of the situation. Your Majesty, that is, Chalen continued his attack. If not, then are you looking down on me? I don't recall planning to spare the life of someone who tries to walk all over me. You hide yourself well, no different from vermin. He dropped to his knees on the ground. I was wrong, Your Majesty. Scarlet wondered to herself, Chalen, is he angry for my sake? These past few days I've been thinking so much about making him sick of me. Did I accidentally make him develop feelings for me instead? Duke Ackman said repeatedly, I absolutely do not look down on Your Majesty. This is a private family matter. It's not. How could I dare do that to Your Majesty's fiancé? You're always in some corner of the house, so your face isn't seen clearly, is it, Duke? The lady is tired, so I'll pretend I saw nothing. Holding a funeral for you right now would be a real hassle. Chalen turned and ordered Lucy, take the lady away. I will wait outside. Yes, Your Majesty. Lucy asked, My lady, are you all right? Before the question was finished, Scarlet snorted with laughter. Look how scared you are, Duke. To be so frightened in front of those you look down on, it's truly shameful. Lady Scarlet. I'm sorry. Let's go upstairs. The servants of the Ackman household had a strangely pained look, and at the same time, there was also indignation, especially among those close to Scarlet. My lady, let me see your face. Is that so? By the way, Lucy, did you see the Duke's expression just now? His expression just now was as if he was about to cry. Lucy looked at the bruise on Scarlet's face with sorrow. The Duke hurting her like this, every time this scene happened, she herself would become extremely angry. Lucy, yes, I'm listening. During the trip, I bought a gift for you. A gift for me? I can't give it to you right now, but one day it will be useful to you. I also bought a famous dessert from the tourist spot. Let's eat it together. I don't quite understand, but thank you in advance, my lady. What's there to thank me for? Scarlet tried to ensure the safety of Lucy and Ilya. This was probably a good thing. That's right, because to Scarlet, she was an incredibly precious friend. Outside the mansion, Chalen was still waiting. Scarlet ran over and called out, Your Majesty. Oh, what a relief. I was worried Your Majesty had already left. I'm sorry, Your Majesty. I was a little late, wasn't I? Seeing her cheerful appearance, Chalen suddenly blushed. I'm here now. Your Majesty, is your face all right? It's not so bad that I'm bedridden. That's right, so we should plan our next schedule, shouldn't we? The next schedule, you say? Scarlet thought to herself, I need to keep an eye on the Duke for a while, and this is also the time when the fairies are born in the safe zone. Maybe I should take a little break? Scarlet suggested, let's take a break for a month, and then we'll continue next month. What do you think, Your Majesty? Since Your Majesty already spent a whole week on vacation, isn't that enough to have on record? We just need to fill the quota. Besides, Glenn Major, if Chio La no longer has a reason to take revenge on the tyrant, then won't the original plot fail to start? I have to consider that method. But at this moment, Challen asked, "My lady, you won't see me until next month?" What's with that expression? Although he was a little sad, he still said, "I understand. I'll write letters to you during that time then." Ah, yes. There he goes again. Did I do something wrong? I really don't know what the problem is here. Or is it because Duke Ackman laid a hand on me that the tyrant's mood is so strangely foul? Somewhere, Lady Andrian was writing a letter to Scarlet. "Lady Scarlet, have you been well lately? Brian and I are doing well. The research on the magical beast forest is proceeding very smoothly." "Oh, that's right. We're still doing our best to treat the boy you entrusted to us. If we're lucky, he might wake up soon. I will contact you as soon as he wakes up. Sincerely, Andrian." Speaking of Glenn Major, I heard that the Major family was destroyed by the Emperor, but that's not the truth. There are many false rumors about the Emperor. Therefore, at the engagement ceremony of Scarlet, who is also his life-saving benefactor, perhaps he will no longer feel that sense of disgust? Well, we'll be able to find the answer when this pitiful young man wakes up. Scarlet, their benefactor, was currently visiting the safe garden. It's finally bearing fruit. While I was away, it seems Ilya managed it very well. Huh? All right, now I just have to wait for the baby fairies to appear. Huh? What's this? They're already pests? If I give this as a gift to the baby fairies. Just then, she saw a baby fairy picking fruit. Scarlet blushed. A baby fairy. So cute. The encounter with the fairies came sooner than I thought. What is this? Isn't a baby. The way it moves and talks is just like a doll. The baby fairy said, the human is angry. That's not true. She wondered, but is this really the fairy that appears in the original story? Didn't the novel say that the fairy was a subordinate of Akma, and that the fairy looked like a thin and hungry young man? Scarlet asked, "Hey, besides you, are there any other fairies?" "Yes, my friends." "If they're friends, aren't they just babies exactly like this one?" "I see. So, do you know what a fairy stone is?" The baby fairy warily disappeared. "You're the one who covets the fairy stone." Scarlet cried internally. It ran away. A moment later, it reappeared and asked, "Not angry?" She replied, "Not at all." Damn it, did I guess the location wrong? Or did I misjudge the time the fairies would be born? At this rate, the money I spent was for nothing. Hearing the fairy's stomach growl, she asked, "You're very hungry, aren't you?" "Yes. I can't pretend I didn't see this little one." "Call your friends out. I'll share some fruit with you all." Hearing that, the other fairies peeked their heads out to look. "So what are your names?" We don't know." "You don't have names?" As expected, these aren't them, because Chio-LA's fairies all have names. For now, should I just give them similar names? All right, then the blue-haired one, you're Geo, the red-haired one is B. And let's call the blonde one Nan. Nan. No, I'm Neriker. Well, that's fine too. It's not like these children did anything wrong. Hey, no fighting. There's plenty of fruit here, so just eat slowly. Scarlet thought to herself, when I go back to my hometown, even without the fairy stone, I can still live off the assets my mother left me. But when she opened the chest, she was horrified. What? The assets mother left behind have all been used up? How could this be? I was sure I had been saving it. You were saving that money? It's over, Lucy. At this rate, I'll become a beggar when I go back to my hometown. Yes. Until now, I've been completely reliant on the fairy stone. If that's the case, I have to find some way to earn money. Why is this room so stuffy? Scarlet went out to the balcony and saw that person is Lucy. Where's the Duchess coming back from? She probably just returned from attending an executive meeting. I guess the Duchess is so busy because she's about to open a new trade route. Before becoming the Duchess, she was a businesswoman. Wait a minute. How could I have forgotten this? Lucy, I'm going out for a bit. Where are you going, my lady? Where else? I have to go see the Duchess. To be honest, if my engagement to the Tyrant were to be broken, my dream of a free and easy life would come true. I was going to live comfortably on my remaining assets, but just because I believed in the magic stone, I spent all of my mother's fortune. Thinking back, I was so foolish. Now, there's only one option left. As mentioned before, Scarlet went to see Milia Ackman. She frowned and asked, "So, you've come to find me? Are you planning to get money out of me again?" Of course not. I want to ask for the Duchess's advice. She thought to herself, but my only option is to become self-reliant. You know, it's not a bad strategy. It seems we're not close enough to talk like this, are we? regarding my relationship with Ilya, and at the very least, I haven't done anything terrible that would make you want me dead. So I think the Duchess is someone I can talk to. I know you don't like me, and you're also very capable, but you won't kill me." The girl had never been so frank before. She had also never been so aware of her past. She said, "I also hate this family, just like you. That's why I want to sever ties with the Duke someday. But it's a mistake for you to talk about it with such a calm demeanor." "Oh, you mean I shouldn't reveal my inner thoughts, right? You see, only you could give me that kind of advice. What do you want?" She calculated. "I can't just rely on my memories of the original story forever. The empire's economy and social structure, even the fashion trends popular among the nobility, are things I can't know just from reading a novel, because this is a real world that I know nothing about. I want to learn from you how to do business, as well as the basic knowledge and etiquette a noble needs. If you need someone to teach you etiquette at your age, I'll arrange it for you. Not that basic etiquette. I mean the noble qualities of the Duchess. You despise despicable actions and get angry at direct violence. What else was there? Anyway, I want to learn practical things like that. So, please teach me how to survive even if I'm all alone. Of course, I also want to learn more about business. I know I come from a noble background and live in a powerful family. But even as a member of the powerful Ackman family, I still want to strengthen my own position. So you want to build and create your own life for yourself, is that right? How ridiculous. If you understood what I could teach, you would have done it long ago. I've had enough. There's no need to say anything more. I'll be leaving. Please wait a moment. If my actions frustrate and anger you, then please go ahead and scold me. You can do that. Whether you believe it or not, I still think you are a wonderful person. But our relationship is a bit complicated. If you would just respect me as a person, and if your advice is effective, then I will follow it. And I hope you will stop getting angry at me for no reason. In truth, the person you want to be angry at isn't me, is it? It's Duke Ackman. Just as I thought, the Duchess truly hates her husband to the bone. It's understandable. He would rather take the former Duke's wife for power and keep her by his side with the status of a concubine. If you help me, I will repay you by making him pay the price." Hearing this, the Duchess pondered for a moment, then turned her head back and asked, "What do you plan to do?" "Just you wait and see. I will definitely get revenge for you." And so, a temporary alliance between myself and the Duchess was formed. "So you want to see the Duchess?" "Yeah." She accepted my proposal right away. "You are very brave, but my lady, I still have a question." "Huh? What are we doing in Grazio?" "The reason for visiting the temple? It's just to show everyone that I am a devout believer. Recently, the empire has been ravaged by two powers, the Calio royal family and the Grazio temple. In reality, the master of the empire has never been the royal family, but the temple. But after Chalon, who assassinated the royal family and seized the throne at a very young age, the power was split in two. Immediately after ascending the throne, he began to threaten the temple, which had insulted him with false prophecies. Since they were inherently corrupt, he cut off their financial resources so they couldn't do evil deeds behind his back. Thanks to that, peace and nature reigned in the kingdom, but the emperor's oppressive solution only reinforced his image as a tyrant. Anyway, in this situation, I should show deep loyalty to the temple, the enemy of the royal family. As the emperor's fiancée, don't you find it awkward? Lucy asked, looking at the box. Isn't that the necklace you received for your 17th birthday? Are you planning to donate something so precious to the temple? It's fine. It's useless to me anyway. Besides, the people in the temple will like it. Fearing the emperor, the nobles have also cut off all financial support. Don't they all like things that bring them profit? Even though I don't like this temple either. But if I want to break off the engagement, this is not the time to consider good or bad. Inside the temple is an honor for Grazio. May the light of his grace be upon you. The faithful welcome you both. Scarlet, in an excited mode, said, "Hallelujah." Lucy, standing behind, was stunned and whispered, "Amen, my lady." "Well, my lady, let me lead you to the prayer room." "No, please take me to the chapel instead of the prayer room." Looking at the box in Scarlet's hand, he said, "Well, the young lady has come to share the blessings of the Lord." "See, what did I say?" "They will surely like it so much their eyes will pop." "I'm sorry, I didn't know. Please wait a moment. I will check and be right back." "Yes, thank you." This is the center of the temple. The high priest would preach the words of the gods and publicly receive visitors from all over. This is a multi-purpose room for holding ceremonies. Donations from the nobility are also made here. Because the surrounding space is spacious and airy, it is an ideal place for them to show off their piety, as if to say, I donated this much. A moment later, someone came out and said, "Hello, my lady." welcome, my lady, to Grazio. She thought to herself, so, money can make it this easy to meet the high priest. Well, all right, I heard that you came here to make a donation to the temple. You can place your donated items in this chest. Scarlet was secretly surprised. Ah, it's empty. Ah, is a prayer necessary? Ah, it's not a problem if you don't pray. What? After all, what this empty chest needs isn't a prayer, right? Look at that. How can he be so blunt? Lucy, bring it here. Yes, my lady. If you want to make an offering, you must put it in with your own hands. Well then, to pray for the prosperity of the temple, I will make a donation. Suddenly, her eyes widened in surprise. Huh, the image of a black hyena. Seeing Scarlet frozen, Lucy called out, "My lady, what's wrong?" "Ah, I just remembered something." "How strange. Isn't that pattern too obvious? Are you all right?" "No, even if you see it, you wouldn't know. The identifying mark of the dark mages, the symbol of the Rikis constellation." "But why is the mark of a black sorcerer in the temple's chest?" the high priest urged. "My lady, what's wrong? Don't hesitate. Make the donation quickly." Scarlet snatched the necklace back. "Hold on. Wait a minute." Scarlet thought to herself, "Things are complicated enough already. I don't want to get involved with dark mages." Scarlet gave an order to the high priest's bewilderment. "Lucy, pack up. We're going back to the carriage." The high priest asked, "My lady, no, Princess Ackman. You came all this way just to turn back. What a pity. Lord Grazio here couldn't change my materialistic heart. So, it's a pity, but what can be done? It's fate. I have an appointment, so I must go." "Where are you going, my lady?" "You must share in Grazio's prosperity with us. In a nearby place in the temple." "No way." "Why? This is outrageous. Are you planning to cut the supply of relief food funds?" Clover replied, "Within the temple's jurisdiction, there are no areas that need relief. That is the Emperor's command. I have delivered His Majesty's words. I shall take my leave now." "Lord Chancellor, wait." At this moment, Clover heard a familiar voice. "No, why are you chasing me?" "That's Princess Scarlet." Below, Scarlet was struggling to run away from the high priest. "This is extortion, robbery. You know that, right?" Even so, my lady, you already brought it into the temple." From above, someone called to Clover. "Hello, Chancellor Clover. Number 1 and number 2. Are you on surveillance today as well?" The red-haired guy smiled brightly and replied, "Yes, we have orders. I thought something was up, but everything is fine." Clover turned back and asked, "What happened to Lady Scarlet? Who are those people following her?" The mysterious figure number 2, Challen's subordinate, said, "The young lady came to the temple to make a donation, but left without giving anything. As you can see, the high priest is furious. Some people are even chasing her without knowing why." "Why would she do that?" "I've already explained it, so why don't you get it?" "We don't either. Honestly, I don't know what the wicked Lady Ackman is doing. But why are there such cowards? Even with a knife pointed at their faces, they only know how to hide. They have no dignity at all." "That's right. For now, we need to find a way. Tell the wicked Lady Ackman's coachman to bring the carriage to the back gate." "Understood. Should we report to His Majesty?" Clover smiled slyly. "I'll report later. On the contrary, he will be very pleased. The end is near. The end is truly near. This is the world I will live in the future. How can I ignore it? Although the temple is a villain, it's not as bad as the newly emerged group of dark mages, the Raka of the Rikis constellation. The temple is a corrupt religion. They represent evil. Although the degree is different, it seems that both are on the same side, and things are gradually becoming chaotic." At the Ackman residence, Izier asked, "You're back. Oh, you're home. Izier? I didn't go anywhere." "Good timing. I was just about to go to your room." "HM, a letter just arrived for you from the palace." "A letter? When?" "The next official schedule is still a long way off. Just a little while ago." "Here, take it." When he was about to leave the residence, he acted as if he wouldn't be in touch for a while. "What's going on?" After reading a passage, she exclaimed, "What is this? Why has the tone become so gentle?" "So, I'm very much looking forward to the next schedule." By Challen, in a sweeter tone than ever before, to the point of being a little creepy. "What else?" "He wants to meet earlier than the official schedule." "Why?" Izier asked curiously. "What's wrong? What happened?" "Wait a minute. Let me finish reading." At this moment, Izier sensed someone approaching and turned around. "Oh, Mother, you're back." She asked, "Why are you two still here at this hour?" "I had something to give to Scarlet." "I see." Mother must be surprised that we're closer than she thought. It's true. From the outside, Scarlet and Izier seem closer now. Maybe I should tease her a bit. Scarlet took Iz's arm. "Mother, haven't you been working hard until now? Now that we've greeted you, we'll be going to my room first. We have some private matters to discuss. Let's go, Izier." Okay." The lady froze. "What is this?" Inside the room, Izier held the letter and asked, "Is this a letter from the Emperor?" "Yes. Although I don't know what caused his mood to change. For someone engaged like you, isn't this something to be happy about? Why the long face?" "You don't need to know. He must have heard about the commotion I caused at the temple. But instead of being ashamed, why is he gentler than before? I can't understand what that tyrant is thinking anymore. I didn't expect to see him again so soon. What should I do this time we meet? Anyway, the tone of this letter is strange. It doesn't match his face. Scarlett looked up and asked, "His face?" "Yes, his face. It looks as cold as ice." "Don't tell me you like that type." Scarlett lunged over and grabbed Iz's face, making him break out in a cold sweat. "What is this? Why all of a sudden? Sit still." "Hey, Iza, in your opinion, am I beautiful?" Iza froze for 2 seconds, then pushed Scarlett away, saying, "What nonsense is this? So creepy. Let go of me. Did you just recover from being sick and you're still not all there?" "No, that's not it. You know it too. I'm not that kind of obedient person." "But read this letter. Why is His Majesty being so sweet?" "Now, it's undeniable. It's all thanks to this outstanding appearance. But I can't ruin this perfect face. What should I do?" Eyes spun around by her words, quickly stood up. "I'm going to bed. Now, it's still early. Stop being so narcissistic and go to bed too." "Idiot." Scarlett was confused. Why did he get so angry? Although the chances are low, with caution, you can still catch the mouse. If the tyrant won't easily break off the engagement just because of my beauty, then the only way is to shatter his final illusion. With this face, time passed, and the day of the official schedule arrived. Now, everyone, pay attention. This afternoon, I will meet His Highness at the palace. I'm sure you all understand how important this day is for someone like me who is engaged. So let's hurry. Suddenly Scarlett asked a maid, "Who are you? Why haven't I seen you before?" "I'm Nancy, my lady. I've been working at this residence for about a year." "Oh my, I'm sorry, my apologies. Anyway, make me look very beautiful today." "I'll do my best." Seeing her narcissism, the maids were dumbfounded. "You don't really need to try that hard. Because I'm already beautiful. I will do my best." She calculated silently. The goal is to create the most dramatic effect possible. Do something beautiful and then ruin it miserably so that the illusions about me will be shattered. "Lady Scarlett, which dress would you like to wear?" Let's see. Is the blue dress we bought the other day okay?" "It's a bit hot today." "Well, that's fine. I won't be moving much anyway. But velvet material in this weather is a bit." "Excuse me, Lady Scarlett. How about this one?" Scarlett held the dress thoughtfully. Nancy panicked seeing that. "Ah, this is the dress you intended to throw away. I fixed it myself. I thought if I made it a bit more elaborate, it would suit you better. Although it's not as beautiful as the ones from the tailor shop, at least regarding the sewing." Scarlett interrupted. "You said your name is Nancy, right? I really like this dress. Why did it take until now for me to know I had a maid with such an eye for fashion by my side? Next time, go shopping with me, Nancy." "Okay." Seeing this, Lucy also relaxed her facial muscles and let out a sigh of relief. "Yes, of course, my lady. All right, let's get ready then." The Chalon Palace she was invited to was so vast and beautiful it felt like a miniature city. The main square was picturesque with colorful fountains. Scarlett was waiting when Chalon appeared and said, "I made you wait again this time. Have you been waiting long?" "No, I was busy admiring the flower garden, so I didn't notice the time passing." "Have you finished your work for today?" It's mostly done." "So what are we doing today?" "Wait, what is that smell? There's a smell of iron somewhere here. How long are you going to stand there dazed? Come here. I asked the baker to make pastries for you. Come on, hurry over." "Yes, Your Majesty." Their hands touched. Scarlett looked at them thinking, am I mistaken? It's true I haven't been sleeping well lately. No, there really is a smell. It's not the metallic smell of iron, but Scarlett asked, "Your Majesty, are you injured?" Chalon looked at her and asked, "What?" Scarlett stood on tiptoes, leaned closer, and said, "I smell blood on you, Your Majesty." Early that morning, the sound of swords rang out in the Emperor's room. A total of 4 assassins attacked while he was sleeping. Thought to be the best, yet they died without making a sound in just a few seconds. After killing all the assassins, he said, "Why did it have to be today, of all days?" That's right, today is the day I meet that interesting young lady. But I ended up killing assassins from Pan, an organization so terrifying they even utilize the corpses of assassins. Before my eyes is the result of cooperation between that place and the temple. How despicable, but no matter what, it couldn't be avoided. I actually used divine power. Scarlett asked worriedly, "Can you tell me?" This is clearly the smell of blood. Chalon pondered for a moment, then asked, "So what?" "So, my lady?" Scarlett was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly said, "Look, you're injured. Don't tell me. You're injured but still here because you have an appointment with me? What about the infirmary? If you haven't gone yet, let me tell them you are injured. Are you worried about me?" "Yes, of course. What else would it be? What I want is to break the engagement, not Chalon's death. Just how were you injured for the smell of blood to be so strong?" But what he wanted was the opposite of Scarlet. It's not the smell of my blood. However, seeing you so worried, I regret that it isn't my blood. Scarlet pouted. If that's the case, you should have told me beforehand. I worried for nothing, without realizing when the relationship between the two had become this close. Challen smirked. My lady, where are you going? You don't need to follow me. I will get lost. And I prioritized dessert over walking. As a result, Scarlet quickly sat down at the dining table. Challen glanced at her and spoke. So, aren't you? Not going to ask what happened? Is it necessary? This morning, assassins from Pan tried to kill me, and there were 4 of them too. That's more than usual. Is that so? Being in such a high position, it must be hard on you. What is it? Why are you making that face? Did I say something wrong? But indeed, the fact that they are Pan's people is concerning. The last time we met, I was truly scared. But to you, your majesty, they are not worthy opponents. I'll stop eating now. You should eat more. No thanks, I'm full too. This awkward atmosphere, it's best not to let it go further. Didn't you have something you wanted to show me today? That's right. Yes, there is indeed something I want to show you. Scarlet told herself, focus. Because of the smell of blood, I almost forgot. This is better actually. Your expression hasn't been very good since earlier. The only way to break the remaining illusions and help your mood improve is the thing I spent 3 days and nights practicing diligently. Scarlet bowed her head and said, Your Majesty, please watch closely. Then she put 2 fingers into her mouth, then looked up and snorted, making Challen stare in surprise. It is making a clown face like this. And this is a pig. My lady, what are you doing? Scarlet froze, thinking, turns out this is more embarrassing than I thought. Look, you don't seem happy. Meanwhile, in another place, Gar number 1 clutched his stomach laughing. Ta ha ha. Seriously, every time I see the evil princess, it feels fresh. I wonder what the young lady was thinking to do such things in front of his majesty. Gar number 2 suppressed his laughter and reminded, stop laughing. That lady is his majesty's fiancée. What? Number 2, don't you also find this very funny? At this moment, the door opened. Number 1 stopped laughing. Your Majesty, you're here? How do you find the official schedule today? Challen replied coldly. Skip it. Oh, you have finally thought it through, Your Majesty. But this is too sudden. Didn't you always look down on their actions? But, although Pan is an assassin organization, they have merit and a tradition existing since the founding of the nation. But why? That is not important. Prepare the army, so we can depart immediately. I understand. Then I will announce Your Majesty's schedule to the Prime Minister. No, I will not go. Yes. So you intend to stay at the palace? Challen remained silent and did not answer further. Number 1 smiled and said to number 2, Understood, Your Majesty. We understand your intention. We will handle it properly ourselves. Please do not worry. Then I leave it to you to handle. I will handle it immediately, Your Majesty. Number 2 asked in confusion, Hey, what are you doing? It's so obvious, yet you don't see it? He wants to wipe them out, but doesn't want to do it personally because he's afraid of getting the smell of blood on him. It's all because of that young lady. Anyway, His Majesty will eventually take action, but let's leave it like this for now. It's also the first time I've seen him this happy. Challen was walking when he thought of Scarlet's action back then. Only then did he laugh comfortably. On Scarlet's side, she was feeling ashamed. What clown face. Thinking back on it now, it's truly embarrassing. But it seemed to have an effect on Challen, right? Since neither of us said a word until we parted ways. That makes sense with this beautiful face making such a shameful expression. Truly unexpected. Forget it. Stop thinking. Let's hurry home to bathe, then have some snacks. Seeing her, Izier called out, Scarlet. Izier, you're out there again? He ran over breathlessly and pulled Scarlet. Don't go back to the mansion yet. Let's walk for a bit. What is it? I'm tired today. I just want to change clothes and rest. Gosh, you have that look on your face again. Only now did I realize the atmosphere in the mansion was somewhat different from usual. A creepy feeling as if something was about to happen. Izier said, The Duke has been drinking again. When the Duke drinks, it's not simply getting drunk. When drunk, he becomes aggressive and displays extraordinary strength. Let's go. Where are we going at this hour? Anywhere, as long as it's outside until the Duke falls asleep. Wait a minute. But if we leave, the servants will definitely. Scarlet grabbed Iz's hand tightly. He froze, sweating as he looked at her. Scarlet lowered her face and asked, Isaac, since when? He avoided her gaze. What do you mean? Since when have you been beaten too? No, it's not. This is from horse riding last time. Liar. How could this wound be an accident? The Duke did it. Looking at the bruises on Iz's arm, she felt heart-wrenched. The injury is this severe, yet I only discovered it now. That's right, because I didn't want to get involved with this family, only thinking about escaping, so I found out late. Suddenly, Scarlett's memories came flooding back. The things the Duke said to Scarlett when he was drunk. You are a lowly thing, unloved by your mother. You should have lived as if you were dead. What are you still trying for? A thing considered to have never existed. You will be imprisoned in this mansion forever. And then he drank it, the substance contained in the blue bottle with the symbol of the constellation Ricos. Then he brutally beat little Scarlett. Remembering those things, Scarlett said, I can't take it anymore. What? What did you say? I'm going to see the Duke. I've also reached the limit of tolerating his drunkenness. What do you plan to do there now? Hey, Scarlett. Inside the mansion, the butler's glasses were cracked again. Scarlett walked in and said, Butler, I need to see the Duke right now. The butler stopped her. My lady, I am very sorry. He's probably drunk again. It's fine, move aside. Scarlett walked to the door when she heard voices inside the room. Is the sacrifice ready yet? Scarlett froze. Whose voice is that? It is ready. Rastro's child has escaped. I thought we had lured the brat. The sacrifice has escaped. No problem. In Ackman, there is still a suitable child. You must have killed the one who ran away, right? It died in the most painful way possible. Like the Rastro, unless there is a direct blood relative by their side, there is no way to survive. So it must have died within the Amon territory. Yes, somewhere in Amon, a place near the monster forest. But if it died, where did its power go? There are no Rastro people left. Wait a moment, it will take some time to get here. Moreover, what about the adjudicator? Don't worry, the adjudicator Kaleo is about to be dealt with. What I need is a little time. A perfect plan has been laid out, just leave it to me. Very well. So what about Amon? That place has reached its end, hasn't it? Duke, that's right. I, the head of the family, will follow your will. Kaleo, Rastro, and Amon, the three families that inherited the power of the dead gods, are the very ones who created the demon seal they are now trying to break. Or rather, that power exists within them. Ironically, to break the demon seal, that very power is required. If there are no descendants to inherit it, the power will return to the nearest source. Right here, where the demon is sealed. All right, the next sacrifice is a person of Amon. A father sacrificing his son. How noble. The demon will be pleased. Make sure to prepare in time. The Duke replied with a sinister smile. Don't worry, I will prepare Iza Amon as the sacrifice. Scarlett stood outside the door, stunned. What is the Duke saying right now? Iza walked up and called out. Hey, Scarlett, what's wrong? She started and turned to look at Iza. Even his own biological son, Iza, will become a sacrifice for the dark mages. Afterward, she told Iza everything. I knew he planned to kill me, but I didn't expect him to not even spare you. He plans to kill me? Perhaps because I bear the mark of the heir? But why don't I remember anything? I thought he had given up, but now he's even sending assassins to find me. That damn bastard. Hey, Iza, why don't you run away from home? You're silly, Scarlett. This is the Amon Duke's residence. Escape? That is impossible for both you and me. We are both adults, and with that comes countless binding ties. If we don't eliminate those things, we will never be able to do anything. In that case, let's defeat those bastards together. Iza stiffened and repeated, defeat, right? If we dig into the weaknesses of the dark mages, who knows? We might find something? That's possible, right? Of course, we have to protect you first. For now, I must help you find a job, preferably in a place that can protect you. The next day, easier said than done. How do I help him get a job now? Scarlett sighed, then sat down and called out, Little ones, I'm here. Come on out, little ones. Suddenly, she looked up, staring blankly ahead. 3 elite little ones poked their heads out and asked, Can we come out? Is it you guys? You've grown so much. I didn't recognize you. Yes, because we ate a lot of delicious fruit. That's why we grew this big. You guys? Why did you come out there? Where are you going? The 3 little ones carried a gift to Scarlett. Yeah, take this, that fruit, in exchange for the delicious fruit you gave us. Scarlett laughed in amusement. What? Do we need to repay favors between us? Isn't this an offering? This is a fairy stone. Do you not need this? I do. Why wouldn't I? I need it very much. Actually, let me take back what I said about not needing to repay favors. Huh? Yes. Taking it back. Give me the fairy stone. With this, getting a job for Iza won't be a problem. Bring more in the future, okay? Then give us lots of fruit, okay? We only eat things received from friends. Fruit in exchange for this. Yes, I'll give you as much as you want. Scarlet brought the fairy stone into the royal palace. Just one fairy stone like this could be exchanged for at least a plot of land. Since you're the emperor, I will specially gift you an additional 30 platinum coins. In exchange, please let Iza work for you. Iza is a talent. He passed the civil service exam with top honors without even attending the academy. I know, and within a week, Your Majesty, please order him to leave the residence and come to the palace to work. After that, until he says he is fine, please continue to arrange his work like that and keep him by your side. Additionally, I request protection for his life and safety. Challen looked at her for a moment and said, I agree 200. If it is necessary for the country, I can restore it within 2 days. Scarlet was skeptical. Is it that simple? Anyway, it is something that is enough just to possess, so I will accept all conditions. Don't worry, we won't make deals that are disadvantageous to either side. Why would we do that? I am the emperor after all. He turned his head and ordered Prime Minister. Yes, Your Majesty. Prepare a contract for me. Afterward, the two of them went for a walk together. Your Majesty, I heard a story. I heard there is a person named Santa Claus. Who is that? He is a kind person who gives gifts to good children once a year. Is he male or female? As far as I know, Santa Claus is male. So what? What does he have to do with anything? It's just that such a person exists. Is that so? That person named Santa. If he is real, I will exploit him to get gifts. Exploit? Exploit? That's right. Oh my, how can he say such scary words? No, how could I? Yes, but first we must know what the standard for good is. Anyway, if it's not an unrealistic standard, I would use them in the right place. That's right, but first we must understand what the standard of a good person is. Anyway, if it's not unrealistic standards, one doesn't have to worry about the value of the gift, no matter who it is. Ah, that's not a bad idea either. Challen glanced at her and smiled. But the thing is, if Santa Claus knew Your Majesty approached him with such evil intent, he would never want to work with you. Challen asked what? Sajarin said that he only likes good children. So it seems Your Majesty still needs to learn a bit more. What? Oh, wait a moment. Lately, I have been reading a very good book. It is Happiness is Near. I think this could be a prime example. Is this book interesting? Sure, you'll know as soon as you read it. Now, she smiled brightly. Yes, now. A moment later, Challen closed the book and said, It truly is an unremarkable romance novel. How can it be unremarkable? This male lead, isn't he too perfect, this guy? Scarlet frowned. You're calling him this guy too? Look, just reading through it, you can see this guy is a gentleman. Gentle, really? Look at this, both gentle and possessive. Truly a man, this young master, a knight imp. He is very handsome. Most importantly, this book has a rare point found in other books. What is that? For example, the way of speaking. Challen was confused. Way of speaking? Marriage is an equal relationship between husband and wife, equal in the way of speaking. Not only treating each other with respect, but even the way of talking must show respect. Respect? That is the most important factor. If it is missing, there will definitely be negative impacts later. Therefore, happiness stems from respect. Challen stared blankly for a moment, then said, Does that mean that is the ideal type in the novel? The lover. Scarlet pondered what? Why is everything getting so tangled up? My lady, if I agree to grant one wish of yours, what would you wish for? A wish? To let me bring up the annulment so soon. He continued as a fiancé. Scarlet exhaled. Never mind then. Speaking of wishes, suddenly she thought of something. I really am short-sighted. In that case, I have a wish. Your Majesty and I will be friends, okay? Challen paused and asked, Friends? No, exactly friends forever. Challen rubbed his head in exasperation, while Scarlet giggled. The wish is simple and useful, isn't it? Truly suitable for an engaged couple, right? He darkened his face and said, Not at all. He narrowed his eyes and said, That wish is beyond my ability. What? Challen turned and walked away. Being friends for life is not possible, but being friends now is possible. Friends now? Yes, that's right. And so we became friends now. Returning to the mansion, Scarlet told Iza. Really? Really? His Majesty said so. Starting tomorrow, you will work under the Prime Minister. Grandmother. Saying this, she paused. Brother, Iza. What is it? No, it's just about becoming the Duke. As well as getting the Council's approval, it certainly won't be easy. Now it seems we have to worry about more than just one or two things. Huh, why? Those old men aren't ordinary. They nitpick everything, and in special situations, they might be even stricter. You didn't even graduate from any academy. That alone is enough to deduct points. Moreover, you are His Majesty's fiancé. At least His Majesty treats us well. It's not certain the elders will be the same." She laughed and said, "That is true. It doesn't matter. We have to try to know, right?" That night, Scarlett stood outside, secretly listening to the conversation inside the Duke's room. The prey has fallen into Kalio's hands. That person has become a henchman under the Emperor. Shut up. Someone like you truly has no capability, only knowing how to enjoy vanity. You can't even handle a small matter. Kalio, do you intend to interfere to the end? Scarlett stood outside, thinking to herself. As expected, he is communicating with dark mages. Scarlett Ackman is still just an eccentric, obedient young lady, abused by her father and sold as a fiancée to a tyrant. There is something wrong with Challen. Inside, the story continued. He is my prey. Put that matter aside for now. Right? We can't kill him right away. Then what should we do? We need a scapegoat. The immediate problem is that she's getting my way. Do they change targets? Even if we aren't satisfied with the gender, she still possesses Ackman blood. She will fulfill the role of a sacrifice. That makes sense. Then I have a good idea. Do you know anyone named Baxa? Bachon. I don't remember seeing this person in the original novel. Who is that? The last priest among those who fled? That's right. He is posing as a healer, but he is a genuine priest. Correct. That is true. But didn't I steal his 2 artifacts? Are they worthless now? Fortunately, I can still use them. The artifacts I possess have the ability to put gods to sleep and imprison them. The body falls into slumber, but the soul remains trapped in limbo. And if they want to use power to escape that confinement, it is impossible, right? Of course, it is impossible. Rachel's luck and Callier's powerful judgment are not enough. Only Ackman's foresight is strong enough to escape. Hearing you speak, I can guess you have become the successor. That is correct. Since the demon god was sealed, isn't the use of power limited? So I stole artifacts of intermediate gods that can be used. That is the only way to defeat the power of the 3 dead gods. But your case is different. You have a certain connection with demons. Are you talking about me? That doesn't mean you can break the demon seal. Only by gathering the power of the 3 dead gods can the demon seal be broken. Even we, who have walked this path for decades, are not certain we can do it. Yes, that is true. Therefore, we will take advantage of this point. Scarlett Ackman has the family crest that Duke Ackman could not obtain. So if we imprison the owner of that symbol, you won't have to worry about the position of the family head being usurped. Right, Duke? Yes, that is correct. A box will be delivered to the mansion. Inside the box is a book created by Baxa to store the god's artifacts. When Baxa comes to the mansion to retrieve the book, just open the door. However, you must seize the moment he touches that book. You must knock him out and lock him in Scarlett Ackman's room. This shouldn't be difficult for you, right, Duke? As long as I can monopolize this position. Yes, of course. Please do not worry, sir. I will definitely succeed this time. You must succeed. But may I ask you one question? What is it? What exactly is the book Baxa created? How will locking Scarlett up with that thing work? An interesting question. The book Baxa created has a different time axis inside and outside. It is a space where humans cannot die and life repeats itself. 1 year in there is equal to only a week passing here. Therefore, Scarlett Ackman will live in there forever and go mad. Scarlett Ackman will never wake up again unless there is a miracle. Callier, Rachel, Ackman. The 2 families cannot possess the power of 2 gods unless they bear children for each other, become soulmates, or get engaged with a signed magical contract. Will such unrealistic things happen? To possess the power of the gods, one must die and be reborn once, as written in the scriptures. That is no different from a death sentence. Therefore, our plan will certainly succeed. Until then, they still do not know about the existence of the person who can stop it. I absolutely cannot let the dark mage's plan succeed. The next day, Scarlett cheerfully said, "A guest will be arriving today. When he arrives, invite him into my room and don't let anyone know." Yes, my lady. I will leave it to you." And then Baxa arrived. He crossed his arms and asked, "Hey, I came to find my book. It's here, right? I heard the book is here." Just as Baxa's arm was about to reach the box. "Ah, thank you." Scarlett snatched it back. "What are you doing? Do you know? This book I heard is cursed." Baxa asked in surprise, "What?" I heard this book was created to store god artifacts." "Where did you hear that?" "I found out by chance. The dark mages are trying to make you and me fall into an eternal sleep. We would become the next Callier corpse emperors." "Are you not a dark witch?" "How could that be? I'm a good person." "Don't be so quick to label me like that. I really don't understand. What do you take me for anyway? I tried to help, yet you handed it to the Duke. If you don't know, when you return, check if your 2 artifacts are missing. I heard a dark witch stole those 2 things." Baxa thought to himself, I am indeed looking for the whereabouts of the two divine artifacts. Is it true that the book has also disappeared? Let's assume you are telling the truth. Then why are you telling me this? Why beat around the bush like that? It's good that you want me to get straight to the point. It seems the dark mages are trying to break the demon's seal. That evening, the mages were furious. Damn it, what's going on, Duke? Oh, that. I received the box and was waiting for Baxa, but Baxa didn't come, and the box disappeared too. I tore the house apart, but still couldn't find it. Do you think that makes sense? But it is the truth. Please believe me. Shut up, you useless fool. Duke, you'd better stop doing this. No, please don't. Scarlet stood outside chuckling. Hee hee, serve him right. Fortunately, the Duke has a hot temper and poor aptitude. I can sleep soundly tonight. Somewhere else, the mages said, Cellera, it's your turn. Go. Return, and at all costs, make Callier and Scarlet Ackman call off their engagement. She smiled sinisterly. Then I'll have to kill one of them. Later, Scarlet opened the box and marveled. So this is it. Yes, these are the artifacts. To protect us, the descendants of Callier and Ackman from dark magic. We received the bracelet of the fire goddess and the ring of the moon god from Baxa, but I still don't know all the capabilities of the artifacts. For instance, the ancient fire goddess doesn't seem like a god who left a strong mark. Do you know anything about the fire goddess, Your Majesty? No. Regrettably, I'm not clear about her either. You don't know either? Then it seems information about her isn't widely known. That may be so. It's possible she doesn't even have a basic myth. After all, I only found a flame depicted in a corner of the myth of origin. Is that so? Then, my lady is using this artifact safe? This artifact can resurrect and heal, but the method of healing is absorption. Resurrection will be passive. The goddess's power is the ability to absorb the pain of others and purify it within oneself. And when absorbing instead of pain, the body will fall into a weakened state. The body falling into a weakened state doesn't seem safe. It looks painful, but actually it isn't. Not getting sick. Isn't that better? It is said that as soon as one absorbs the healing ability, they will gradually become closer to the goddess. I don't understand the meaning of that, but it doesn't seem bad. But it is better not to use it frequently. I worry you'll get sick. Worry about me? You worry? Challenge Callia? That tyrant? Haha, oh my Your Majesty is really. It really doesn't hurt. So why should Your Majesty be afraid? You're scared, aren't you? Challen was stunned. Scared? Seeing Challen's reaction, she quickly covered her mouth for misspeaking. She quickly coughed. Ahem. Anyway, I also wanted to say one more thing about the moon god's artifact. There is no moon in this world, as you surely know. That thing hovering in the night sky is not a moon, but another star. But Baxa said the moon is just hidden. Is that person named Baxa trustworthy? Yes. To deal with the dark mages, he is indispensable, if you say so. However, my lady, I do not hope for you to take risks and try to resolve everything recklessly like this time. If you had been discovered by the Duke, or if things hadn't worked out, then today I might not have met you. Yes, I understand. So in the future, if anything happens, discuss it with me first. Your Majesty, I'm saying this just in case. Yes, go ahead. It is about your way of speaking. What I said before was just the ideal image of a male lead. Male lead? In other words, a lover, or more broadly, the ideal model in a marital relationship. Challen tapped on the chair and said, that is because they love each other. Exactly. You finally understand. And then what? And then what? Your Majesty, we are friends outside of our official relationship. In private, we are friends, aren't we? Challen sighed. My lady, why are you sighing? You are too stiff, Your Majesty. So, when dealing with friends, you don't necessarily have to speak in that gentle tone. Just behave normally. Do you understand, Your Majesty? Challen crossed his arms and said, normally? I understand. Really? So just with you, I can be like this, right? Scarlet was bewildered. Excuse me? My lady, there is something that has been bothering me for a while. Yes, is something wrong? He looked straight at her and said, there's a cookie crumb. Oh, where? He reached out and gently brushed the corner of her mouth. Then he withdrew his hand and calmly said, now I have it too. Looking at Challen in front of her, Scarlet's eyes sparkled. Your Majesty is truly a handsome man who can save the world. Challen put that crumb into his mouth and said, it seems you enjoyed them. Next time we meet, I will prepare more cookies so you could take some home. Scarlet was terrified. Looking closely, does it seem like this person wants to practice dating with me? By the way, Scarlet, have you chosen a dance partner yet? A dance partner? For the ball. Ah, that's right. Issa already explained it to me, but I still haven't chosen a partner for the party. If nothing changes, I plan to go with Issa since he's family. She squinted, thinking, but wouldn't going with Charlene Calier, my fiancé, to an official event like this cause gossip among the nobility? If your majesty doesn't mind, would you like to go with me? Charlene replied with a satisfied smile. Of course. Scarlet jumped for joy. Wow, I'm so happy, but I don't know how to dance. I'll teach you, Your Majesty. Yes. Is that not all right? Of course not. I would love that. Your Majesty said you'd teach me. How could I possibly refuse? Then tomorrow morning, I will come to the Duke's residence. I never used to like dancing, not because I hated it, but the fake smiles of the dancers were what I found disgusting. But now, being called a tyrant makes me feel very uncomfortable. This silver ring has accepted me as its master, though I'm not sure what power it holds. But because Scarlet gave it to me, I now have something to cherish. I might not be as skilled as before and have become much clumsier. He called, number 1. Yes, bring me someone who can teach me to dance in one day. I know this will make me look like a fool, but it's worth it to see her gaze upon the ballroom with those star-like eyes. The next day, my lady, don't be nervous. I'm not nervous at all, so you don't need to worry. Is that so? Charlene held out his hand and said, well then, Scarlet understood and placed her hand on his, gripping it tightly. Charlene blushed deeply, looked at it, and said, my lady, yes, just place your hand on mine. Pardon? So please relax a little. Ah, yes, I'm sorry. Shall we begin now? Yes. The two of them began their first steps. Every move they made was watched by the servants and the band with gloomy, contemptuous expressions. Wow, they're really bad dancers. The sight of them dancing was like two vultures pecking at each other. Scarlet also noticed something unusual and thought, no, it's one thing for me. But why is he like this? Isn't he supposed to be a great dancer? Truly, one dares to teach and the other dares to learn. Your Majesty, what's wrong? I need to prepare again. Let's rest for a bit. A moment later. Are you ready now? After getting ready, he extended his hand to her. The two of them caught the rhythm of the music. This time, they danced a little more gracefully. Scarlet was surprised. What is this? Why is it so different from before? While dancing, she asked, Your Majesty. I'm listening. Scarlet, have you heard of a love engagement? A love engagement? Yes, that's it. A love engagement is when two people fall in love before getting married. It requires fateful encounters and many coincidences. Oh, and they have to overcome adversity together. What a familiar story. But why are you talking about this, Scarlet? Because it's the symbol of a happy ending. That must be wonderful. Wouldn't you want to try it once? As she danced, she looked down at her feet, calculating if I make a big mistake like stepping on his foot, it would surely help get the engagement annulled, right? Charlene said, Hey, Scarlet, look up here for a moment. Scarlet obeyed and looked up at him, their four eyes meeting, creating a beautiful scene. His lips curved slightly. You're finally looking at me. Scarlet blushed and looked at him. Truly a face that could save the world. Thank you for the compliment. I'm very happy. Scarlet, a little embarrassed, blushed and hid her gaze. Your Majesty. Go on. The thing is, I was too embarrassed to tell Your Majesty. Actually, I'm a terrible dancer, like a complete beginner. I see. He wrapped his arm around her waist and suddenly lifted her up, spinning her in a beautiful circle. Ah, Your Majesty. Scarlet's heart skipped a beat. He looked at her gently and smiled. Then he set her down on the ground. There's no problem, is there? Right, Scarlet? Yes, that's right. But why did you suddenly bring up a love engagement? Well, Your Majesty may not know it now, but who knows? One day your fated person might suddenly appear, and then everything will become meaningless. It sounds like you want to try it. Scarlet paused and pointed at herself. Me? No, I'm a realist. Is that so? Well then, let's end our practice here for today. I have business at the palace. Is that all right? Scarlet, has time passed so quickly? Of course not. If you're busy, you should go, Your Majesty. Nancy asked Lucy, Hey Lucy, does our lady really not know how to dance? I don't know. There have never been any rumors about the ladies dancing. That's right. There are no rumors that she's a good dancer, but no one has criticized her for being a bad dancer either. Lucy replied, Maybe. Nancy turned back and asked, Maybe? Lucy thought to herself, she's doing it on purpose. Seeing Lucy lost in thought, Nancy called out, Lucy, what's wrong? Is something bothering you? No, I was just lost in thought. What, that's so boring. If she's doing it on purpose, why? What is her intention? When His Majesty looks at Lady Scarlet, he's so attentive. His gaze can't be explained in any other way than that of a man in love. A few days later, Ackman arrived. Doctor, how do I look? It seems even picking your nose would look elegant. Is that so? You mean this outfit suits me, right? The doctor had been staying at the Ackman villa as a guest ever since that incident. But did you come to my room just to ask that? Yes, I'm done talking. I'm leaving now. The doctor was bewildered. I'm busy too, you know. Scarlett went out and looked down. She called, Your Majesty. Charlene looked up and saw her looking absolutely radiant. She said softly, I'm sorry for making you wait. I just arrived myself, so don't worry about it. Scarlett, shall we go then? She smiled and replied, yes. Are you nervous? A little. This is my first time coming to a place like this. Don't forget I'm here with you. Suddenly, she was surprised when Charlene held out his hand in front of her. Come on. After a moment of thought, she took Charlene's hand. This is the son of the Empire, Emperor Charlene Calier. And this is Lady Scarlett Ackman, daughter of Duke Ackman. Scarlett, yes, Your Majesty. We were supposed to have the first dance together. Yes, here you are, Your Majesty. Seeing her proactively extend her hand surprised Charlene a little. After a moment, he smiled and called, Scarlett, if you want, you can dance with Count Issa first. Your Majesty, is something wrong? If not, then never mind. She was bewildered. What was that? Is that all you wanted to say? Charlene gazed at her intently and praised. You are so beautiful. She replied nonchalantly, Of course, I've always been beautiful, just especially so today. Looking in the mirror, I thought I was a goddess. Hearing her praise herself, Charlene was left dumbfounded. He said, A goddess without a face means nothing. You're simply perfectly beautiful, Scarlett. She blushed shyly. I am going outside for some fresh air. She went outside, covered her face, and silently exclaimed, Oh my God. She imagined Charlene's words. You are truly so beautiful, Scarlett. Saying such sweet things with that face makes my heart flutter. It's just a deception. He belongs to someone else anyway. Suddenly, she became resolute. No, look at his face, and he says things like that. And he's even my fiancé. How could I not want to pounce on him right away? I can't let Charlene Calier know these thoughts of mine. As she was thinking, someone walked up and asked, What are you doing? This ear-splitting voice is Baba. Baba raised his hand. Hello. Oh, hello. When did you get here? I didn't see you at all. Well, I came without letting anyone know. So how could you see me? You must hate attracting attention. Yeah. Anyway, what are you doing out here not dancing? Wasn't the first dance supposed to be with the Emperor? Well, I thought so too, but apparently not. The Emperor probably had something else to do. Scarlett said, Hey, I think it's better to do something and regret it than to do nothing at all. Huh? What's he talking about? What do you think of Emperor Charlene? She hesitated. Well, he's someone I want to be a little happier. Just then, Charlene approached and happened to overhear their conversation. Hearing this, Baba exclaimed, Aha. He thought to himself, Scarlett is like the brilliant summer sun. Charlene is like the gentle yet fierce winter wind. It seems like an imperfect combination, but it's very harmonious. Scarlett turned and asked, interrupting Baba's thoughts. That's a bit new. Why ask that all of a sudden? No, it's nothing. It's just that. Just what? What just? At this moment, Charlene spoke in a cold voice. What are you doing here? It's windy, isn't it? Yes. I also ran into Baba. Oh wait, Your Majesty has never met him. This is Baba. Baba Barcelona Bracco. His ancestor was Bracco, a high priest from ancient times. Is that so? Count, I have something to discuss with Scarlett. Yes, I will leave you too. The night air is too cold. I don't feel that cold. Charlene took off his coat and put it on her. Scarlett looked up and called, Your Majesty. Don't you want to go inside? If you want to stay here, then stay. I'll stay here too. If we can't dance, this will have to do instead. Hey, no way. You didn't give me a choice earlier, so that doesn't count. Your hands are so cold, Scarlett. She froze and said to herself, All right, I admit it. It seems going out was pointless. I might catch a cold. Okay, I admit it. I like this tyrant. I like him. I really like him. But I'm not confident I can become a wonderful lover like a love of the century. On the contrary, this man is the one capable of becoming a love of the century. She asks His Majesty, Now you don't need to practice with me anymore, right? What are we talking about? What about this? Cough, cough. No, nothing. Why did Your Majesty stop talking mid-sentence? Is something wrong? Your Majesty, why are you silent? Ah, a shooting star. Challen secretly thought it was a lie, but Scarlett cheerfully exclaimed, Where's the shooting star? It flew past. Challen thought to himself, Even with power, I can't do anything but protect myself. That's why I chose people who don't need protecting and try to live with them. I won't give anyone my heart. She blankly asked, What? Why didn't I see it? Challen looked at her, the corners of his lips curling into a slight smile. She was still searching. Shooting star, where are you? It was still challenged train of thought, and the world she saw was still just as beautiful. Then she returned to the mansion. Then she sat up, breathing heavily. Something is very strange. What kind of dream is this? If the dreams I see are related to the prophetic ability of the Ackman family. In the Duke's study, I only heard voices and didn't see anything, so I wasn't sure. If so, one of the two must die. According to this dream, the voice of the Dark Mage and the voice of Chelera seemed to match, even if slightly distorted. The people watching the first meeting of Challen and Chelera weren't looking because they were beautiful or handsome. It was like an assassin targeting prey, especially when looking at Challen. It was a temple, but it looked much gloomier. But looking at the symbol of the Rikus constellation, could it be? The Holy Temple and the Dark Mages are cooperating? The next morning, she tiredly said, in the end, I couldn't sleep peacefully. Suddenly, a voice called out, Scarlet, it's me. She was surprised to realize, it's Baba. Baba, what's up at this hour? I brought this for you. It was in my room. I found it in the corner last night. She curiously asked, what is it? I'm not sure either. It has her name written on it. In the worn-out chest that Baba found in the room, it was nothing other than Scarlet's diary. No, hiding a diary, there's really strange, very strange. A diary is a treasure I want to hide, but also want to keep closest to me. Scarlet's room is quite far from where the diary was hidden, so what was she thinking hiding it there? I feel a bit guilty reading someone else's diary. But right now, I am Scarlet. Back then, she was also beaten by the Duke. Back then, suddenly, her expression darkened. Of course, I could predict it wouldn't be content that would make me smile happily while reading. But as I read, I felt my blood run completely cold when I reached the bottom of the page. What is this? Child, is it fake? Are you illegitimate? That's right. It's better if you don't remember that truth. Because I love him, you had to be born in pain. It's all my mother's fault. The power of God is something that cannot be contained in a single bowl. But I loved him so much I forgot that. That man who was like sunlight. Scarlet, you must survive. Think of yourself and value yourself. Do not sacrifice or pity anyone. If you still feel you can't do it, use this. It will help you. So Duke Aaron is Scarlet's stepfather, and the bastard Baron abandoned his lover, whom he was dating happily just for the family seal, to marry the girlfriend who was pregnant with his brother's child. So Scarlet isn't the Baron's daughter. So the family seal has passed to me? However, I still don't know where it is. But if I become the Duke, no one expects me to have that family seal, so it's not an urgent problem. How to deal with this bastard Baron? Servant Lucy secretly worried. Was this killing intent? Scarlet thought to herself that she should act quickly, hoping that Bastard suffers as much as possible. I also need to quickly find the family seal that the rotten guy wants so much. What's the matter so early in the morning? It's not very important, but I wanted to give this to you, Mother. What is this? It's a medicine made from winter flowers. Winter flower is a plant that can be used as a hair removal agent if crushed in a powder, but if juiced, it becomes a toxic poison. Millia watched silently for a while, then asked, where did this come from? It's a trade secret. Scarlet thought she couldn't say it came from Baba. Millia thought for a long time, then picked up the bottle. Anything else to say? No, but she opened the bag. Just make him bald, then place small packets of medicine on the table. Later, Duke Baron came over and asked, Madam, what did you call me for? It's been hard to see you lately. He thought to himself, is she trying to get rid of me to make her child the Duke? Hey, how have you been lately? You care about how I'm living? Of course. Please have some. I brought good tea. Baron thought, she's so arrogant. Then he said, by the way, I met a woman not long ago. She is very beautiful. Is that so? Why are you telling me that? Well, I had to say it anyway. After all, I'm the person you need, so you must have thought a lot. Huh, what are you saying? Millia thought, just as the child said, I am nothing in his eyes anymore. I told you, I'm not a good person, and I don't think I'm better than you, Duke. Did you just call me Duke? That's right. Is there a problem with me calling you Duke? He slammed the table, Madam. How dare you have such an attitude with the head of the family? Are you crazy? Do you know what you were saying? Is there any wife in the world who calls her husband by his title? Anyway, you were still the person I needed, so I hesitated a lot. But in the end, it was impossible. Madam, do you hear what I'm saying? Or have you gone crazy like that, Scarlet? That child said she agreed to let me do this. Do what? It's funny, isn't it? Life is so comedic. The thing no one understood, only that child understood. That is something even Isaiah cannot deny. The Duchess kept laughing, even though she didn't want to. Baron angrily asked, Madam, are you mocking me? Suddenly his face turned pitch black, gasping, hic, huff. Then everything before his eyes blurred, and he fell to the ground. Ugh. Looks like the medicine worked, huh? Duke Baron asked in shock, what? Congratulations, Duke, for having a new life. Having said that, Duchess Milia told the servant, "Go and say that I will cooperate." "Yes, madam." A while later, "There's a letter for you, my lady, but it's not from His Majesty the Emperor." Wow. Honestly, if anyone heard, they'd think I wait for His Majesty's letters all day. Lucy, if you think that, it's a huge misunderstanding. I don't. No, not exactly don't, but I mean I'm not that impatient. Yes, I will meet His Majesty, so there's no need to send letters. Yes. Then I'm busy, so excuse me, I'll go first. Scarlet looked and thought. Lucy seems a bit annoyed lately, right? Or is it just a feeling? Then she opened the letter. To Lady Scarlet. How are you? I am well. I am writing this to inform you that the child you entrusted to me previously has woken up and is diagnosed to have fully recovered. According to what I found, that child is Glenn Major, the son of the Major family. He is 20 years old and calls you sister. Do you know him? Andrian, the elder. Scarlet was surprised and asked herself, sister? The letter also says, I will bring the child there soon. Please let me know when you can visit. Then I will share more news with you. I also guessed he was Glenn Major, so let's leave it at that. But being the same age, why does he call me sister? This guy is ridiculous. Anyway, with the Duke's matter, I need to meet the elders a bit. It seems convenient. Scene changes to the forest. Challen was walking when he met Chelera, walking in the opposite direction. Both stopped and looked at each other intently. The space became silent. No one wanted to speak a word. Finally, Challen spoke up. Why are you staring at me like that? What? Chelera trembled and whispered, how is this possible? Challen repeated her words. How is this possible? Ever since wearing the divine ring that Scarlet found, I can hear small sound from afar. So this time, I could also clearly hear that almost whispered voice. Challen called, number 1. Yes, Your Majesty. Chelera thought, since when? I didn't expect a guard to be following. Suddenly barging in like this. If I let this tyrant start suspecting, I might be at a disadvantage. Although it's very annoying, I have to endure it. Calm down. Just looking into his eyes is enough. Earlier, it seemed like communication failed because I made a mistake somewhere. Maybe the communication speed was slower. Since he is the last descendant of Callier, he inherited immense power. He could be considered an incarnation of a god. How can this happen? Chelera realized in shock. Could it be? Is he reading my mind? I must turn Callier's world upside down. I am forced to do so. But that is impossible. That tyrant possesses a treasure that makes it impossible for me to defeat him. You said my existence was an absurdity. Have you finally realized it? Challen thought to himself that he was on his way to see Scarlet when he was obstructed by her, and he was sick of her empty cliches. You yourself said, I was the one who killed my lover. Glenn Major, you still remember him, right? What a waste of time. Challen raised his hand, making her startle in fear. Murderous intent radiated intensely. Challen looked at her with an extremely gloomy expression. Then, only a blood-curdling scream was heard. At the safe zone. Why are you only arriving now? Scarlet, we missed you so much. Scarlet reached out to catch the spirits. Oh my, is that so? I'm sorry, little ones. Scarlet, what are you planning to do today? Planting fruit, because you guys ate all the ones I planted before. I bought more seeds. Scarlet is so cute. Exactly. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind. Are those spirits? She turned around and saw it was Challen. Your Majesty, you've arrived? When I gave you the spirit stone, I should have realized. So, these spirits are just children? That's right. She looked at him and blushed, thinking, oh, His Majesty is still so handsome today. Hey kids, this is His Majesty the Emperor. Hurry and say hello. One spirit said, not friend, smells strongly of eggplant. W, what did you say? Black eggplant. Go away. Stay away from Scarlet. Don't get close to him. Scarlet was surprised and thought, what is happening all of a sudden? She asked why eggplant. Is there something wrong with that vegetable? Black eggplant. Ugly. Black eggplant. I mean spirits. Are there any others besides you guys? There are some over there. The palace? Oh my, are you serious? There are spirits living in the palace? They can't even mold rice cakes. All day long they only know how to play. Play, just play. Maybe those kids can't do it, so they're jealous of you guys. Is that so? It's very possible, Scarlet thought. But why is the smell of eggplant spirits coming from His Majesty? In Scarlet's fragmented knowledge, she knew that the smell of eggplant spirits resembles the smell of blood. Challen asked, tell me what kind of fruit you like. I will give Scarlet the best kind. Seeing them not respond, Challen added, if you need seeds, I can also improve them so they grow faster. I hate eggplants too. Scarlet asked. Really? It's not that I can't eat them. I just don't like the taste. Ah, yes, I understand. His Majesty has cute moments like this too? Well, it makes sense. Maybe because he doesn't want to be hated. Actually, I plan to meet Glenn Major, but I postponed it for a few days. Glenn Major? Yes, the boy I adopted back then. Oh no, he's now a 20-year-old young man. That is a good idea. Pardon? I mean the part about not meeting him. It's not because I don't want to see him. Then what? As soon as I return, I will gather the elders. Actually, everything is ready, but I was delaying it to wait for the right moment. It's a pity there isn't decisive evidence to charge the Duke yet, but I think I can use some existing evidence. At least I can get a handle on him. Then I will charge the Duke for his crimes later. I am very much looking forward to that. I mean the part about kicking the Duke out and becoming the family head. Scarlet wanted to add something, but stopped. She smiled and replied yes. The next day, while the Duke was ill, I and the elders secretly held a meeting. The meeting was called the Council of Elders. The main topic was to impeach the Duke and establish a representative for the family. As you have heard, today, I want to propose two issues regarding the impeachment and the election of a substitute family head. Andrian, Sidian, Dion, Elfin, and also Freya. Suddenly, a voice rang out questioning Scarlet. Hey, young lady, if you want to become the family representative, you should be careful with your words. Even if you aren't the representative yet, the head seat in this meeting room is reserved for someone with sufficient qualifications. Scarlet gave a faint smile. Oh, is that so? Looking at his darkened face, Scarlet asked, What is wrong, sir? Nothing. She internally scoffed. Just keep looking down your nose. Soon enough, my secret card will ensure he can't do that anymore. Mrs. Dion spoke up. It's been a long time since the Council of Elders was summoned, and upon arrival, we're suddenly told about a family representative. The family head is currently in a period of repentance, correct? That is correct. If he is repenting, why is there a representative? Then I will do the repenting in his stead. Hearing Scarlet say that, everyone was secretly astonished. No, this matter. What exactly does this mean? What nonsense is she spouting? Suddenly, Gabin said, Enough joking around. Since when did this family start caring about the elders? What does this have to do with us? It does. You are all very important, because it seems the evil mages, Rizahio and Kaleo, are very interested in you. If the people protecting the boundary of the demon beast forest aren't important, then who in Ackman is important? Thanks to the power protecting the boundary along with many other protective spells, the dark mages cannot invade Ackman openly. I need you, Commander Elfin. While everyone was silent in thought, Freya spoke up. So that is why you summoned us in such a rush. It seems that in the young lady's eyes, we are easily looked down upon. Maybe so, or maybe not. What is this? Should I say it is a secret that cannot be revealed? Scarlet thought. This secret has been hidden within principles and eventually led to a terrible outcome. There is another secret. The reason the Duke could regain the territory smoothly despite not being recognized by the elders is somehow related to this secret. Thanks to the butler's help, I was able to discover this. She said, Why would such a thing happen? The Duke hates revealing this secret to anyone. She thought again. Perhaps because the Emperor killed everyone related to dark mages. The Duke became even more worried and hid this secret. Although others might say it's not a big deal. But everyone has secrets, right? Why is everyone frowning like that? There's a saying that blood is thicker than water. Surely the Duke wants to use this to threaten us. Saying that, Scarlet laughed out loud. Right? Threaten? That was a bit too much. I just want everyone to get along. Sidian stood up and shouted in frustration. Damn it, who would believe that? Oh my, don't use bad language. I truly called you all here to cooperate. Please look carefully at the content of the paper I gave you. The things Duke Baron cannot solve, I can. Moreover, if I become the family representative, wouldn't it be better for both sides? I guarantee that I can solve your problems. So if I solve them, you must acknowledge me as the Duke. That same day, that tea, there was definitely something wrong with it. Where on earth did she learn that method? And where did that damn tea come from? Damn it, ungrateful wretches, biting the hand that feeds them. Daring to do this to Baron Ackman, I will not forgive you. Thanks to whom do you live so comfortably? Just wait, I will kill everyone. The butler opened the door and was surprised. Oh my. Master, you haven't fully recovered yet. You shouldn't exert yourself like that. Enough. Who asked you to worry and bother me? Her. Where's the madam right now? Don't lie. It's best to tell the truth. The madam went out early today. Went out? So there's no one home while the family head is sick? Also, Lady Scarlet is currently attending the Council of Elders meeting. What? On what basis does that brat dare to attend a meeting? Anyone belonging to the Ackman lineage can be summoned. Then what is her purpose for opening the meeting? I'm not exactly sure, but I heard it's to present some evidence from the young master. Damn it, why are you only telling me now? Back to Scarlett's side. She said, until now, how could the Ackman family be manipulated so easily? This is the reason I, Scarlett Ackman, will impeach the Duke of Ackman. So please make your decision. Everyone was thinking about their decision when a shout rang out. Scarlett Ackman. Baron entered and asked, what do you think you are doing? Everyone stared at him, and in an instant, the room became extremely gloomy. How insolent. You despicable wretch, I should have killed you long ago. What's the family head doing here? A person who only cares about himself like you dares to show his face here? How shameless. Do you have no shame? He gritted his teeth and said, shut up. I have nothing to say to the likes of you. Looking at your condition, you must have grasped the situation. If you have something to say, take your time. Fine, perfect timing, listen to me. Just because I disciplined you a little, you dare to cause such a huge scene. Truly a wretch who grew up without gaining any wisdom. Council of Elders, why did you let her run wild like this? Do you think climbing to that position is easy? Get the hell out of there right now. Scarlett smiled calmly and said, are you done? What? Just as I thought, your vocabulary is truly very limited. His face turned black with anger. What did you say? If that is all you want to say, since you are already here, I invite you to attend the meeting as well. Please sit in the seat reserved for the accused. Scarlett asked the elders, does the Council of Elders acknowledge that the Duke of Ackman has insulted a direct descendant of the Ackman lineage? Everyone said in unison, acknowledged. Does the Council of Elders acknowledge that he has deceived and blackmailed the retainers of the family? Acknowledged. The Duchess has also expressed her agreement with this indictment. Therefore, I declare that Duke Ackman, the current family head, has been impeached. The Baron shouted, who gave you permission? Who gave you permission to accuse me? I won't let this go. I'll kill you, you evil Scarlett Ackman. With that, he lunged at Scarlett, intending to strike her. But he was immediately stopped, causing the object in the Baron's hand to fall. Scarlett saw this and quickly stepped back to dodge. The object fell straight into a pot of lush green plants. The Baron fell to the ground, accidentally hitting the box containing the potion vial on the table. Scarlett anticipated what was about to happen, a satisfied smirk on her lips. The potion vial fell right on the old Baron's head and shattered. A green solution splashed all over him. My head. The Baron clutched his head and groaned. Ugh, ugh. Seeing him writhing and screaming in pain, Dion approached and asked, sir, are you all right? Then Scarlett spoke up, stay where you are. Don't go near or touch him. Hearing this, Dion immediately backed away. Scarlett walked over and said, Baron Ackman, give up. A large patch of his head had gone bald. I forbid you from coming near me, you crazy witch. You can call me whatever you like. But remember, not even a saint can cure this. There is no antidote. After that, only a scream was heard, ah, ah. Don't let that ball man escape, catch him. Yes, sir. The temporary head of the house. Gabin said, I'm afraid just imprisoning him won't be enough. Why? Scarlett looked at Gabin and asked, what is it? This is the object that man was holding. This, the black thing, right? That's right. I've seen this thing once before. What is it? Actually, I don't know for sure, but I know it's closely related to some very dangerous people. Very dangerous people? There's only one group of people I have to be careful with when using a word like dangerous. The Dark Mages. Well, then we must act quickly. If Baron Ackman has accomplices, this will continue to happen, and besides, we have other problems to solve. Looking at the withered plant pot, Scarlett said, I'll take this plant pot with me. Everyone said worriedly, it's dangerous, temporary head of the house. I will discuss this with His Majesty. This is necessary. To be honest, I couldn't say anything because I was worried that the weaknesses you all were hiding were related to the Dark Mages. That's understandable. That's right. If it was just that, it would have been fine. But when direct evidence related to them appeared from the hands of the mastermind, Baron Ackman, everything changed. This is clear evidence that Baron Ackman and the Dark Mages are connected. Suddenly, Scarlett silently realized, ugh, it smells. She picked up the plant pot. It will be better to reveal everything to His Majesty instead of hiding it. I hope to overcome this difficulty with all of you. Then Iza asked, it's not completely black, is it? I've seen it before. Really? It's dark green, to be exact. But he drank it. Drank this? I sometimes saw him dead drunk, so I accidentally saw it once. It seems he would lose his mind after drinking that stuff. I thought it was because he was drunk, but it turns out it wasn't. Yes, I remember it that way. It's strange. Baron Ackman was always violent when drunk, but it got worse and worse. Something was wrong. The look on his face with the green veins popping out. It was because of the drug. It seems that punishing Baron Ackman with house arrest, as Gabin suggested, is too lenient. With that, Scarlett called for Brother Isaiah. Immediately tie up Baron Ackman and lock him in the mansion's dungeon. Meanwhile, Chera wondered to herself, I tried to arrange a meeting with him with details reminiscent of Scarlett Ackman, the one he loved. Why? Wait a minute. Why did he let me go? That emperor could have killed me, but he let me go. It was kept secret. Moreover, what was with that strange remark? In another scene, did you see it, Gabin? Come on, what dangerous thing have you brought back this time? Because it's what I need. Gabin, even if you know nothing, you must remember this. To be precise, this is a part of the sealed demon god. The terrible stench. What on earth is it? It's black water. Black water. That's what everyone calls it. To be precise, this is a part of the sealed demon god. The next day, that's right. It ended quickly and neatly. I think that was a wise decision, Scarlett. There's nothing more to discuss. You may go. Isaiah and Scarlett were silent for a moment. Then Isaiah stood up, turned, and left. Seeing this, Scarlett called out, Brother Isaiah. Then she turned back to look at the woman, who also said nothing. So she stood up. Then I'll take my leave as well. A few days later, at the appointment with Charlene. It's true, I've fallen for His Majesty the Emperor. But what if the female lead appears and he falls for her at first sight? She let out a sigh and then resolved, I must stand firm. I just need to keep moving forward steadily. The coachman outside muttered to himself, what's with the young lady again? Scarlett continued to think, if he really falls in love with her at first sight, I'll deal with it then. If I feel that person is also interested in me, I'll make the first move. Love is a matter of timing. But there's a more difficult problem. She recalled the previous ball and pulled at her hair. What am I going to do about my weird actions the night before the ball? I'm crazy. What should I do? Why did I waste time on such useless things? From outside, the butler's voice called out, My lady, it's dangerous. Please sit still. She thought again, even though His Majesty doesn't know that the things I did were just because I wanted to be dumped. But it's so embarrassing I could die. But wait, what's the big deal? I'm beautiful. So first, I'll just ask him about his ideal type and make my move. A while later, meeting Charlene, she said, besides being tasked with representing the Duke and taking care of this plant pot today, Your Majesty, I have something to ask. Something to ask? Yes, go ahead, Scarlett. Oh, well, you have something to ask, but why are you hesitating like this? That is, she mustered all her courage and asked directly, Your Majesty, do you have an ideal type for the opposite gender? Charlene spat out his tea. What? An ideal type? I was just curious. Why do you ask? Well, can Your Majesty tell me? Charlene said thoughtfully after a moment of silence. Someone who puts flowers on their head and runs down the street, not caring what others think. Whether it's alcohol or flowers, it doesn't matter. Sometimes eats cake with their mouth wide, open in excitement. Sometimes their hips are higher than their head. Oh, there's more. Thinking of the scene with the Baron in the dungeon, Charlene continued, can end an opponent's life with a single blow. Scarlett, however, didn't realize that the person Charlene was describing was her. She said to herself, who knew he had such a peculiar taste. Oh, doesn't that mean I have no hope? She said, I suppose so. The type of person Your Majesty likes must be hard to find. Hard to find? She asked back, so it's easy? Scarlett, I think there's a misunderstanding. The reason I know I like this person more than I thought is because... No, I understand what you mean. I was very disappointed after hearing about his ideal type. You mean Your Majesty likes unique people who don't care what others think of them. That's right, but unlike other fiancés, you were the first to propose an engagement, so I had a little hope. Your Majesty, may I ask one more question? Go ahead. I want to know why you wanted to get engaged to me. Charlene paused for a moment. It was because at that time I suspected the Ackman family. So Your Majesty means, you don't like me, but only wanted to use me, so you proposed, is that right? This is clearly the first time I'm hearing this, but since I had already guessed part of it, I'm not too surprised. The problem isn't about asking that. She lowered her head and said, you also know the atmosphere currently surrounding my family. Besides, we are friends, aren't we? Even if we don't continue the engagement, you can still cooperate with me to investigate whether the dark mages have infiltrated my family. But knowing all this, why do you still want to maintain the engagement with me? At first, I thought that if I suggested breaking off the engagement or asked this question, he would kill me immediately. But now I know that won't happen. It's just, if only he had said that he was maintaining this relationship because he loved me. But Charlene said, because it's dangerous. She was startled and looked up at Charlene. By being engaged to me, you yourself will be in danger. Even if the engagement is broken, that danger will not disappear. Hearing his words, I was truly surprised. All of Charlene's previous fiancés had died. Not only that, members of the family are now also being murdered. But it wasn't His Majesty who did it. She spoke up and asked, could it be? Someone wants Your Majesty's fiancé to die? Those close to me, those who have the potential to become close to me. There will always be those who want to harm them at all costs. So, you mean they'll try to kill them in the temple? That's right. So that's how it is. They are plotting to destroy the Kalier, Ackman, and Rezahio families and see something. That's a given. Charlene said, the engagement has been maintained for such a long time, so they are targeting me even more. But as Your Majesty knows, so far there has been nothing life-threatening. You're right, but that's because your family and mine are not easily affected by matters in the temple. If one of us disappears, I don't know what will happen in the temple. Besides, you said you discovered the symbol of the Ricos Church, the new symbol of the dark mages in the temple. Yes, Baron Ackman. The former head of the Ackman family also drank something from a bottle that had that same symbol. The dark mages might be closer than we think, perhaps even inside the temple. Yes, that's entirely possible. That's why there needs to be a connection between you and me. She blushed and stammered. So the meaning of those words is, you're trying to protect me. That's why you're maintaining the engagement with me, right? Is that it? Seeing Charlene remain silent, she impatiently asked again, Your Majesty, why aren't you saying anything? Aren't you maintaining the engagement to protect me? Please say something. Your Majesty, aren't you listening to me? She moved closer and pressed him with questions. Your Majesty, why is your face so red? Are you unwell somewhere? Charlene shyly turned his face away. I'm fine. Really? Yes, really. She asked again doubtfully, are you sure? I'm sure. Is there poison in the tea? There isn't. Then please answer my earlier question. What do you mean? What do I mean? The reason you've remained engaged to me until now is to protect me, isn't it? How could your thoughts possibly lead you in that direction? Did I say something wrong? It's not that, but perhaps. Yes. Please go on, Your Majesty. But Charlene just said it was nothing. Why did you stop mid-sentence? Is this homework? Why should I have to answer? There's no such homework in the world, Your Majesty. Charlene immediately changed the subject. The flower vase you brought? Leave it here for a thorough investigation. Your Majesty, that's not the issue. Your Majesty, are you aware that you still haven't answered a single one of my questions? I know, but the answer I want to hear from you right now is not that. You were planning to hand me that dangerous vase without saying a word? She bowed and replied, I thought we were close friends, but it seems that is not the case. Please forgive my impertinence, Your Majesty. I will write you a letter. She smiled brightly and said, I will be waiting. On the way back, she secretly felt a glimmer of hope. Even if it's just a little, it seems there's still hope, isn't there? Anyway, if this is a scheme set up by the dark mages, then it's true that they are targeting me. It's best to limit going out as much as possible. Suddenly she stopped, Looking outside, she gasped in surprise. Isn't that Chera? Wow, she's so beautiful. Red hair and red eyes too. She's even more beautiful than when I vaguely saw her in my dream. Wait, red eyes. Something seems wrong. The red hair and emerald-like eyes exuded a captivating and intense beauty, yet held an irresistible mystery. According to the original story, Chera Diel was described as having green eyes. Moreover, can just a change in eye color alter the atmosphere so much? Or maybe I saw it wrong. Anyway, the original story doesn't start for a few more years. But why do I feel so uneasy? I don't know if it will work, but I'll try using the power of the deity. I remember it not only has healing abilities, but can also be used in a situation like this. Assuming it's effective, I just need to transfer the deity's energy to Chera. Then if I meet her again later, I'll be able to recognize her even if her appearance changes. Please, can you transfer a little energy to Chera? But until that moment, I couldn't have known the original story had been destroyed. As soon as she returned, a servant said, My lady, a letter has arrived, and I've placed it on your desk. A letter? Has His Majesty sent a letter already? Probably not. As expected, it was from Brian and Andrian. Even so, if they went to the trouble of sending a letter, it must be something important. What could it be? She was shocked as she read it. My lady, I was just about to bring you some tea, but where are you going? Lucy, prepare the carriage for me at once. It's almost dinner time. What would you like to eat? Later, she thought to herself that now was not the time to worry about eating. I can finally meet Glenn Mazier properly. Afterward, Scarlett arrived at the location. She went inside and immediately asked, "Where's Glenn Mazier? I want to see him first." Brian and Andrian were silent for a moment before speaking. "We may look like this, but we're just like guards who can only stare at the door." "Guards, what do you mean?" "You'll understand once you go in. Please, this way. This is the room." Scarlett stood before the door and pushed it open. She entered and spoke. "Hello, my name is Scarlett Ackman. I'm the person you've been waiting to meet." Glenn Mazier exclaimed himself. "Wow, she looks like an angel." Tears. Why are they suddenly? He hugged Scarlett tightly and called out emotionally, "Sister." She was inwardly shocked. What is going on? Sob, sob. "You won't leave me again, will you, sister? What is with this crazy, beautiful kid? Even though I don't know what's happening, I'll just pretend to be his sister for now." Scarlett was captivated by the angel's gaze. "I still don't know your name. What is it?" "It's Glenn Mazier, the survivor of the Maz family." "Is that so?" She wondered doubtfully. Is he really 20 years old? Why does he look so immature? Besides, it's possible that this is just a mask. I can't let my first impression be clouded. I must do my best as the representative of the Ackman family. She said, "I am very sorry about what happened to the Maz family, sir. Please just call me Glenn's sister. If you prefer, I will do so. Please speak comfortably as well." All right." She thought that since her appointment as the family representative hadn't been announced yet, she was generally on the same social level as him. "However, I also have a position in the palace as the fiancé, so I could speak a little more casually. But Glenn, can you tell me why you call me sister? We've only just met today, so it's a bit puzzling that you keep calling me that. I had a sister who sacrificed her life to save me. Due to family circumstances, her identity was not made public, but she was my only sister. When I was taken by bandits, I missed her dearly. After I woke up, the elders here told me that everyone in the Maz family was dead. The image of her screaming herself hoarse, begging for me to be spared, is the last memory I have of her." Sob. "Sister, I'm so happy to see you again like this." Scarlett was bewildered and thought to herself, What's with him all of a sudden? Even if it seems a bit fake, showing suspicion in front of the sole survivor of a family isn't a good idea. "Glenn, calm down. I'm sorry. I just got too emotional. It's okay." Unexpectedly, she made a funny face to make the boy laugh. "If you want to cry, just cry. When you're sad, it's best to cry and let out all your frustrations, so there's nothing to apologize for. After you're done crying, we will continue the interrogation." "Interrogation? What are you talking about, sister? Why an interrogation all of a sudden? Do you know you were found in Ackman territory? Very close to the demon beast forest, which we guard most heavily, and your condition at that time was not good. So from our perspective, you are an extremely suspicious individual. Furthermore, when you had amnesia, you told me you were the sole survivor. But the biggest problem is after that, mysterious evildoers started lurking around Ackman. So, there are many things to question." With that said, she went outside. Brian asked, "Is everything finished?" Glenn was unable to escape the fate of the Mazier family and was captured. A strange woman whose face he can't clearly remember. But she had red hair and was always in a state of hypnosis. And that woman called Glenn a sacrifice. She thought to herself, Glenn said that since he appeared, the dark mages started lurking around him, which is a lie. But Glenn is definitely also being pursued by the dark mages. Glenn's escape was a stroke of luck. No, it was a miracle. Suddenly, during a brief moment when the hypnosis was lifted, he hid himself. He hesitated between the desolate lands of Raziel and the Ackman border, but then chose to run towards Ackman. Because until then, the Ackman territory was not yet completely under the control of the dark mages. After thinking, she continued, and Glenn said he could feel the aura of Raziel for me. Why would he feel the aura of Raziel for me? Looking at Andrian and Brian's reactions, it seems they know something. Although they are my allies, if there's something they have to hide, it's highly likely related to Scarlett's mother, who came from commoner background. It's also possible she didn't come from there. Sister, I have a very accurate intuition. I can still feel it very clearly right now. Only those who inherit the strong power of Raziel can sense each other. And although I'm from a branch family, I'm an anomaly who inherited the power. Is that so? Then you must come to my house. I don't know what for, but the dark mages need Isa and Glenn, the sacrifices. But I can't just take them away easily. So everyone, get ready to go out immediately. Scene change. Your Majesty, they have started moving from the temple. Finally, right after receiving the water deity, I sent someone to the temple to watch Scarlet Ackman's every move. In the past, I would never have used this method. This is a communication from the bribed priest. No matter what, I would never bribe a priest, but this time I broke my own rule. It's all because I don't want to lose her. Back to Scarlet. What should I do now? Even though we haven't left yet, I can't just hide here forever. Sister, shouldn't I go out and help you too? Just wait there. I'll draw their attention. Draw their attention. Do you have a plan, sister? I don't, but. So you're here, Scarlet Ackman. Sister, that's too dangerous. I'll go out and fight too. No, what can a child like you do? Finally found you. Die, Scarlet Ackman. Scarlet looked at the approaching axe and thought. Glenn believed his luck had run out and he would truly die. Just then, a sword flew in and pierced his head. Thud, that black sword. Sister, someone is coming. Is it an enemy? No, it's fine. Challen approached and said, so you were here. You were careless this time. Indeed, it was Challen, a person who would put flowers on his head and run through the streets, not caring about others' gazes, whether it be wine or flowers, it didn't matter. And just one strike could end an opponent's life. Could it be this man? Likes me? Seeing her dazed, Challen called, Scarlet, are you hurt anywhere? I'm fine, and you? Me too. Thank goodness. Thank you for your help, Your Majesty. Don't mention it. I took down a few of them. If you want, I could take you back to the mansion. Really? Being helped repeatedly like this makes me feel a bit embarrassed. But may I ask you a favor? As you know, my carriage is broken down. Cough. Helping is my honor. By the way, are my knights and the carriage driver all right? They're safe and sound. That's a relief. It's all thanks to your protection. But Your Majesty, how did you know we were here? I moved in a hurry today, so I didn't report to you. Challen thought about having sent people to watch her and awkwardly turned his face away, saying, there were subordinates of mine along the way. I see. So the group that ambushed us were subordinates of the temple? Yes, just as you predicted. They were all subordinates of the temple. First, let's go back to the carriage. The night wind is very cold. Yes, into the carriage. Scarlet immediately fell asleep snoring. Challen watched intently when she suddenly fell onto his shoulder. His eyes reddened as he thought, leaning like this would be a bit more comfortable. He raised his hand to gently touch her face. If only we could be together longer. Outside, looking at the moving carriage, he silently said, I have thought for a long time, Scarlet Ackman is indeed lucky, remembering the help of the elders to imprison the Duke, but I didn't expect you to get my toy as well. I thought it had died for encroaching on Ackman territory. So this is the last blood of Razahel, keeping the Razahel bloodline. Since when were the Ackman elders so benevolent? But if this is the case, can the power of Razahel gather towards me? The power that even Caliur cannot keep up with. The power reserved only for Razahel for self-defense. That must definitely belong to us. Among the plans I have made so far, it seems none have been fully executed. But this is increasingly making me satisfied. I really want to kill her. Or should I change the plan, even though I opened my heart to mercy and tried to destroy Caliur as soon as possible? But things did not go according to the initial plan. I want to see Caliur and Ackman suffer, then I will definitely take Razahel's power. So enjoy the present, my lovely toy. Over here, Scarlet was still sleeping soundly in Challen's arms. Glenn stumbled behind. Then he turned back and asked, is something wrong? Feeling a bit strange, a very dark premonition kept lingering in my mind. Challen coldly said, Razahel, don't dream of using me. I wouldn't dare do that to you, although this is the first time we meet. But I have absolutely no evil intentions. And Razahel will never forget your grace. There were rumors like that before. But remember that words can only go so far. Scene switch, the Dark Wizard, as the successor of the Demon King. If absorbing enough power and getting closer to the Demon God, then all previous failures can be compensated. Unless an elite king appears. But the number of remaining fairies is not many, and they haven't found anyone worthy to sign a contract. So the appearance of an elite king is impossible. It is said that an elite king is usually born when a Razahel meets a fairy. But now, even the remaining Razahel doesn't know how to sign a contract with a real fairy. So the appearance of an elite king is probably far-fetched. No matter how hard Razahel tries, victory still belongs to us. Now it's just a matter of time. The next day, the schedule, the official schedule, the official engagement schedule. I didn't know. I knew, but why is the official schedule at the battlefield? Hey, it's during the ceasefire. Come sit here. Even if it's a ceasefire, how can they take the fiancé to the battlefield? Ira also said, that's right, young master. Scarlet, can I not go? That's right, sister. You should just stay in a mansion. I want that too, but Glenn is busy interrogating. And there are many things to do. I also need to discuss with the elders, so I just said postponing this schedule is fine. It's okay. That's it. Is there any problem? Truly digging your own grave. Even if it's a ceasefire, the battlefield is no joke. What if something happens after going? Your Majesty is really... Glenn thought, anyway, my intuition feels it's safest here, so I must stop her by all means. Just as he thought that, Scarlet asked, Glenn, shall I take you with me? Sister, what are you saying? With me there, nothing will happen, right? He stared blankly and thought, maybe so. She was born with stronger raise-a-hell power. So who knows? My intuition might be mistaken. She stood up and said, let's prepare to go, right now. Really? She winked and said, of course, have I ever joked? Sister, no, I mean, Scarlet turned back and interrupted. I'm going to the garden for a bit. In the meantime, finish preparing everything, okay? Glenn heard that and immediately turned to stone on the spot. Scarlet went to the garden and called out, Your Majesty. Challen turned back and also called Scarlet. Oh my, real fairies. Scarlet reassured the spirits. It's okay. They aren't strangers. You guys saw that person last time. Challen said the purple eggplant fairy had been moved elsewhere. Yay, he really kept his promise. Thank you. Purple eggplant fairy can't tease us anymore. Oh my. Scarlet silently said, You guys are so cute. Suddenly Challen called Scarlet. What about me? Huh, not a word of praise for me. Scarlet stood frozen. Your Majesty did very well. You flatter me, really. Then everyone is settled, so I will introduce you. This is Jill, Nun. Bell, Jill, Nun, Bell. This person is called Chancellor. Hi, guys. As for the two standing over there, the blonde one is Count Lumen. The dark brown hair is Knight Commander Benzer. Just call me Lumen. Call me Benzer is fine, too. And call me Clover instead of Chancellor. The spirits were confused. Clover, no way. You aren't a fairy? If not a fairy, why should we call you Clover? Don't pretend to be a fairy. So annoying. Seeing the Chancellor turn to stone because of the spirit's continuous attacks, Scarlet said, Guys, calm down. What is Clover? Is it a fairy? He just likes leaves shaped like peaches. Peach shape. I think they're saying fairy, which surely has many different appearances. But come to think of it, you guys haven't been born here for long, right? Then it's strange. Newly born fairies know about purple eggplant or clover fairy. Hearing Her Highness say that, it is true. Everyone was looking at each other in confusion when the spirits said, We know it all. We can see it. See it? We can do many things. Us fairies have a very fast growth rate. But no, we won't do that because we like Scarlet. Not being able to grow fast is okay too. You don't do it because you like me, and you know how to do many things too. Come to think of it, the fairies who made a contract with Challen in the original work, although thin, had the appearance of adult fairies. But what does liking me and refusing to grow have to do with each other? They said again, only when helping Scarlet will we mature. Okay, we're going back now. Challen smiled smugly. They said they would only mature when helping, I understand. The three were about to leave when Scarlet asked, You guys also saw the purple eggplant fairy. Isn't it that without flowers you can't go far? No, we look weak, but we are actually very strong. Is that so? From now on, wherever I go, I will take you with me. If I knew beforehand, I would have taken you everywhere. Scarlet is the best. Seeing her happy with the spirits. Challen frowned and silently said, What is it? What's with that look? Then suddenly spoke up, Scarlet, me too. As long as you want, I will go anywhere with you. Scarlet stood frozen, then blushed and replied, If I knew beforehand, I would. Challen continued, That would always take me along? Of course. Your Majesty, shouldn't you tell the young lady the reason we came here now? Right, everyone gather. She thought, so it wasn't just a play. Scarlet, the reason we gather at this place is because magic cannot touch the safe zone. Looking at the fact that the modified seeds grew thanks to magic, I think there's a possibility that magic tools were used. But it can still be seen. In other words, the safe zone is a place extremely sensitive to the eyes watching us. And fairy stones too. Fairy stones? This is a little known fact. Fairy stones can replace magic stones, and they also function in many ways within the safe zone. Scarlet asked, You mean we can use the power of fairy stones right inside the safe zone? Yes, that is correct. I think the opportunity to utilize fairy stones for individual magic is an honor. Even magic power cannot detect the strength of fairy stones. And just like now, the pure color of magic is revealed for the first time, then vanishes like snow. What's even better is that the magic is maintained for a long time in such perfect conditions. Perhaps currently on this continent, there is no place as absolutely safe as this one. So that's it. Scarlet thought to herself, so many things have happened until now, but things like this are so unrealistic that I still can't understand. Challen said, that is why I chose the battlefield as the official schedule location, because there is a suspicious point. Suspicious point? Look at this map. It is the war zone we are heading to. Stationed here, in the country opposing the Empire. They have claimed that this place is their territory. Before, I just considered it nonsense. But it's strange, right after I received the item, the frequency increased. It seems we have to investigate something. I thought it would be great if you went along. Moreover, recently there's a strange rumor spreading about this lake. Rumor? It reflects something big, round and bright. In reality, are there such things in the sky? Scarlet thought to herself, isn't that thing the moon? Scarlet, your expression looks like you remembered something. Yes, Your Majesty. Have you ever met Uncle Sa? I have met him. Sorry for not telling you. As expected, at that time I talked to Uncle Sa about the rumor at the lake. He didn't seem surprised like you. Baba refused to talk about his family. At first, I just considered him a mysterious person, so I didn't pay much attention. But thinking back, perhaps Baba himself has never seen the moon with his own eyes. But how does Baba know about the moon? So, I sent Baba to the war zone first. I heard we will pass by a lake on the way, so if we go fast, we might meet him. Turns out you sent him ahead on purpose. No wonder I haven't met him recently. This schedule is busier than I thought. We still have to conduct an interrogation. So we will take Glenn Mars along? Yes, I think the things we can find out from that boy will be quite useful. Since Glenn used to be with dark wizards, there will definitely be useful information. Will Your Majesty also come along? I told you, as long as you want, I will go anywhere with you. Hearing such sweet words, Scarlet blushed and could only reply, yes. Scene change. The sky looks like it wants to rain. Let's see, this is, have to stay here for a whole day? Baxter returned his thoughts. This type of herb only blooms when the Herburn region rains. If we have this herb, it will be very useful for the kids. The library that dark wizards possess is actually intentionally gifted by the will of the gods. Even so, the fact that dark wizards have that library is not completely harmless. Therefore, having that flower will be very useful when confronting dark wizards. It's not strictly necessary, but will definitely be effective against petty tricks like binding ropes. Having it would be more convenient. The preparation would be better. Although it is unclear who the two people who damaged the book are. But I am more worried about the one behind them. Moreover, that dark wizard will definitely appear at the last minute. With the current strength of Challen and Scarlet, it would be hard to withstand. The problem is not just that. A lake reflecting the moon that does not exist in this world. But the moon disappeared long ago at the same time as the sealing of the demon god. So Challen thought there would be no chance to use the divine item shaped like the moon god's ring. But for some reason the moon appeared. Even if it is just a reflection on the water, it is still the moon. What exactly is changing? Baxa continued to go out and look at the flowers blooming in the rain. Wait, what is this? I'm getting wet from the rain. Even in a dream, I have never experienced this. Suddenly, there was a sound behind. Baxa turned around vigilantly and couldn't help but be astonished. A ghostly face radiating gloom. Just then, Baxa woke up and cried out. Just now was definitely the demon god. Finally, the call of the god has arrived. In another development, not Ackman, but the bloodline of Razahel. I don't understand how you can still be alive. If not, could it be that it's only half? If it were perfect, how could one live healthily until adulthood? If it's half, the situation changes. It will not only pose a threat to us, or rather to that person. Just then, a man entered and asked, "What is this? Is it over? You're here? How is your progress?" The original plan was canceled. He is not someone easily lured. Is there a next plan? This time, both of them left the capital. Let's detonate all the things set up at the destination at once. Both will be destroyed in the blink of an eye. Bored already? No, quite the opposite. Up to you. Okay, just freely rampage. Only then can that person enjoy the final moment fully. On this side, Challen cursed silently. Damn it, what the hell is this huge stream of power? Before, I had felt an energy stream purer than the magic stone from the three fairies. But now this energy stream is many times stronger than back then. It's as if a fairy king exists, something only elves usually mention. There are three existences possessing such powerful energy. If it were just that, there would be no need to worry. but remembering Elon's prophecy. Even, Challen recalled, "Your Majesty, your destiny is to become a storm for those beside you." What do you mean? A storm comes by itself, sweeps everything away, and disappears. Your fate is also like that. What are you trying to say? Scarlet, she is the existence opposite to you. Remembering this, Challen silently scolded Baxa for being an insolent fellow. Right, it's because of that guy. Clearly I am dissatisfied, so I feel annoyed. It's really just that. On this side, the woman thought smugly. Unbelievable that they walked into the trap set up by themselves. Arriving at the war zone. At that place I have determined to hurt, corner them into a dead end, throwing themselves onto a path full of bombs. The calamity bomb that melts flesh. The trap of seeing illusions and killing each other. Just that much. There's still a very interesting curse of stabbing the person one trusts most. Is it really Razahel's blood? Seeing them seek their own death like this. Luckily, it's only half-blood. Should I say Razahel's power is too weak? In a critical moment, that weak power will likely be consumed a lot. Anyway, right now it's just a demon carrying half of Razahel's blood. When seeing flesh melting, how much will the demon suffer? Should I use the power of that seemingly ordinary spiritual object? And what kind of face would the unsavable emperor have? No matter what, I must show them the cutest things. Let's see how you will struggle. On this side, Challen and Scarlet sat before the glowing red fire. Suddenly she exclaimed, "Ah, so beautiful." She silently said she wanted to touch it. Thinking so, she reached out her hand. Challen saw that and immediately called her. Then he grabbed her hand to stop her. Touching any closer is dangerous. He held her hand tightly, making her blush, her heart pounding. "Why aren't you saying anything? Are you drunk?" She said. "Let go of me." Challen said, "If I let go, you will touch the fire again, so no." "I wasn't touching the fire, I was just touching those beautiful things." Challen asked, "Beautiful things?" "Another beautiful thing. Where is it?" Her face flushed red. Scarlet asked back, "Another?" Challen asked, "Are you telling me to take my hand off?" "Yes." Challen asked again, "Are you saying there is something else besides me that you want to touch?" "That?" She pulled her hand back and said, "I also want to touch your majesty, and that thing too." Just like that, she excitedly moved towards the fire, exclaiming, "Warm, warm." Seeing her put her hand in, Challen panicked and shouted her name, "Scarlet." Then he took her hand to examine carefully and said worriedly, "Not hurt." "This is driving me crazy." "Huh, I didn't hear you." Challen picked her up and said, "You are drunk." "Stell? Strange. What is that?" "Demon, what is Ackman?" On another side, Iza asked, "So you mean because there's a special seal of the family head, I have to go meet the Duke, right?" Milia Ackman praised her for catching on quickly, suddenly calling me here and talking about the family seal. "Why do I have to look for that? And why do you care about it? If you intend to speak nonsense like taking advantage of Scarlet's absence to make me have the ambition to become the family head, then you are the one who should stop talking nonsense. Go meet the Duke and talk before he passes away. I know what you are thinking, but I don't have such evil intentions. Don't worry uselessly." "All right, I am listening." As you also guessed, that child, Scarlet, is not the Duke's biological daughter. She is the child of the former Duke and his previous wife. I don't know much about the ancient secrets of this family, but there is one thing I remember clearly. The seal protecting the Duke, the family head seal, is stronger than any bodyguard and guards the center of Ackman. Of course, in families like this, all sorts of rumors can arise, but given how the Duke craves the seal, it seems those rumors aren't baseless. Iza asked, "So, Mother, do you mean the family head seal exists as a protective force?" "That's right. I heard someone wanted to harm Scarlet. Have you ever wondered why they didn't kill her, even though they were fully capable of doing so?" Iza thought to herself, could it be? Iza Ackman. I will definitely prepare him as a sacrifice. To use him as a sacrifice? That might be the reason, but I don't think that's all. If they intended to use her as a sacrifice, they should have been more thorough. Iza believed that assuming the opponent only cares about one goal is dangerous. The opponent is a group, not an individual. I must read multiple intentions from a single action. And what really needs to be guarded against is the leader's mindset. To say they couldn't kill the girl isn't true, because previously Scarlet didn't have any truly effective weapons, and her relationship with the Emperor wasn't as close as it is now, so killing her would have been much easier back then. It could be that the Duke requested it, since he is looking for the family head seal, so he told them not to kill her before the seal is found. They certainly said things like that to each other, that they haven't found the seal yet, but they wouldn't simply listen to the Duke like that. Iza asked, "So you mean they also want the Ackman seal?" "Not necessarily. Or perhaps They don't need that force, but they don't want that force to be revealed. I just have a hunch, if the seal exists, it will be essential for dealing with them. We shouldn't take our time searching anymore. The Duke definitely knows that. He's that greedy for a reason. But if the Duke is tortured to the point of madness, we will lose a crucial source of information about the Ackman family. So if it were me, I would go find the seal immediately. Izia asked why her mother was saying this now. I just suddenly had a feeling today. But why today? Why the day Scarlet is away from home? Anyway, that is my thought. Without the seal, the protective magic of the mansion and the Ackman territory will both be affected. If that's the case, I wouldn't be surprised if the Duke dies or goes mad while Scarlet is away. As you said, you and I will be fine, but for Scarlet, you will become the family head, so that would be regrettable. Back to Scarlet's side. What is this? What is Ackman? And then I realized this strange pounding sound is my own heartbeat. Challen asked, "Are you all right?" Scarlet suddenly let out a long, loud scream. Challen said that screaming that loud suggests she's fine. Not fine at all. My heart is pounding right here. Why is my heart pounding like this? This feeling is just like last time. When I went to solve the Elder's problem, I encountered an assassin and felt my life was threatened. It was just like this, something like that. Scarlet said solemnly, "I understand, but this time it's even more serious." Yes, the children said so earlier. Something about Ackman? Challen looked thoughtful and then asked, "The seal still hasn't been found." "Indeed, your majesty thinks the same as I do. Only one thing comes to mind. The problem is how it relates to the current situation." Geo, Nin, Bell, you guys can come out now. Phew, we weren't discovered. We're still safe. What did you guys mention about Ackman earlier? Scarlet, inside your heart, there's a gem that looks like an apple. Very beautiful. She asked in astonishment. In my heart? So that's it. So you were born with it. From the time you were in your mother's womb. Since the previous Duke had died, you naturally inherited it. Perhaps that's it. Currently, it seems there's a problem. Suddenly the spirits said, fearfully, "Eggplant, the eggplant has appeared." Scarlet, watch out or it will hurt you. Run away. Challen and Scarlet walked out only to encounter a scene of extremely dense and gloomy dark energy. She recalled in astonishment from the original novel. Chola shouted, "Your Majesty, it's a lost." Do you know this creature? Yes, it's a thing that drains infinite vitality. I've experienced it before. So you know how to deal with them? Your Majesty, defeating a lost is impossible. A fairy must appear to fight it. Or at least with a priest by my side, I would be truly safe. Speaking of which, there is a small temple nearby. Your Majesty, you must hide in there. It's behind us. Saying that, Challen gripped his sword tightly, then flew swiftly over the wall. The book only said we were traveling, so I had no idea, but it seems we have fallen into a trap set by dark wizards. Remembering this, Scarlet spoke up, "Your Majesty, those monsters are called Lost. The original." I have seen them before. You have seen them? Yes, they're like a swamp that sucks away all vitality. I see. Then it's very dangerous. You should step back. Wait, Your Majesty. I haven't told you that the power of fairies can counter the lost. Fairies? Yes. Wait for me a moment. Geo, Nin, Bell. Hey guys, I need your help. My friend needs support. Do well, and I'll reward you with a basket of fruit. One? A basket. Yeah, a basket for each of you. The spirits excitedly said they could do it, that they were super strong. Scarlet sighed and thought to herself, solved one problem. Next is, she stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, come to think of it, your sword also has holy power. It seems it will also be effective against the lost, right? Why, Your Majesty? Are you all right?" Is he smiling? He turned and said, "Because I like it so much, that's why." She blushed, astonished inwardly. What? Is it because of me or because of fighting the lost? Suddenly Challen reached out his hand. "Then let's go together." She took his hand and smiled in response. Yes. She thought to herself, whatever the reason is. Scarlet was then inwardly astonished. Impossible. The lost are disappearing rapidly. I didn't expect the speed to be this fast. They aren't even just simply disappearing. Is this Aura the Winter Wind? No, this cannot be because of Callier's power. Initially, the other three powers were too weak, so I was confused whether it was Callier's power or not. But now, what? Was this power? Suddenly a beam of light pierced through her. Damn it, my magic. What on earth is this? How is it possible? 5, no, not 5 times. Cough, very interesting. No resting, must keep moving. Eventually, the rest of them will get tired too. The Tyrant and his entourage had no idea that the knights and soldiers were falling into a state of exhaustion. Although this time, I can't continuously control the magic beasts, creating a situation that tires them out isn't difficult. I will personally come to meet you if you don't die on this trip. When that time comes, I will reclaim the toy I lost. On this side, Glenn Mars was secretly worried. What is this? What is this feeling of unease? The second day since the Lost appeared, we haven't been allowed to rest for even a second. The knights and soldiers, though they didn't show it, were all tired. About every half day, a monster resembling a Lost would appear. Just as we planned to head towards a residential area, it would suddenly explode. They all openly used black magic. If not for the fairies' help, Challen would have been exhausted too. Challen said, "At this point, war is more pleasant. At least on the battlefield, there is no black magic." Chancellor Clover replied, "True, let's send the knights and soldiers back first." "Are you sure? We'll lose a lot of manpower. In the current situation, keeping the knights and soldiers would be disadvantageous. Fewer people make it easier to hide." Benzer replied, "As you command." Immediately, the generals and soldiers withdrew. Scarlet stood seeing them off, thinking to herself, "We hadn't been close for long, and now we have to part ways. It feels so sad." Just then, the spirits appeared. "Letty, the task you gave us is all done." "That fast. Amazing." Letty is even more amazing." Hearing this, Challen asked in surprise, "Letty?" Before, they kept complaining that my name was long and hard to say, so I allowed them to use a pet name. Challen fell silent, contemplating for a moment, then said, "I also have a pet name." Scarlet thought, "So on this occasion, I can use a pet name instead of your majesty." Among those around Challen, I will be the only one allowed to call him by a pet name. Just thinking about it made her incredibly excited inside. Although addicted, she was still shy, so she said, "Friends calling each other by pet names is just perfect." Hearing the word friends, Challen frowned. "Then call me your majesty. Just call me your majesty Challen." She laughed awkwardly, thinking to herself, "That sounds even longer than usual. Plus, it sounds like a candy name too." Well, that works too. Others will never know Challen's pet name in their entire lives. Thinking this, she smiled and replied, "Yes." "Then your majesty must also call me Lady Letty. I hope you will use that name often." "All right." Saying that, both of them fell into an awkward, blushing state. Scarlet quickly turned her face away to change the subject. "So then, your majesty Challen, while we are free, allow me to go speak with Glenn for a moment. Just simply talking, not interrogating. Don't worry, I will dig out the most hidden memories, even if they are as small as dust at the bottom of a well." Glenn must have done something, doing this, and then doing that. Suddenly Geo called out with a panicked look, "Letty," then shouted, "Ah, Letty, you kids, let go Charlene, save us." Charlene said it's tiring to interrogate and watch over this bunch at the same time. In the meantime, let me hold them for you. Holding them, I realize they're quite heavy, maybe even heavier than a bouquet of 10 flowers. If you keep holding them like this, Lady Letty will get tired. I'm fine. Spoiling them will make them naughty. That won't do. Besides, Lady Letty is especially weak around fairies, did you know? Really? Is that true? Then your majesty, please take them away. She thought helplessly that she had hoped they would get closer, but it seemed that was a bit too much to ask. That night, "Hey, wait, sister. Tell me about the dark wizard who imprisoned you. You must tell me everything, down to the last punctuation mark. I'm a heartless person now, so don't expect me to go easy on you." "Ah, sister, wait. Try to remember, or I'll keep tickling you." Seeing this, Charlene thought to himself, what a cruel sight. Unable to bear the tickling, Glenn replied, "Ah, I remember. Hick, I remember now. Good, speak. I often felt dizzy when I heard his voice." And then? It seems the key to the suggestion was to look directly into each other's eyes. Suggestion through eye contact. If you heard his voice, would you be able to recognize that dark wizard? No. Why? As soon as I hear the voice, I get dizzy. What is that dizzy feeling like? Feeling euphoric. Euphoric? In other words, your eyes would lose focus. Charlene spoke up, saying it seems there is a dark wizard who specializes in using hypnotic powers. You all know young master just needs to be wary of losing focus. Scarlet thought to herself, in that case, I can use Glenn as bait instead of the Baron. Meanwhile, Chola thought to himself, not only unharmed but also avoided all the bombs and traps. Unbelievably, aside from the knights and soldiers who died when the Lost were first sent, there have been no more casualties. I can't laugh anymore. The power of Charlene Callier's Winter Wind is stronger than I thought, and it's getting stronger. and the silver ring glows faintly whenever he swings his black sword. Very suspicious. I need to take a closer look. If my prediction is correct, it's a holy artifact. Wait, could he have taken the holy artifact from the repository, just like we did? But Baba Bracco, the guardian of the holy artifacts, was guarding it. How did he get it? No matter how close they were, Baba is not someone who would easily allow anyone to take a holy artifact. Or did he steal it? But that ring, it wasn't until I saw it flash for a brief moment that I realized Callier was wearing it. An object imbued with divine power. How could its aura be concealed so perfectly? Perhaps Callier is truly a monster. The biggest problem is the fairies, and there are even 3 of them. How did Scarlet Aikman control them? Even when facing fairies, forming a contract is impossible. However, those fairies seem to be able to grow even larger. In the past, there were records of when the fairy kings reached maturity. Because the fairies hindered the resurrection of demons, the Razahio, who were associated with the fairies, were defeated first. And the method of contracting with fairies has long been forgotten, yet they've attached themselves to that Aikman woman. But there's no need to rush. Right before me is my homeland, the Die Territory, the final trap, and the place where I escaped from the old man's library. There, I can make Callier fall into a trance and deal with that Aikman woman as well. And my old lover is with Callier too. Convenient to eliminate them all at once. In another development, the seal is a power that provides absolute protection for the family head. As long as it exists, it will protect the family head from any danger. Though it's not yet perfect because it lacks blood, I still need that power. Ira thought to herself, the Duke is calling it a power, not treating it as a mere object. It's the seal of Aikman, but what does he mean when he says just Aikman isn't enough? If it weren't for Aaron, if it weren't for that bitch Scarlet, that bitch surely knows where the seal is. Now I must bring that bitch here and take the seal. Ira thought to herself, honestly, I don't understand anything. But anyway, this is important information, so I must inform Scarlet immediately. He said there's no use in just muttering like this, and Scarlet has already gone to the war zone with His Majesty. The war zone. Foolish girl, doesn't she know the Die Territory is nearby? The Die Territory. Finally, their tenacious lives have come to an end. I'll take this opportunity to obtain the Aikman seal. Sooner or later, the head of the Aikman family will change. I must celebrate before that day comes. Bring me a steak. After the knights and soldiers retreated, countless monsters seemed to be waiting to drive us into the war zone. Therefore, as a precaution, we changed course to a nearby territory, and unfortunately, it was the Die Territory. Damn, what a cruel twist of fate. It's not time for the original story to start yet. This is truly unfortunate. Sister, what's unfortunate? Actually, how should I put it? That's right. It's a double trap. A double trap? No. I just suddenly thought that this might be a double trap. The move to push us onto the battlefield seems a bit too obvious. Moreover, the opponent is a dark mage who can use powerful tricks for a long time. Someone like that must be well aware of our side, right? That's right. Yet they opened such a wide path, as if inviting us to the war zone. Of course, we came here because we felt suspicious, but the monsters we encountered on the way here were nothing new. They were all monsters that I could easily defeat, as if they had predicted I would do so. The Chancellor spoke up, because we wanted to find the fastest route, as he said. My lady, we ended up here by chance. So that's how it is. There's no basis to confirm it, but I still feel uneasy. Charlene said, all right, that makes sense. Let's stop here for now. Glenn, he seems tired. Was the interrogation too harsh? While she was lost in thought, Charlene came in and called out, Scarlet, so you were here. Do you have a moment? Scarlet thought to herself, something's not right. She asked, did something happen in the meeting? You don't look happy. I'm worried about something. Let's take a little walk. Scarlet could only follow silently behind him. A moment later, Charlene said, take a look at this. This is the ring I gave you before. I feel my movements are lighter, and it's definitely not my imagination. It's probably because of its effect. Look, the ring is glowing. That's right. Before, it only glowed when I defeated monsters, but now it's glowing for no reason at all. Scarlet said, maybe it's a good thing. That's possible. Baba said that if the power of a divine item is used effectively, it will be very useful. Scarlet happily took his hand and continued, and your body feels lighter too. This is definitely a good thing. Charlene also smiled and replied, Suddenly Scarlet felt dazed. What's happening? Suddenly, I really want to kiss him. Thinking this, she shyly covered her face. Get a grip. Don't have such improper thoughts. Your Majesty, actually, I have tried very hard not to be influenced by prejudice. Prejudice? What prejudice? I tend to view people I dislike in a negative light, and then I end up making mistakes. You mean there's someone you don't like? Who is it? What do they do to you? Your Majesty, have you forgotten? Shouldn't you call me Lady Letty? All right, Lady Letty. If it's someone you hate to the point of losing your reason, it means that person has hurt Lady Letty a great deal. Charlene said again, then let's just kill that person. Scarlet exclaimed in astonishment. Huh? Charlene continued, or lock them in an underground dungeon, in a place deeper than where the prophet lives. Your Majesty, you don't need to do that. That's not the issue. Then what is the issue? Although I tried to suppress my suspicions about that person, the situation has become so clearly suspicious. At this point, if there's someone who makes me suspicious, it's definitely someone from the Dai territory. Is it a family member of Lord Dai? I know that family only has a lord and a lady. It's not that the person did anything wrong. It's just that I'm unilaterally dissatisfied. I have the ability to see prophetic dreams thanks to the Aikman power, and Lady Dai appeared in one such dream. Once, while I was dealing with the problem of the Aikman elders, Lady Dai appeared in a dream and overheard some information from someone. Just as she had heard, she went and found a replacement tool for Cable here. And that's when she found Slim Geppetto. It means someone tipped her off. At that time, I also found it a bit strange, but told myself it was probably normal and let it go until I met Glenn. That's when I became truly suspicious. I saw clearly. She shouted my love, Lenmars. After saying that, she thought to herself, it wasn't a prophetic dream of the future, but a scene I had seen in the original story. Seeing Charlene remain silent, Scarlet asked, Your Majesty, what's wrong? Charlene recalled Scarlet previously shouting, You killed Glenmars, my love. He said, I've met someone who said the exact same thing. Scarlet's face turned pale in alarm. What? It already happened? Damn my big mouth. You must have seen a prophetic dream about me in her meeting. So, why did I meet that lady? Actually, Your Majesty met Lady Dai and immediately fell for her, but I absolutely can't say that. It's nothing bad. It's not necessary to say it. It's nothing bad, but it's something that makes you hate her. I'm so curious. She thought to herself, if he keeps questioning me like this, I'll have to confess. Absolutely not. While I was thinking awkwardly, Charlene said, if you don't want to talk about it, you don't have to. Was this, is that it? Really? No more questioning? Suddenly she stopped and asked, Why are you laughing? I'm talking about how suspicious Lady Dai is. Let's just say that's the case. She looked down dejectedly and replied, it's not fun at all. Charlene was still smiling brightly. All right, I understand. She suddenly thought, could it be that he knows I like him? No way, it's impossible. I'm a great actress. After that, she insisted on going back alone. After walking for a while, she stopped. Is that Glenn? He's not sleepwalking, is he? She wondered to herself, where's he going at this hour? What if he runs into a magical beast? With that thought, she quietly followed behind. He finally stopped. Luckily, it wasn't deep in the forest, but why did he come here? She spoke up and asked, Glenn, what are you doing here? Seeing he didn't answer, Scarlet seemed to realize something and called out, Glenn. He turned back and asked coldly, Sister, what are you doing here? Over on this side, Charlene thought to himself, it's Charlene Dai. I don't know much about Lady Dai, but the woman who called Glenmars her lover, I'm concerned about her. At this moment, there was an announcement from outside. Your Majesty, it's Clover. As you requested, the report from Count Luman has arrived. Come in. Receiving a written document like this in the middle of the night, did something happen? It's nothing special. Charlene read silently. The current lord of the Dai territory is the younger brother of the former Baron Dai. Is Lady Dai the daughter of the former Baron? Recently in the territory, the fog has been unusually thick, and the number of people coming and going has gradually decreased. As expected, there are many suspicious things, but the important thing right now. She said she doesn't like me and Lady Dai being together, didn't she? Seeing Charlene smirking as he thought of Scarlet, the Chancellor muttered to himself, what's this? Why is he suddenly laughing like that? Is the content of the report that serious? Another voice rang out, Your Majesty, this is number 2. I'm sorry to interrupt the conversation, but I have something to report to Your Majesty immediately. What is it? The person who was saved from the magical beast attack, that matter. Why have you been holding on to it for so long? That person is Lady Dai. At this moment, she walked in, a pleasure to meet Your Majesty. I am Charlene Dai. Thank you for saving me. Back with Scarlet, she asked Glenn, Why are you out here instead of sleeping? Sister, are you worried about me? Of course, even though you said you're armed, you still have to be careful when you're alone, right? What's wrong? Did something happen? No, nothing. She thought to herself, what's wrong with him? Behind us is the Dime Mansion, right? Have you ever been there? This is my first time. I'm not sure. More importantly, sister, have I ever told you about the place where I was imprisoned? Just as I thought, Glenn's expression and the aura I sense from him are somewhat different from usual. But why? Didn't you say last time that you couldn't remember? Yes, because at that time I had to flee frantically and just kept running, and when I look back, I was already at the border of Ackman, so it couldn't have been this place. What are you talking about? What I remember is the atmosphere of that place. I have a feeling that mansion is the very place I was imprisoned. Why do you suddenly feel that way? Do you still feel that way now? Yes, I had a feeling similar to that place right after leaving the military camp. Is that so? If that's true, then Glenn. Suddenly, he flinched and cried out, sister. You must be tortured more with shackles. Only then will you remember your letters, right? Don't worry, I'll be gentle with you. Then Glenn screamed, but sister, did you know we have a guest today? I haven't heard anyone say anything about it. It's someone I've never met. Over there, who is that person? Seeing Charlene and Charlene die, standing together, made Scarlett fall silent. She slowly approached, ignoring Glenn. Sister, I'll go with you. She walked over and called out, Your Majesty, Charlene. It's quite late. Why are you still outside? Lady Scarlett. Oh, you're with someone I've never met before? Who might this be? Is she a guest of your majesty? He stepped forward and said, Not exactly. I'm not bothering your majesty, am I? Not at all. It's one of the countless things you don't need to worry about. Don't pay it any mind. Charlene Dye, standing behind, glanced at Scarlett with eyes as sharp as a knife. Scene changed to the doctor's location. Wow, this is quite dangerous. Is the moon really floating on the lake's surface? It's like being in heaven. I can't believe it. When I touched the surface of the lake, it disappeared and didn't reflect back in the water. Looking at his own reflection in the water, the doctor was silently surprised. Moreover, this is my true form. It's not an ordinary lake. Why on earth is this thing here? Its size is so vast as well. He unconsciously spoke up and asked, Will you give me the answer? Because right now I'm asking the sun god, right? There was no response. Does that mean you know the answer but won't tell me? Are you really not going to answer me? Don't pretend to be asleep. The true form of this lake is a mirror that reflects true feelings, not the truth. It was an item used at the time the demon god was sealed a very long time ago. Back to Scarlett. At first, I didn't think that woman was Clade. She approached and said, It's a pleasure to meet you for the first time. Lady Ackman, I am Clade. I live in a mansion back there. Blue eyes, red hair, but the facial features of the Clade I know weren't this gentle. Not just the features, even the corners of her mouth, her nose, and her eyes are different. Is this person really Clade? She smiled and said, I came out alone because magical beasts can't appear here. And then, just as a fearsome magical beast was about to attack me, thankfully His Majesty's escorts came to my rescue. Scarlett thought to herself, her personality is different too. She continued speaking, and coming here, I got to see His Majesty's appearance. You're just like a god. In the original story, I clearly felt that Clade was a strong and upright person, but now she looks so pure and lovely. Why on earth has she changed so much? She looked at Glenn and asked, but there's something I'm very curious about. Who is that person? Glenn was silently astonished. Strange. Why do I suddenly feel so dizzy? I am Glenn Moss. What is this familiar feeling? He told himself to be on guard. Scarlett keenly observed Glenn, noticing his strangeness upon seeing the dimension. I have a suspicion that Clade is related to the Dark Wizard. As expected, Glenn looks very focused. He probably really doesn't know who that person is, even though Glenn knows nothing about Clade. I thought it might be different if they met face to face, but I guessed wrong. At this moment, the Chancellor came out and asked, It's so late. What is everyone doing out here? Glover, were you asleep? The Chancellor replied wearily, Yes, but I heard the noise outside, so I couldn't sleep soundly. Perhaps the lady doesn't know, but normally we should sleep very soundly at night. Only then can we maintain a good condition the next day. Scarlett thought to herself, It seems like he's criticizing us indirectly. The Chancellor said again, So let's end the conversation here. Everyone go inside. Sleeping early is good for the skin. Charlene just frowned without replying. Scarlet gave a forced smile and replied, "All right." The Chancellor turned, glanced over, and continued, "Also, Lady Duh, you may return to your residence now. Even though it's nighttime, the mansion is right in front of you. The lady can't possibly sleep in a place like this." I'm fine." The Chancellor gritted his teeth and said, "Fine with what? Just that gloomy wind blowing the lady's hair is already unlucky. I don't think Lady Duh is suited for this place. You must cherish your hair, my lady." She replied, looking bewildered. "Yes. All settled now, right? Let's disperse immediately." After returning to the room, Scarlet asked, "Your Majesty, do you still remember what we talked about?" "Of course I remember. Wasn't about what happened just now. What's wrong?" She thought with disappointment. He's not on guard at all. "Forget it. I look like I'm jealous." With that thought, she replied, "It's nothing. You've been like this lately, not finishing your sentences." "Have I?" But Your Majesty, can those people change their faces? Are you talking about the dark wizards?" "It's possible, but I would notice immediately if they used magic." "That face is real." "If so, does that mean Clayda isn't a dark wizard? So it's impossible to change faces without using magic?" "Probably." She looked down and thought, so our digging was useless after all. Suddenly, Charlene remembered and said, "If it's a disguise technique, it's possible to change one's face without using magic." "But why are you asking about this?" "Well, it's because Lady Duh is a little different from what I know." If it's as you say, then it is indeed suspicious." Suddenly, Scarlet was startled and cried out, Your Majesty, what is that thing? It's not a magical beast, is it? It looks like a bird." "Look, it's just a normal bird." "Normal? But it's glowing." Suddenly the bird looked at her, then jumped onto her shoulder, nuzzling her affectionately. Seeing this, Charlene said, "This bird itself is a mass of magic. It was probably sent by Baba. Is something like that even possible? This feeling. I heard that Baba's magic is pink, but this little one is blue. Your Majesty, look. I don't know its purpose, but it's harmless. What's that flower on its tail? Is that so?" She looked behind Charlene and said, "Glenn, did you hear that? That's what it is. Our little bird friend is so beautiful. Glenn, why have you been standing there all this time instead of coming in? What are you doing outside? Have you heard anything we've been saying? Don't tell me you're acting like this because you're afraid of being interrogated." Glenn, after a long moment, he spoke up. "Sister, I remember now. Clayda is someone I know. She was my childhood fiancée." Scarlet released the glowing bird and said, "But Lady Duh just now treated me as if we'd never met before. I don't know the reason why either." Charlene thought for a moment, then said, "That's good. It's just in time as Lady Duh has invited me to her mansion to repay me for saving her from danger." Scarlet was secretly astonished. Clayda invited him. The two of them have already spoken to each other. Charlene said again, "If you're curious, you could just ask then. A moment ago, he said she was suspicious, yet he eagerly accepted the invitation. Even if I struggle, can I not fight against a predetermined fate?" In that moment, the central axis of life seemed to shift towards her. This was clearly jealousy. Sometimes when I recall the scene of them meeting in the original story, my heart feels like it's being gnawed at. This hopeless love is more tiring than I thought. I shouldn't have become a nuisance to them. If Clayda is really a dark wizard, it means there will be even more to worry about. But for Charlene's sake, for the faded love in the novel, perhaps I can help Charlene escape from that group of dark wizards and eliminate them. Therefore, coming to find Charlene this late at night was purely out of curiosity about Clayda's suspicious points. With that thought, she went to Charlene's room and called out, "Your Majesty. Are you asleep?" Suddenly, Charlene's voice came from behind, "My lady." He threw on a robe and asked, "What brings you here at this hour?" About that. Earlier your highness said that Lady Duh was suspicious, so I was curious about how she is suspicious. Coming first. By the way, I also have something to ask you." "May I ask first?" "Of course, what is it? Aren't you curious why?" "What about?" "I mean Lady Duh's invitation." So it's about that. Come to think of it, Lady Duh has a very pure kind of beauty, doesn't she? You know, Your Majesty? What if you change your mind someday? If Your Majesty finds someone you love, please let me know. Why? To kill them? Do you think I'm you? What killing? No. I mean that at the appropriate time, we will annul our engagement." Charlene turned back and called out in a cold voice, "My lady." Then he moved closer, leaning down towards her. "Don't joke like that. What if it were you instead? What would you say? Why is he so angry? If this were a romance novel, I would have screamed that it's because this man likes me. But the other person is Charlene, the one with a faded love in the novel." She clenched her fists and replied, "I would say it." Suddenly she paused and asked, "Why are you angry about annulling the engagement with me, Your Majesty?" Charlene said bluntly, "Because I like you." "I like you." "Scarlet, it's your turn to answer." What about you, my lady? Your Majesty, you must have realized it too. I'm the complete opposite of your Majesty's ideal type. At a glance, there might be some similarities, but I'm not that similar. I'm just an ordinary petty bourgeois. I'm not good at anything. I don't like being the center of attention. My nature is gentle, and my way of thinking is very ordinary, completely different from your Majesty. So, how could your Majesty possibly love me? Why do you keep acting as if you have feelings for me? Your concern for me makes me feel awkward. While we're on this topic, your Majesty, you don't act like this with other people, do you? Act like this? What are you talking about? She answered silently, saying you love me, with that kind of expression on your face, and saying you'll take me anywhere, together. Although I do like you, your Majesty, I have nothing to say. Anyway, I'm trying my best not to like your Majesty anymore. Why do you have to try? You could just ask to annul the engagement, right? You've always wanted to annul the engagement with me, haven't you? She was secretly astonished. When did he find out? You didn't say anything about breaking it off and gave other excuses. Why? Are you trying not to open your heart to me? That sentence, is it because this heart already belongs to Chalene that I'm deliberately stopping it? Moreover, Chalene said he likes me. His like for me is more than just friendship. Chalene kissed her hand and answered, Scarlet. He held her hand tightly and asked, right? You have feelings for me, but you're trying not to show it, am I right? Scarlet replied softly, yes. Hearing the answer, Chalene smiled like a child. So you really do have feelings for me. Well then, in that case, for now on you don't have to try so hard anymore. Scarlet blushed and asked why. Because I like you. Scarlet. After saying that, he leaned down and kissed her, his hands tightening around Scarlet's small body. In the dim light, two people with ragged breaths. The two looked at each other with affectionate eyes. This isn't a dream. In other words, now is the right time. Scarlet looked at him and also expressed her true feelings. I like you too. Your Majesty. The very next day, everyone discussed among themselves. It's highly likely that Clayda is a dark wizard. Therefore, what about sending the lady back to the Empire? Compared to now, we could face even more danger on the way to the territory. There's no guarantee that it will be safe for you to return. I will stay by your side. Besides, I might be quite helpful. When they arrived at the mansion, they brought Glenn along with the elders. At that time, the elders had said, your mother is a distant relative of Razahel, although Brian and Adrian didn't know the details. When they tried to deduce based on Scarlet's diary, the fact that they said strange things like other half or something to Scarlet, it's highly likely she can use magic. Lady Adrian said, who knows from what we know, that person might have been born with the blood of Razahel, so the substitute head of the family will be especially lucky. The lucky things that have happened recently don't seem to be a coincidence. It's to say you're like a symbol of good luck. Just by staying in one place, you're helpful. I didn't say it because I thought it was unnecessary, but my intuition is very good, especially with dark wizards. Why only with dark wizards? I don't know how either, but it has nothing to do with the temple. I'm the type of person who can recognize such people based on instinct. You could do that? Clover cleared his throat with a cough and said, from now on, may I interrupt your conversation? Until now, His Majesty has persistently put pressure on dark wizards, and this intuition has played a very important role. Among the incidents that people commented on as His Majesty's massacres, they were related to dark wizards. Scarlet asked, that intuition, has it ever been wrong? Of course not. His Majesty once dealt with a demonic beast that had blended into a crowd. Only after killing it was it discovered to be a demonic beast. Oh my goodness, at first, I couldn't believe it either. His Majesty is almost like the natural enemy of dark wizards. My intuition is sharper when I'm with that sword. I never expected Charlin to have this ability. He's much more talented than what was described in the original story. It's a good thing he's not my enemy. On a stretch of the road, the fog is really thick. If it weren't for the flower the little blue bird gave me, I would have been poisoned by this poisonous mist. How did you kids know about this? We know everything, we just can. During the time we haven't seen each other, these three little fairies have gradually become more mature. Because even if they were by my side, they would quickly disappear. So I hadn't seen them for a long time until we met again before departing. I wondered if they were really my kids. Is the reason they've grown so much lately because they want to grow up? Because the kids said they eat a lot when they're growing. Scarlet instructed, hey kids, we've arrived at the dimension. You have to hide really well, got it? Yeah, we're great at hide and seek. Finally, we arrived at the dimension. Your Majesty, please come in. Thank you for coming out to greet us, Lady Charda. I believe I greeted Lady Ackman last night. Come to think of it, there are some people here I've never met before. You're very observant, my lady. Let me introduce you. These two are His Majesty's knight and attendant. These two are Charlene's #1 and #2 knights in disguise. And this is Lady Samia Esther. She wasn't present last night, so she came to greet you today, my lady. Scarlet smiled brightly, while the others were preparing for the raid on the unidentified magical creature. They're waiting outside, but I heard something rather surprising, Glenn said. He knows you, my lady. Are you sure you don't know Glenn? In my perception, Charada was a strong person, because her hair was dark red. But right now, there was something that caught my attention more than her red hair, and that was her eyes. Chara's eyes were clearly a bright green, but for some reason, I felt that those eyes belonged to a dead person. Charada expressed surprise and said, "Oh my, come to think of it, my memory is quite hazy. Although we've never met, my father told me that I've had a fiancé since I was young. Speaking of which, I know a little about him from when I was a child. Aren't you going to ask the age of that boy, my lady?" "Ah, about that. If it's about young Master Mass, I have heard of him." "Is that so? It's the first time you've seen your fiancé, but you seem very calm, my lady. If I were to act surprised, it would be a disrespectful act on my part." "I see. By the way, young Master Mass is no different from Lady Letty's younger brother. As such, your status is also lower than Lady Letty's. You could be considered a younger sister." "Yes, as your Majesty says. In that case, from now on, I want you, my lady, to have an appropriate attitude towards Lady Letty." "Yes, I will do so." Chara cursed inwardly. "Kalia, you good for nothing. How dare you be insolent to me? I will definitely eliminate you with my own hands." She said, "For you to treat me so intimately, I'm truly at a loss." "Thank you, your Majesty." "Then shall we save our heart-to-heart for later? You all must be tired from the long journey. I will lead you to your resting place." Although I don't know if Charada is involved with dark magic or not, but Glenn secretly sighed this is not good at all. It could also be that I feel this way because I find her suspicious. At least, when he was with us, Glenn didn't look like this. At the same time, what trick did Charada pull? Even so, could she have had such a strong influence on him in such a short time? If that woman is really the high-level dark wizard who kidnapped Glenn, what should I do? Moreover, her aura was quite faint earlier, but I have a strangely familiar feeling. How annoying. Inside the room, Chara was furious. The actions of the Chancellor and the guards are starting to infuriate me. That Tyrant didn't react to my enchantment at all, not even a little. And then there's Scarlet Ackman. And this strange feeling. Since when did my cheerful mood disappear whenever I see Scarlet Ackman? What is this indescribable feeling of anxiety? Anyway, seeing her hanging around Mass like that, it seems their relationship is quite close. Following him all the way here is truly commendable. But using Mass has become much easier than before. Kalia, Ackman, Razahio, you two who are digging your own graves, I will make you regret it. The need for a sacrifice remains unchanged. Whenever Glenn Mass dies, it will no longer have anything to do with me. Those trivial things, after I retrieve the sacrifice, I will confront you all properly, one by one. The next day, somewhere the old man thought, the work is progressing faster than expected. I was wondering if Scarlet Ackman would run into the Dark Wizards, but she went into the central area connected to their headquarters. Luckily, there's no one there right now. At least, for now, without their leader present, she won't be in any serious danger and will be capable enough to handle it. The problem is Glenn Mass. Although I've never spoken to him directly, I know exactly who Glenn Mass is. Not as talented as the Ackman siblings, but he was born a perfect sacrifice. It's a pity Glenn Mass will die this time. This is the second time. Even the luck of the Razahio can't save him. But why would they want to kill Glenn Mass? The Dark Wizards themselves are not foolish. The thought of killing a Razahio person in that situation is not easy. Kalia, Ackman, Razahio. To obtain the power of these three families, first, kill everyone in the family. Second, receive the abundant source of power and kill the one who is born. Because a fragile vessel can never contain a great source of power. If everyone is killed, those sources of power will gather into the most suitable vessel outside the family. On the other hand, if one receives the abundant source of power and kills the one who is born, the power is not directed to the fragile vessel within the family, but to the suitable vessel outside the family. At this point, there will be no power left for the people of the other two families. The Dark Wizards made the Razahio fall using the first method, and Kalia intended to absorb power using the second. Therefore, between the two options now, the situation is leaning towards the first. Again, killing Glenn Mass, that power Well, first and foremost, go to Scarlet Ackman, who possesses the strong abilities of her family. If so, from the Dark Wizard standpoint, this would only benefit Scarlet. If the Dark Wizards were sane, they wouldn't choose to kill him there. Could it be that they have no idea Scarlet has received the blood of the Razahio? No. With the abilities of the Dark Wizard's leader, they would have realized it from the previous investigation. So this side is just a discarded pawn. The Dark Wizard of the territory is being used, but there's no reason to waste the remaining Dark Wizards. This is luck created by the Razahio. Should this be considered a mistake by the Dark Wizards? While scouting the entire mansion, I didn't see any Dark Wizards attacking. If so, could they be attacking Glenn's side? We must go to Glenn's place immediately. Charlene called Guard 1-3. Actually, I tried to connect with the communication or just now, but couldn't get through. As expected, we have to go find them. As she finished speaking, Scarlet saw a pool of blood. It was Glenn lying in the middle of that pool of blood. Scarlet cried out, "Glenn!" Scarlet ran forward and was immediately attacked by a large amount of dark magic. She clutched her chest, struggling to breathe. Charlene called, "Scarlet, my lady, are you all right? Why is this here?" He was surprised. This is the power that protects the family head. Then that thing is dark magic. When I woke up, my mind was surprisingly clear. "Scarlet, are you awake?" Charlene's face looked at her with worry. Scarlet's eyes slowly opened as she called out, "Your Majesty. Are you all right?" "Yes, I feel very refreshed." "That's a relief. Even so, don't overdo it. I'm fine. On the contrary, my body is more full of energy than before. Just in case, if you feel unwell, you must tell me immediately." "I understand." Her eyes widened in surprise when she saw the people nearby. "When did so many people get here? Was I out for that long?" "Not long. You were just unconscious for a bit. A knight came to report. My lord, the young lady has also woken up safely. I will now report the incident." Clearly, when we accompanied young Master Mass to his room this afternoon, the young master showed no unusual signs. About an hour later, before the meal, the butler said he had brought a servant. But after they left, the young master's condition gradually became strange. Became strange? Yes, my lady. They were clearly ordinary people, but the young master was as if hypnotized. Then, at that moment, the young master suddenly pulled out a knife and stabbed himself straight in the heart. In that instant, the only thought in our minds was to chase after the Dark Wizard. But the two of us were wrong to leave the young master. Even during the chase, we didn't know what had happened. We couldn't sense any trace of magical power or dark magic at all. Communication was also interrupted, so we couldn't report this. In the midst of that, we didn't think the young master would disappear. In short, to be able to deceive you all, it must be someone capable of enhancing dark magic. Yes, but could be a shadow knight being used after death. If not, then it seems to be a dark wizard so powerful that we couldn't sense them. No matter who it is, I will not let anyone touch my loved ones. The enemy has deceived me and the others. I will not let them survive. The fact that the most powerful dark wizard we have ever faced exists remains unchanged. The most powerful dark wizard? Those words. It means that with just one wave of attack, that dark wizard cannot be killed. Scarlet thought to herself, so 2 waves of attack will kill the dark wizard, right? She doesn't understand because she's not afraid. She must be imagining some strange scene again. In any case, it's fortunate that everyone is safe and sound. As for Glenn, my lady, don't worry, because the young master's wound is not fatal. Is that so? Yes, we just need to entrust the young master to the fairies like we are doing now. Charlene asked, but Scarlet, you seem a little different. What is it? Oh, that's right. I'm not nervous anymore. Because I found a family head symbol. The family head symbol, it's not something with a specific shape, but refers to an inner power. Before coming to the dimension, IZA contacted me. Through the orb, Scarlet said. So how do I draw out that power? I'm not sure. Scarlet smiled slyly. I have to show off to that old barrow when I get back. I feel a little sad. Scarlet's face went blank as she asked, "Sad? Sad about what?" "Because every time I look at you, my heart flutters, but yours doesn't." "Huh? Isn't that it?" "No, it's not that kind of fluttering. Earlier I was scared, but now I..." Interrupted, I know. "You really know?" What's with that look?" Scarlet quickly turned and kissed him on the cheek. "Now, you know, right? My heart is going crazy, not just at the level of simply pounding." Charlene also lifted her chin and said, "I understand." As they were sharing a sweet kiss, the little fairies called out, "Letty, Letty, we've made a little brother. Stop smooching. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up." Letty urged. Scarlet let go of Charlene. "Shall we go over there?" Charlene's face darkened as he replied, "I suppose we must." "Letty, we did a good job, right? He's the youngest brother. The fact that the Razahio are similar to fairies seems to be true." So this is the infant stage of a fairy. Looking at the baby in their hands, everyone was surprised. Oh, Glenn. The baby slowly sat up, rubbed his eyes, and called sister. Scarlett's heart felt like it had been pierced as she exclaimed, "Oh, so cute." It seems he still retains his memories. A normal person has turned into a great fairy. The situation can be considered resolved. Let's go now. Scarlett turned back and said, "Not yet. Before we go, I have something to do." "What is it that you have to do?" "You saw a prophecy when you fainted, didn't you?" "Not that, but the divine artifact of the campfire goddess. It's a wonderful divine artifact with healing abilities, even the power of resurrection. If it's me right now, carrying the power of the family head." As she spoke, she turned and walked away. Charlene reminded her, "Scarlett, don't do anything dangerous." "It's okay." From my heart, a warm stream of energy surged powerfully, a power shining with a brilliant golden light gathered at my fingertips. I focused the power of my fingertips and brought it near that spot. "If I do this," Scarlett reached out her hand and used the power of the family head. A powerful golden light emanated. The group of knights marveled. "What a brilliant light. Is it the power of the Ackman family head? Amazing. Is it divine power? It doesn't seem like it. More than divine power." After a moment, Scarlett stood up and said, "It's done." A lush green appeared before them. "Letty is amazing. The grass didn't die. It's thriving. If it were divine power, it could be seen as reversing the object's time. There's no reason for the grass to be this lush." Clover wondered, "What on earth is this power?" Charlene said, "It's truly miraculous. It's not divine power. This phenomenon is truly unbelievable. If it feels much warmer than other places, it's like purification, right?" "That's right. And just now, when I used my power, I felt a resonance with my divine artifact. I don't know exactly what the power of Your Majesty's divine artifact is, but the fact that the moon god doesn't exist in this world is not normal at all. Assuming these divine artifacts are related to the power of the three families, the things that have happened so far might not be a coincidence. Charlene, you're using the sword offer, the power of the Kale family, and I have now awakened the power of the head of the Ackman family. I don't know what happened on Rasha Hio's side, but they must have used some kind of trick. And there are also the divine artifacts that react to the powers of the three families." Scarlett worried silently. "But why do I still feel so restless and uneasy? I can't shake this feeling of being drawn into this. To stop the dark mages, it feels as if we were chosen to be the main characters. Anyway, we have to find the elder." Scene changed to the Ackman mansion. "Thank you, elders, for your help. Although we received a message from His Majesty the Emperor's aide, there is still no evidence that the dark mages will attack the mansion. The only thing to do right now is probably to check around the mansion. I hope to receive everyone's help. Young master, actually I came to report the situation in person." Isaiah turned and said, "A report? A few days ago, I decided to modify the golems and turn them into guard for the entire territory, correct? The modification was completed early, but the problem is, someone who was not a researcher infiltrated our research institute. Initially, when researching the golems, I was careful to make them obedient, but some golems went out of control, so I investigated and the culprit was that non-researcher. That person killed the original researcher and wore his skin. I suspected the hand of the dark mages in this, but to act so directly and openly, a dark mage cannot last long in the Ackman territory. That person drank holy water. Holy water? That means the dark mages and the temple are colluding. Not only that, the flooding of the river, which caused hardship for the people of the territory, was probably also their doing. Could it be done without dark magic? I think it wasn't just dark magic, but this was not a natural phenomenon either. Actually, I asked the elves. On my way here, I heard their answer. They said a god had intervened, not a priest. A god who would do such a thing could only be a demon god. Only the elf elders remember the demon god, because this god was sealed a very long time ago. What if the dark mages, the temple, and the sealed demon god are all accomplices? Although you, young master, have no basis to believe the dark mages will attack this place, but my thoughts are a little different. If I were them, I would move on the temple first. Even though the temple's power has weakened, they might have a backup plan. The ones who declare heresy? The temple is a place that worships all gods. Although corrupt and financially weak, they can still exert a strong spiritual influence on the people across the continent. If they directly attack the royal family and the Ackman family, not only will we face dark magic, but if we also have to face the temple, then the problem will change completely. Scene changed to Charlone's side. Your Majesty, is it all right for everyone to go back first? What about them? Everything looks like they attacked and cornered us here, like a dark mage's trick. Scarlet said, I didn't see Chara use dark magic, but the claim of being chased by magical beasts. It was as if she was acting. If she can act like that, she definitely knows how to handle magical beasts. For now, according to the fairies, the way back will be unobstructed, but you don't need to worry so much. Scarlet, they have already arrived at the royal palace. Scarlet asked, startled, really? This means their goal isn't simply to kill people. Perhaps they won't pursue us to the capital where the temple is. If so, isn't that a big deal? Let's see. Charlene, what's the answer? I'm dying of curiosity. He smirked, it's fine, because preparing to deal with the threat posed by the dark mages and the temple is their duty. The capital is also the royal family's territory, so you don't need to worry. The evidence related to dark magic, has Your Majesty collected it all? That's right, but it makes no difference whether we have it or not. But if we have evidence, we won't have to listen to nonsense later on. Just like with the massacre of the Moss family, Charlene will no longer have to bear the responsibility for the evil deeds of the dark mages. Even if you now deliberately publicize the reason for killing someone. I don't mean to justify what has happened, but at least from now on, you should care about having a just cause. Among those who have been killed so far, excluding the dark mages who must be killed, because Your Majesty's bad reputation will be greatly reduced, so please listen carefully. Cha! He looked at her intently and replied, Even if only a few people can actually kill that group, the vast majority would certainly want to punish them. Your Majesty, don't become everyone's common enemy, because I will worry. You'll worry? Her cheeks flushed as she replied, of course. I don't like it when people who don't understand anything about Your Majesty speak ill of you. After saying that, she thought to herself, why did he suddenly go silent? Did I interfere too much and make him angry? Suddenly, his hand moved quickly to take hers. Scarlet's mind immediately started racing. Could it be that now? The image of them kissing before appeared in her mind. Could it be? Scarlet closed her eyes, waiting for his kiss. Seeing this, Charlene burst out laughing. Scarlet's eyes flew open. What? What is it? Why are you laughing? Charlene replied, shaking, it's nothing. Why are you laughing? I want to laugh too. Hearing that, Charlene stopped laughing. He teased her, saying with a look of deep affection, I love you. I just suddenly wanted to say that to you. The next morning, Izia contacted Scarlet. Izia, what is it so early in the morning? It's urgent. There are rumors now that the temple is going to make a move. It's likely the heretical group. The heretical group. They probably intend to use the temple's inherent authority to announce to the entire continent that our family and the royal family are heretics. By doing so, it will be easier for them to control the capital. To guard against any dangerous situations, the elders Andrian, Brian, Elfin, and Freya are here. That's a relief. Please thank them for me. Although nothing has happened yet, I'm telling you in advance. You just need to finish what you're doing and return safely. I understand. Scarlet thought to herself, I have to hurry. I need to meet the elder. Somewhere. The elder said, the inspection of the mirror seal is complete. Shall we get going? Where should we go from here? Towards the capital and towards the war zone. If things are happening in both directions, it will be better to join up and travel with Scarlet, the god of death, the progenitor of the three families. Because the story of the progenitor is widespread throughout the continent, the temple cannot openly oppose the three families. The temple here worships the god with the highest status, but it is also a place that worships other gods, so the temple has no other choice. They are currently sleeping gods with no divine power. It seems that the people who possess divine power there have all been driven away. I thought the elder was one of them. It seems that's not all there is to it. I need to investigate more thoroughly. Charlene looked over at Scarlet, thinking, her face when she's thinking about something strange. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. He looked at her and said, your expression looks quite amused. Yes, is that so? Not all. So what were you thinking? Nothing special. Come to think of it, the temple is currently considered to be confronting the descendants of the god of death, right? If so, before the temple plots treason by declaring heresy. What if we make the temple lose its prestige first? Because they'll be afraid of their prestige diminishing. They won't be able to carry out their intention of declaring heresy. That's what I mean. And restoring the honor of priests like the elder is also a good thing. That day, we finally arrived at the lake that reflects the moon, which the elder had visited before. and hung. Your Majesty, my lady. Why'd you two stopped? Scarlet looked at the lake's surface and thought, Elder Broco, what is this person really doing? This place is filled with the Elder's divine power. In other words, the energy of the god the Elder worships covers the entire lake as if it's hiding something. A human could never do this. If you said a god did it, that would be believable. On Chara's side, she wondered, why did it turn out like this? The original plan was to use the death of Glenn Mars to cause nightmares and place a curse on Kalia and Ackman. But not even in my dreams did I expect it to end in just a few hours. Why did that woman suddenly faint? She saw the body, panicked and fainted. But Scarlet Ackman isn't that weak. So what was the reason in the end? From one thing to another, why does she always have to ruin things? Scarlet Ackman, on Charlin's side, his sword also stirred. Offer suddenly. He called, Scarlet. Yes, Cha. Offer said, the world is about to reach a state of completion. The complete world once had both gods and humans. Such a world was split in two because there was no other way to seal the god. That's what Offer said. Scarlet stared at the sword, stunned. The sword not only resonates, but can also talk. If the temple found out about this, the situation would surely be reversed. Clover said, if a god was sealed back then, are you, my lady, talking about the god whose seal the dark mages want to break? Originally, it wasn't called the demon god, but the chief god. The chief god. Your Majesty means the god of gods. But isn't the current god the sun god? It is said that the current sun god was the one who led the sealing of the previous chief god. These words have been passed down through many generations. Had to seal a chief-level god. What was the reason? The demon god was sealed because he wanted to steal humanity's free will. To stop him, the other gods joined forces, but it is said that because they could not arbitrarily demote a chief god, they chose to sacrifice themselves. The seal was successful, but in return, all the gods fell into a deep sleep so that humans would not have to be sacrificed in the gods' battle. The three representatives of Kalia, Amon, and Razahio also lost their lives. But how does that sword know all this? Chalin pondered for a moment, then raised the sword and said, the benefactor who helped me become a sword said so. Wait, that benefactor couldn't be. It couldn't be Broco, could it? Chalin said, I only know that he was a high priest with pink hair and pink eyes. No matter how you look at it, that sounds like Broco. How old is that person? I don't know, but I'm sure if I meet him again, I won't let him get away with it. How could someone who was a high priest let a dark mage easily steal what he was protecting? Impossible. That's right. The holy relic must have been stolen on purpose. And it's highly likely he knows everything about what the dark mages have done. But what method could be used to trick someone so talented? We have to force him to show himself. Although I don't know what it is, it seems he's secretly up to something. He has no intention of killing us. On the contrary, it's as if he's training us. Chalin asked doubtfully, really? Scarlet glanced and replied, that's right. With that, she turned and walked to a large rock and powerfully lifted it onto her back. Everyone called out worriedly, my lady. She replied, trembling, this is nothing to me. Then she threw it into the lake's surface. The rock crashed down with a loud thud, shaking the barrier that Broco had created earlier. At the same time, Broco, who was walking, felt it and stopped in his tracks. It seems someone is at the lake. This presence is Scarlet. I thought she had already gone to the battlefield. Why is she here? Very quickly, Broco appeared and called out, Scarlet, what are you doing? Scarlet was surprised. Oh my. It's been a while, Broco. Scarlet smiled with amusement. Broco has appeared. I'll leave it to you all. Yes, leave it to us. Broco stepped back. What are you all planning to do? Why are you getting closer to me? The guard smiled menacingly. If you behave, you won't get hurt. Immediately, Broco screamed out, aw no. Very quickly, Broco was tied up. Scarlet walked over and asked, Broco, is the god you worship really the sun god? How did you? It's true. Chalin was also very curious. The completed world. What is that? Broco said, do you two know what a mirror is? A mirror? To seal the undefeatable chief god. The best solution the gods could come up with was a game. A game that trifled with the entire world, or a trap disguised to look like one. The gods succeeded, but at the same time, they failed. The demon god fell into the trap, but compared to him being completely sealed, most of the gods fell asleep faster. Therefore, before the demon god was completely sealed, he sent the holy relics of the sleeping gods into the false world. This world and the world on the other side of the mirror were separated into the world we now live in. Therefore, the essence of the book I possess is actually the original world imprisoned on the other side of the mirror. And that world is also a dead world. A dead world? That's right, because time does not flow and stand still. There, similar events repeat over and over, frozen at the very moment the gods fell asleep. Ultimately, what is called becoming complete means that if the mirror breaks, everything will merge into the original world. In short, you in this world would be like a shadow. If the world becomes complete, the shadow will return to its original form. Wait, in other words, we are currently the reflections in the mirror. You could say that, meaning if the mirror breaks, Chalin and I will be sucked in and absorbed by our counterparts on the other side. Correct, but being absorbed will only happen after the demon god is dealt with completely. What else? The gods have a plan to make this world real, because the demon god is only sealed, not completely eradicated. If the demon god regains his power at any moment, everything will be destroyed, regardless of whether this world is real or fake. We must do things in order. If the demon god is killed here, this world will become the center, because it is the place where a high-level god died. The central axis of the world can shift. How can we kill the demon god like that? Even if the seal is removed, the demon god cannot immediately become a god. Before regaining his divine status, he must experience the state of being human. So he will possess a human body first. While he is still unable to separate from the human body, if he dies at the hands of a god, he will die completely. We could still fail, and we will be trapped here, because this is a false world. However, that is the worst-case scenario. Time in the real world has stopped, which is equivalent to being dead. Therefore, we must save this world. But Broko, even if the demon god is still in a mortal body, there are no awakened gods in this place. How can we kill the descended demon god? Broko replied, "Why do you say there are no gods? There are two of you. You mean we should rely on the descendants of the dead gods?" That's right, because the dead gods decided that the other side of the sleeping gods is this world. In short, Chalin and I, who hold the power of gods, must confront the demon god. His descent is surely the work of the dark mages. Regardless, this is something we must do. Chalin. Seeing Chalin in deep thought, she called out, "Chalin," he said, "I have a question. How are you so sure this world is fake? Because time in the other world has stopped moving. The demon god is the god who governs time. He was sealed, so the world where time was affected must be the real world. Because that god is not dead at all. Why did time stop in the other world? Furthermore, the demon god was sealed in the other world, not this one. Sealing him in the false world was intentional, wasn't it? You don't think so? It was random. It seems the demon god won't be easily defeated. How frustrating." Scarlet asked, "Broko, why is it that only this world has no moon from the very beginning? If it's a mirror, shouldn't it reflect the moon as well?" Because the first god to fall asleep was the moon god. Nothing else disappeared, only the moon. Why is that? I heard that the moon led to the deaths of 3 gods. First was the moon, next was you, the god related to fire. That's why a shining image couldn't be created in this world. Scarlet spoke again. "Let's see, isn't it the other way around? Falling asleep was to activate the mirror, wasn't it? If so, the shadow would have already been created. When the moon god fell asleep, the moon would disappear. In that case, it's possible the demon god was sealed in the real world, not the false one. One more thing, this holy relic has reacted multiple times to the god who is supposedly asleep. If that's the case, has the moon god already awakened? Somewhere else. That guy. It seems he hasn't appeared lately. He went mad, so he couldn't keep up. How is that possible? I don't know. For a dark mage, this weak body cannot withstand the power of a god. If it can't fight back against the power of a sleeping god, then this power is useless. Even so, in this world, there are only the 2 of us left now. At this rate, we'll only run into trouble. Furthermore, the dead gods haven't weakened at all, because we couldn't defeat even one of them. He will be furious. The demon god is the master who granted me, someone who is slowly dying, new strength and a powerful ability. I must repay this favor to him. With just the 2 of us, how can we possibly win? The fairies and the descendants of the dead gods. What did you say? He strode forward and lifted Chara up, shouting. She said, "They're with the fairies." That's what happened when I encountered the demons group before. Their power is not ordinary, but not yet at a worrisome level. Are you sure you saw correctly? Who do you think I am? I should be asking you that. Why didn't you tell me that the demon Scarlet carries the blood of Razahel? I only found out recently myself. Chara glared and said, "Ridiculous." And she pushed his hand away. Regardless, we must hasten the descent. With just the 2 of us, I don't know if we can do it, because things are still missing, but the descent has already begun. What? My god has spoken and is acting directly. The missing pieces were destroyed, but they will gradually be filled. Therefore, Scarlet, be loyal. Now, fulfill your duty. The scene switches to Scarlet's side. To think this side was fake, but it turns out the other side is the fake one. He was startled that the gods had fallen into such a deep sleep for so long. All this time, the gods had been trapped in the false world. I was very worried when so much time had passed, but when the divine artifacts appeared in this world, it was clear they were gradually waking up. If that's the case, the power of the descended demon god will be stronger than expected. Their strength alone won't be enough to face him. We also can't keep preventing the seal from being broken forever. I have lived as a wanderer all these years, binding my life to the gods, only to be deceived. The path to completely eradicating the demon god is still too far away. Chalin said, annoyed, you're too loud. Do you need me to help you calm down? Scarlet gave a wry smile. Be patient with him. He must be in shock. In short, the gods are fighting amongst themselves. In that divine war, the temple and the dark mages are all connected. I really want to throw them all to the other side of the mirror and let them fight it out. If not that, then bring all the divine artifacts here. Scarlet was bewildered. Bring all the divine artifacts? Chalin asked, will that be all right? Of course it will be. Broko, listen here. Assuming this world is the real one, if we bring back all the divine artifacts and find their owners, can we deal with the newly descended demon god? What a wonderful idea. It might just work, especially with a celestial being on our side. If we join forces, we can do it. Such a smart child. The elder beamed right after. Scarlet, I'll go find the book or the divine artifact and follow you. If we can't meet on the way back, you just need to go to the temple. Why the temple? It seems the god being worshipped in the temple is a demon god. Now we can openly destroy it. A few days later, on the way back to the capital, luckily, not long after the elder left, he found the book. So he immediately rejoined us. The two gods have disappeared. Clover asked, how could you so easily carry the book containing the divine artifact? Besides the divine artifact, I can sense the presence of sleeping gods. But before that, the book was stolen by two dark mages. Now I can no longer sense the aura of those divine artifacts. A divine artifact is the last trace of God. The sleeping gods can awaken when a divine artifact is used. But when the aura of the divine artifact has disappeared, when you want to find the book, what was the condition of the dark mages who stole it? The elder casually replied, there were none. Scarlet asked suspiciously, what? Then where and how did you get that book? Getting it back was very simple. When the thieves are not present, the book automatically returns to where I summon it, so there's no problem. No wonder you found it so quickly. Then what was it that wasn't there? I can only summon it when I'm near the book. Therefore, when I got close to the book, I did my best not to be discovered by the dark mages. I had memorized the magic of the one who stole it. If I encountered danger, I would have retreated immediately. But no matter how I looked, I couldn't sense any sign of the dark mages who stole the divine artifact. It seems no one has touched the book recently. Or did they leave the book there and go far away? That's possible. But for even the divine artifact to disappear is a bit suspicious. Truly, nothing is ever easy. Suddenly, Scarlet felt dizzy. She clutched her head in pain. Charlene asked worriedly, what's wrong? That. I can feel that the divine power I placed before has been forcibly made to disappear. A few days ago, on the way back, after giving the divine artifact to you, in a dream, I saw someone who looked like Charlene. I felt suspicious because his appearance in the dream was very different from the person recently. At that time, I felt something very uncomfortable inside me. So I placed a little divine power on the divine artifact, and that power has disappeared. At that time, it was definitely Charlene. If so, it means the entire plot of the original story was about a dark mage intentionally approaching Charlene. Elder, can you sense Charlene's magic? She is not nearby, so it will take about a day. I will try. Also, I can no longer sense the enchanting divine artifact that the dark mage was carrying. So that means, after that, upon arriving at the capital, I realized that the divine artifacts had become two sacrifices for the descent of the demon god. To kill a god requires a sacrifice. Just like a long time ago, 3 gods had to die to seal the demon god. If this place is the real world, even if the number of divine artifact holders increases. Kalia holds the power of the east wind and judgment. The Akman holds the power of luck and prophecy thanks to the power of Razahel. One of the two will have to be sacrificed, and that person will surely be the Ackman. Kalia's power to eradicate evil must remain. Somewhere, the demon god has awakened. He said, "It's not perfect yet, but it's not bad either. It's thanks to the 2 divine artifacts that my subordinates brought. If they had brought a sacrifice from the clan of the dead god, perhaps they wouldn't have lost their lives. Unfortunately, to complete the full descent, a sacrifice must be obtained within 3 days. Charlene, Kalia, Isaac Ackman, and Scarlet Ackman. A soul that was once split in 2 has merged back into 1. One of the separated parts had disappeared. I don't know how it managed to return and merge. But I must make it the sacrifice." That night, while Scarlet was sleeping, she heard a voice calling, my child, I and the sun god residing in your body have tried to think of a way, but the demon god's aura is fluctuating abnormally, so we couldn't find any other method." Scarlet wondered, "This is the voice of the fire god. Has he awakened from his deep sleep?" The voice rang out again. "You and Kalia, one of you will be sacrificed this time. So you must choose." "Not yet, but I have something to ask. You said that the death of a god is needed to kill a god, right?" "That's right, but currently, only the descendants of the dead gods can act." "But how did you wake up?" "Because I came into contact with you, a descendant of the dead gods. Besides, a person named Elder Broco used the last of the sun god's power to remain. Since he is a subordinate of the sun god, that god has also awakened early. So if I touch them, can they all awaken? In the past few days, you and that child Kalia have touched hands, causing many gods to awaken. If you use mine, you'll be able to awaken all of them." "Do you mean exchanging divine artifacts?" "Correct. Don't worry about that. Once the gods have awakened, they will find suitable people themselves. If possible, try to use the power of the moon god and get close to those you're close with." "Is that so?" "Frequently using a divine artifact will make you a subordinate to the gods, so you must be careful. But right now it's very useful." "Thank you." The results were beyond expectations. All of it was useful information. That being the case, there's one thing that must be done immediately. Help Charlene kick me. After that, at the meeting, they said that bad rumors about the temple had led to poor public opinion. So security has been tightened more than before. Therefore, I will open a secret passage, not a new entrance on this side. Suddenly noticing Charlene's silence, Clover asked, "Your Majesty, is something wrong?" Charlene replied, "Offer has something to convey. It is warning that the descended body is inside the temple. Therefore, we must be more careful than ever. If so, isn't this a huge problem? We don't have time to exchange and use the divine artifacts anymore." Scarlet spoke up, "Focus on the matter at hand, Elder. When you get to the temple, immediately search for the location of the descended body. If there's a barrier around the descended body, dispel that barrier safely. In the meantime, we should stay away from the priests." After making a plan and quickly setting off for the temple, I said the words I had been putting off. Scarlet said, "Father, our engagement. Let's stop it." Finally, the time has come to be kicked out by my tyrant, Charlene. At the same time, Elder Broco was searching for the place where the descended body might be present. The elder asked, "So if we lock this door, the escape route will disappear, right?" "That's right. The demon god's true body won't be able to get out. He can only stay inside this temple, even though it has been taken over by the demon god's subordinates. This building has long been the residence of the priests. Although it has been renovated many times, the important mechanisms from before still remain. Even a demon god can't do anything about it. Are you sure this time? What if it's like last time? Didn't I say I would help with everything? Trust me, if I feel something is wrong again this time, even if I die, I will never trust a god again." The elder proceeded to lock the door, then turned back and asked, "This side has been almost completely dealt with, right? Is the high priest about to die?" "They obstructed us like that. As expected, they colluded with the demon god. The guy can't die. He must receive judgment from the royal family. Only then will the bad reputation of our majesty disappear. Should we contact Count Lumer? We should stay here. The gods can't be absent either." In that case, after discussing, everyone turned their gazes to Clover. Number 1 spoke up. "The most useless chancellor here should go deliver this thing to the royal palace." Clover unwillingly hoisted the high priest onto his shoulder and left. "We're counting on you, Chancellor." "Elder, have you found the location of the descended body yet?" "Yes, almost. But what about Scarlet and Charlene?" I'm not sure either. After detaining all the priests who caused the disturbance, I stayed with them until the case was brought to court. I heard the 2 of them wanted to talk privately for a bit. Elsewhere, our engagement. Let's stop it. What's the reason? If you hear the reason, will you cancel the engagement? I don't know. I probably won't. Charlene ran his hand through her hair. Even if you hate me, I can't let you go. So, Scarlet, why would you say that? She said, that's because, actually, our marriage contract will be an obstacle this time. So, let's cancel the contract first, and after the war is over, let's get married. Why should the gods fight among themselves and demand a sacrifice? I won't do what they want. Let's do things our own way. Contract, engagement. I don't care. Father, marry me. Hearing these words, Charlene joyfully lifted her up. I love you, Scarlet. A perfect answer. Then the two shared a sweet kiss under the beautiful afternoon sun. And so, the contract magic between me and Charlene was nullified. Afterward, Charlene and Scarlet entered the temple with everyone. Everyone's here. Shall we go in? And where the demon god is waiting for us, beginning the war that would end quickly and tear through history. Isn't he here? It's too quiet. A voice rang out. You're too late. Even so, to have the courage to come all this way is very commendable of you. Shall I make a proposal? If you are children of the gods, it's well worth listening to. How about it? Want to listen? Charlene drew his sword. It's useless. He looked at the sword in Charlene's hand and said, You brought that troublesome item along? But that's all it is. Scarlet said, Don't look down on us, Mr. Demon God. He was visibly annoyed. I see no reverence for the gods in you, Scarlet Ackman. Charlene's eyes immediately radiated killing intent. Scarlet quickly handed over the book and whispered, My love, don't react. Hold this for me. He asked right now. Yes, they both touched the book. A powerful golden light appeared. The demon god sat calmly and said, Is that the power of the fire god? A power not worth dealing with. Truly foolish. Obstructing me to the very end. My subordinates planted in the capital need more time to extend their lives. Listen to me and do nothing futile. Join me in this mediocre and meaningless world. Scarlet looked at the book and thought to herself, More, just a little more. A sphere of light enveloped the entire temple. Scarlet, what are you doing? Stop. At this rate, the gods. Damn it. If she awakens the divine artifacts on her own, they will all belong to Scarlet. The moon and the sun, fire and the east wind. Different divine artifacts. If she uses them all at once, her strength will weaken and she will be crippled. What on earth are you two thinking? Scarlet thought to herself. Adding to the stories I've heard about the gods and this world until now, a god soul is contained within a physical body, which is why they need a vessel. Only by entering a vessel can a god awaken and use their divine power. In that case, if it's possible to destroy the vessel of an awakening god, how can we kill the god without needing either of us? The demon god glared at the two of them. I told you it was all meaningless, and yet, no matter how I look at it, I don't know how you two merged into one. Ackman and Razaheel, it really is you. His hand reached out, intending to crush Scarlet. Immediately, Charlene plunged his sword into him. He looked at Charlene with a hateful gaze. You dare? A mere human. He easily flung Charlene far away, while his body emitted terrifying streams of black gas. Charlene covered his nose. Is it poisonous gas? The elder warned, Don't breathe it in. I can't push back this poison alone. What should I do? Suddenly, a small hand touched the elder's shoulder. We will help. Ugly demon god, don't bully my friend. Number 1 ran to support Scarlet. My lady, are you all right? Those children are? Glenn came forward, touched Scarlet's hand, and called out to his sister, Scarlet. Scarlet was overjoyed. It's Glenn. The book, as if infused with more power, flew wide open. The divine artifacts were finding their places. My lady, I don't know what you intend to do, but can we clear a path for you? All right, help me. The group of engineers leaped forward to clear a path for Scarlet. At this moment, the voice of a god rang out, Child of Ackman. Right now, while his subordinates have not yet exhausted their power, when he extends his demonic beast towards you, I will help. Easy for you to say, isn't this the same as telling me to commit suicide? Only when he bears divine power within him can he be killed. Therefore, I will wait until he has completely devoured you. Scarlet dropped the clogs from her feet and replied, That's ridiculous. Doing this whole act just to please someone else. Instead, Scarlet seized the opportunity, took the wide-open book, leaped up, and slammed it onto the demon god's face. Take this. The divine artifacts combined to destroy the demon god, to everyone's astonishment. At the highest point of the temple, a beam of light shot up into the sky, then exploded as if to give new life to the entire territory. Where the demon god had stood, only a faint wisp of black smoke remained, slowly dissipating, signifying the demon god's demise. Scarlet stood firm there until the demon god had completely vanished. Then she fainted. 1 week after that incident at the Ackman residence, the lady asked, "Are you going to see His Majesty the Emperor tonight?" "Yes, my lady. I have recovered safely, so I want to visit him." The others, although they have returned to their rightful places, also took 5 days to wake up. "I'm afraid you're overexerting yourself. His Majesty has been very busy lately. Only today does he have time." "Scarlet, you're the head of the Ackman family. The family is only stable if you're healthy. Have you forgotten already? Anyway, I have received the seal of the family head now, so it's fine. I found the seal of the family head. Haven't I told you? When I confronted the demon god's incarnate body, I almost died. I'm only alive thanks to it. Moreover, it was also thanks to the little fairies who unconsciously linked with me. They suddenly grew up, which was quite a shock. My little ones are kings, aren't they? I told you they would grow up well. I wonder whose children they are." "So you really almost died?" The lady recalled an earlier time. "I promised to teach you things that only I can teach you. But you haven't had much time lately, so I couldn't teach you anything. But you have time now, don't you?" "Yes." "So now, from the duties of the family head, the family history, issues within the territory, to all the internal and external tasks I have handled until now, I will teach you things that are not in books." Scarlet broke into a sweat. My lady." She immediately switched into the mode of strict teacher, saying, "I will teach you thoroughly." Scarlet replied in fear. "Yes." Scarlet screamed internally. "This isn't what I wanted from you." That evening, in a flower garden, Scarlet walked in and said, "Charlene." Hearing her voice, he immediately turned his head to look. A man who had spent his entire life immersed in a sea of blood, for the first time, felt that someone was truly lovely. Scarlet walked in and asked, "Is it all flowers?" Even the words, "I will make you happy," could not be uttered, because he was not a good person. Even if the false rumors out there were dispelled, he was still a tyrant. He also wasn't confident that he would become a perfect, saintly ruler. Charlene walked over and called out, "Scarlet." The situation was urgent back then, so there was no other choice. "We broke off our engagement and are no longer bound. But I want to seriously ask you one more time. If you find happiness by my side, will you agree to be my wife?" Scarlet was a little surprised by this sudden question. Her face flushed red, and she shyly covered her surprise with her hand. Then she removed her hand, smiled brightly, and replied, "I agree. I think I will be happy." Perhaps he had seen this for a long time. Afterward, Scarlet said to Lucy, "Actually, I was planning to do it first." "Do what? Propose to His Majesty? We haven't even finished deciding on our family planning." Suddenly, Lucy sighed and held her head in her hands. Scarlet asked, "Lucy, what's wrong? Are you in pain somewhere? Or do I not look beautiful?" Lucy smiled brightly and said, "Not at all. You look very happy today." Scarlet linked arms with Yura and asked, "Yura, are you still crying? At this rate, you probably won't be able to open your eyes at all." Yura reminded her, "Lower the corners of your mouth just a little." "No way. How can I not smile on such a beautiful day? What about you? Are you at a funeral or something? Cry all the time? Is the person walking me down the aisle crying because he pities me?" Scarlet playfully stomped on Yura's foot. Yura yelled, "You're crazy. Be quiet." At the end of the aisle, Charlene was already waiting for her in his formal attire. The moment he turned his head, the eyes of the two men who loved her met with little goodwill. Charlene decisively took her from Yura's arm, pushing Yura aside at the same time. Scarlet thought to herself, "Oh my, like this? Isn't he even more beautiful than me? No, he's the most beautiful person in this world, especially those lips." The butler had just said, "Now, the groom may," when he was rendered speechless. Below, the guests and family members stared wide-eyed and open-mouthed at the main characters. Charlene couldn't wait another moment and locked her in a kiss in front of everyone. A kiss that marked a happy ending. It's true that when you're not embarrassed, someone else will be. Thank you for watching the entire series. I wish you all happiness and energy. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe, as well as leave a comment below the video to give me more motivation. My channel has been flopping lately. Tan Yu Yu.